Okay. I'm only live for a second. I'll be live later. But I just wanted to make this because last time I made a stream, I got a comment while I was asleep. I just woke up and I read a comment of a little virgin kid that plays Minecraft and has more subscribers than me. Huh. He has more subscriber because he's a fuckboy virgin that plays Minecraft. And people still like Minecraft. I don't know how. But yeah, the cyberbullying has to stop. The cyberbullying, the bullying, just because you think you can be a little bitch coward virgin hiding behind a keyboard. That's not how it works. I don't give a fuck if you have a Twitter account. I don't give a fuck if you have an Instagram account. If you go against the rules of YouTube staff, they need to come in and take your account rights away. Because a person coming into my last well, not my last stream, but the stream before that about the Twitch staff and the court shit, for some little virgin kid to come in and say a word he doesn't even know the fucking meaning to, delusional. He doesn't even know the meaning of that fucking big word because he plays Minecraft and he is a virgin that listens to fucking rap music even though he's the whitest fucking dude I know. Like, that's the one thing that I hate. This is not racism. This is not being a racist, but I hate when fucking people do not be themselves. They think that they have to be different. They have to fucking, change themselves. That's fucking absolute stupid. It's stupidity. So I told the virgin coward kid that fucking hides behind his keyboard because I already commented, said, come fight me, bitch. You can come fight me any fucking time. We can take it off of YouTube, staff. Take it away from YouTube. And he was scared. He was scared. He started crying. Just because he's a little bitch boy that goes to fucking other people's fucking channels while he is not live or recording because he is a coward pussy. He comes and starts shit on a comment. He comes and starts shit on a comment while I'm a fucking sleep. So I really, really hope YouTube staff gets involved because I'm tired of these punk fucking kids that think they can hide behind a fucking keyboard, but they couldn't hold a fucking fight for 2 seconds in real life. I don't know, fucking I grind some piece of shit little kid that listens to fucking rap music. Like, how his channel hasn't got banned because he does copyright shit, I'll never know. But for a fucking virgin kid that plays Minecraft and listens to rap music, how do you even know the fucking meaning of delusional? Because you're pretty fucking brain dead. Like, I don't know how you got brain cells in that brain, that head, to know what delusional means. Yeah, but sorry, Snow Tires. It was just a punk ass fucking kid that I could beat. I could legit beat in 2 seconds, maybe a split second. It's one of those fucking kids that hides behind his computer or his mama. Like, yeah, I might be fucking delusional, but I've seen people die in front of me, motherfucker. I've had people die in my fucking arms. Yeah, I'm crazy. Yeah, I'm delusional, you stupid feck. Fucking idiots on the internet nowadays, bro. Snow Tires, I'll be real, man. They be fucking brain dead stupid. Cause I'm full on roasting this fucking kid. I don't know how he has the fucking success that he does, But yeah, he shouldn't. Motherfucker doesn't even talk on mic through his videos. So literally, people are. I 100% guarantee you, it is fucking 4-year-olds that watch him that don't even know how to talk. That just watch because he doesn't talk on any of his fucking videos. None of them. I'm sorry. That's why he has that shitty rap music on. And I don't even think the rap music is by anyone well known. That's the thing. It's not a good rap music. He has the shittiest off-brand music. I don't get it. Like, homie wanted to come in and comment delusional, but didn't want to go watch any of my other streams. Even no, well, no, probably did, and probably was like, damn, this dude's cooler than me. I have to be a little pussy coward behind a keyboard and type something mean. Fucking idiot. I love kids, dude. I really fucking don't, because most of them need to get beaten. Because that's the thing. When I was growing up, I got my fucking ass whooped. Nowadays, if a kid tries to get his ass whooped, he'll be a little coward pussy fucking CPS calling, 911 calling type shit. Kids don't get their ass beat because they're coward ass pussies. They don't get raised right. I legit heard the other day, Snow Tires, a 16-year-old kid got up, right? Got up and backhanded his fucking mother. And this dude lives literally like a city away from me. As soon as I heard that, I wanted to go snap that kid's neck. Because you do not hit women. The only type of time you hit women, especially your mama, is if she has a fucking weapon trying to kill you. That is the only way. It's called self-defense. But 100%, this eye grind piece of shit kid, 100%, 100% just will say anything fucking negative. And 100% he didn't get his ass beat enough when he was a kid. I'm pretty sure it's still a kid. Like, if you're playing Minecraft, you're a kid. I mean, fuck, I used to play Minecraft, but not anymore. I grew out of that phase a long time ago. Oh, fuck. But, yeah. Alright, that's it for me for a little bit. I just wanted to come on and get this off my chest. Like, YouTube staff, you gotta message me back. We gotta get rid of these fucking toxic motherfuckers on this website. I've been using YouTube for 25 years now. I don't need a fucking teenage virgin kid coming to me saying I'm crazy. I already fucking know. Oh my god, I swear. I got a stupid fucking kid calling me delusional while I was asleep in a comment. Didn't go watch any of my other streams, just went to go watch me taking Twitch staff to court update. I don't even know why I made that shit to begin with, because it's none of my, what can I say, community, fan base. It's none of y'all's business what goes on in my personal life, you know? It's what I let y'all know. I just love how YouTube allows a fucking virgin kid to legit come and comment on a grown-ass man's video saying he's delusional. I love that. when that kid couldn't walk up to me and say that to my face. Do you know how that kid would be able to walk up to me and say that to my face? If he had a gun or a knife and he was planning on killing me after he said it to my face, because he's that much of a pussy to use a weapon. I guarantee you. I 100% guarantee you. People that talk shit to you, anybody that talks shit on the internet to anyone, 100%, they, 9 times out of 10, and I said 9 times out of 10, it's not 10 times out of 10. There is that sometimes where, yeah, that dude that you were talking shit to is going to beat your ass. That's the 10 out of 10. But 9 times out of 10, people that are talking shit to you hiding behind a keyboard, if they tried to do it in real life, they would just bring a gun or a knife because they're that much of a cowards. They're that much pussies. They don't know how to fight. They just know how to fucking type on a keyboard like a wizard. But yeah, I'm tired of the little kids coming on and judging me right away when they don't know anything about my fucking past. I fucking went on to his video and I judged everything correctly in the first 5 minutes of watching his latest video. And trust me, it's fucking terrible. I got it. Don't trip. I got it. I got it. It just brainstormed to me, right? And you're going to fucking laugh, right? Hold up. Don't trip. I got it. Yeah, I do got it, dude. I get it. So what you're telling me is I had a pedophile, because see, half of me believes that it's a virgin kid, but the other half believes that it is a fucking pedophile that goes on Minecraft, VR chat to try to pick up little girls and little boys. I bet you that's who fucking called me delusional. It's either a virgin or a fucking pedophile. I would rather hope the pedophile just so I could go beat that fucking face in. If it's a virgin, I'm just going to fucking come up and just backhand him. Like, I really hope that... I don't want it to be the pedophile because it's just so fucking sickening to have someone like that come and tell me I'm delusional. It's probably a virgin, though. Ain't nobody got no fucking courage to come and actually say that to my face. Oh, dude, 100%. 100%. Or, well, no, it wasn't jealous. It wasn't jealous. The person wasn't jealous of me. Go look on that Twitch staff shit. The Twitch staff, like, me taking Twitch staff to court. That's what he called delusional. Even though that's a fucking stupid little virgin kid that doesn't even know the meaning of delusional. I refuse to believe that a kid that plays Minecraft knows the fucking meaning of delusional. I refuse to believe it. I don't get it. Like, I could understand if, homie comes and talks shit about the game that I'm playing. I could understand that. But you don't go to someone else's fucking channel and call them delusional. Because what... Take this for a second. What if I am? What if I am delusional? What if I'm so fucking crazy I come to your fucking house, I grind? I'm not saying I will, but just take that scenario. Take that scenario like you call someone crazy and you aren't raised right with respect. That crazy motherfucker might come over to that house and beat the fuck out of you. Just because you wanted to judge them. It's not your place to judge, I fucker. You grind into your mama's asshole, I'm guessing? Because she didn't raise you right. Or your dad's dick grinded up your asshole because you weren't raised right. Honestly, he's probably more delusional than you have ever been. People like that are losers. Oh, I already deleted it, Snow Tigers, but yes, all the comments said was the word delusional. Do you see how Don't Trip typed delusional? That is exactly how he typed it. Unless it was a capital D, but still. I don't like fucking kids coming onto my shit, because I bet you I am way, way, way older than that fucking kid I grind. I had this in my dream before that kid was born to do this for a living. And I see that kid comments. He goes around and comments on other people's channels while he's not live or recording. That shows you he's a pussy and a coward. And he has a better fan base than me. He has a higher fan base because people don't know who the fuck he is, what he does. They don't know that he is just constantly bullying. Once he's had his fun on his recording sessions and his live stream, he goes and treats people like utter dog shit over the keyboard because he's so much of a pussy. Like, what up, dude? Like, what up? You wanted to start shit. I grind while I was asleep. Let's start shit. I don't give a fuck if you're asleep. This will continue when you get up. But you ain't gonna start shit while I couldn't even fucking defend myself, you little virgin. You understand me? I hope you do. Ain't no fucking kid going to start shit in my stream. On my channel. I don't give a fuck if it's an old recorded video, old recorded stream. I don't give a fuck. You ain't gonna start shit in my world. Because I do all this shit in my room, in my house, on my setup that I fucking paid for. Okay? Am I delusional? Are you that fucking stupid you had a comment? That? You couldn't just see it? Fucking idiot. I'm sorry. I love talking to like brain dead people that try to flame me and then I totally fucking roast them and then they start crying. I love you, Don't Trip. I love you, Snow Tires. Y'all are the real homies. Oh, and cyberbullying is a thing. I have all the evidence to take Twitch staff to court and lock 3 different people up. Not from Twitch staff, but 3 different people up. Because I'm mentally disabled. But yeah, I couldn't even have my goddamn wake up cigarette. Because the kid wanted to start shit. Oh, fuck, man. Alright, let's see. Can I do this? I want to see if I could do a watch party. And I know I can. I know I can. Right. Fuck. Manage. Goddamn, that was bright, dude. Then Apex gameplay or 7 days. You decide. Let me guess. Did it change? Did it change? Did it change? It did change. Sweet. Alright. Okay. Like, dude, 100% don't trip. People have been trying to fucking make fun of me even for my lazy eyes. Like, that's when you know I have gotten into several fucking fights to know when I just wake up or when I'm really, really tired, my eyes slant to the sides and shit. What we watching? Oh, we're watching Apex Pro League, bro. We're watching Apex Pro League. Let me get it on the screen real quick. I haven't done a watch party in forever, so give me a second. Oh, I have to add another fucking source, don't I? Uh, Window capture. Okay, bet. Uh, oh, what the hell? That's not what I want. Okay. Yeah, we're going to watch some Apex Pro League. I'm going to actually turn my camera off because I do look like shit. I just woke up. Uh, yes, 7 days to die. Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Barry. 7 days to die. It's basically kind of like Minecraft, but it's a more realistic version, and it's like a zombie apocalypse. It's a way better version, in my opinion, than Minecraft. But I stopped liking Minecraft a long time ago when my friend died in 2015. I when my friend died in 2015, I retired from Battlefield games. I retired from Minecraft. I won't play this shit. I will not. Because I don't have my best friend to have my back. I mean, and Minecraft's not, for like basically a team game. Uh, but yeah. But yeah, you can see on TSM, if y'all watch Pro League Apex, I don't know if any of you do, Reps is not on there anymore. Reps is not on TSM. And it's because Reps told Imperial how to go fuck himself, basically. Or Reps would not listen to Imperial's how calls. That's the thing about being an IGL. You think you have too much power, even though it is a video game after all you're playing. That's one thing I don't understand. Nothing I could have done. But man, dude, there's some teams that I don't even fucking know. Not nuts. Okay, I like the name. I like the name. Not nuts. You mean no nuts. Wait, what? MNK is reps? No, what? No, I gotta search that up now. I don't think it is. Wait, what? Wait, so he just changed his name? That shouldn't be allowed. Come on, man. You went to tournaments with the fucking name reps. How the what? I don't like that. I don't like that. Why did he change his name? They used to have a fucking team called MNK for mouse and keyboard. No, I don't like that change.
Already getting some information with the weekend, and we see where our first circle is going to be taking us. We got a southern circle out here, Tiff.
Yeah, this is gonna be really interesting.
By the way, guys, let me know if it is too loud. Barry, don't trip. Snow tires. Yeah, MNK means mouse and keyboard. He's just putting MNK. That's weird, though. You would think as many tournaments as he's gone to with reps and as many, games he's played with reps, he wouldn't abandon reps.
Interesting. So I'm looking specifically at
Like,
NRG
literally.
over at staging.
Some teams legit think that a name change, a roster change, hell, even a team name change is going to, they think it does something. It don't.
Ben said that they got some kind of drop on POI buffs here on World's Edge in particular, so we may see a strong suit. But check this out at Climatizer going on board with CCE, one of the preseason or the split 2 qual teams coming in. A little bit of a Mozambique and a Dream trying to prop it off in the hands of Profit. It is connecting, but is it going to be enough to make this
No,
happen?
it will not.
No, it's going to be FaZe coming out on top with Frex is literally 1 HP and
Ew,
a Dream.
that's FaZe? What the fuck?
Can we talk about the spikes? The spikes adding on to the extra pressure.
Why the
Frex is
fuck,
literally
Crony,
one
would
but
you
one
go to
away
FaZe?
start
And
the
you too,
action
Frex.
already
Weren't
here
you in
from
fucking...
NA. First game, first fight that we get
Wait,
to
what?
see in the first squad that we're sending back to the lobby. CCE
Frex was just in
out,
Space
Phony
Station.
saying,
Why would you
"Help me,
leave Space
Psyduck,
Station?"
help me. Oh, it was a third party that rotated in. He can't help them. There's no help for you. What quick awareness coming in right now.
Okay, look, Complexity decides they want to get onto this action. That Complexity roster is now going to be Monsoon, Luda, and
Oh,
Cody.
sadly, I have
We
not.
had Monsoon as a guest in London, and I got
Maybe
to talk
when
to
I'm
him so much
all
and learn a
caught
lot
up,
from
don't
him.
trip,
So I'm
then I'll
really
go watch
excited
that.
to see this team kind of carry that forward. Monsoon picking up that catalyst. You heard Graceful say earlier.
Oh, I'm
on
sure
the immediate
FaZe has a
broadcast
lot of
how
different
hard
teams
that
because they
legend has
buy
been
out
to
so many
adapt to
different teams.
and to really learn to utilize
They're one
it
of the top,
correctly.
well, they're
Monsoon,
one of the
no
most
stranger to
richest
hard work, and now can
organizations
play that
is
legend.
FaZe.
Actually crazy timing on that rotation from Complexity. Also knowing where that 50-50 was going to start for them to capitalize. Complexity already in the middle of their rotate currently. Rocking the Havoc from Cody. It's nice to know what's in the replicator right now. You got the turbocharger, you got the purple barrel stave, and obviously tomorrow we got the difference of weekly rotations coming in with the Moby respawn making its way in.
Ooh, that's going to be really beneficial for the players that like to utilize crypto, but Luda still trying to find the rest of the members of FaZe in a little bit of a cat and mouse chase. But I mean, they land.
Like, dude,
Survey
that's what I want to
Epicenter,
do.
so that's
I
not a
want to
bad
sign up
rotation
for
to
next
make your
year
way
in
over
a...
Climatizer to third party if you know there's that 50-50 contest. Team
Oh, it's not
Diverge, one of
Top
the teams
Dogs?
coming in from
It's
those
Team
split two
Diverge?
qualifiers as well,
Damn,
and
what
there's a
happened to
kill feed right
Top
there.
Dogs?
FaZe going out.
Sadness.
Forte for FaZe, their second team to meet themselves back in the lobby. Nice colored kunai too coming in. So we take a look at team.
Wait, was that the
to
new
meet themselves
kunai?
back in the lobby. Nice colored.
Going out.
Yeah, that's
Forte
the
for
new
FaZe, their
one.
second team to meet themselves
Yeah.
back in the lobby.
Yeah.
Nice colored kunai too coming in. So we take a look at Team Diverge, Sleepy Panda trying to make
Yeah,
a
that
rotation.
motherfucker bought it
They
off
got
the
smokes
rip.
ready, but you only got one available for right now.
Sleepy
with the other
Panda's
team
that
on the high
rich,
ground
he
on
could
that
do
top
that.
platform south of Lava Siphon. Wouldn't be surprised if that's TSM, since we do note that they have landed in Lava Siphon, but so much quick
Sleeping,
rotations
motherfucker.
coming in from some of these
Skip, we
squads that
played
already have that
fucking
next
24
week in
hours
preparation for the
apiece,
next circle.
motherfucker. What do you mean I'm not caught up yet? I just woke up, bro.
McLovin on the Watson. So a catalyst-free comp because we're electing to utilize the controller legend of Watson.
Skipper.
Heavy character. If you're going to be utilizing that legend, we've seen a lot of people just kind of hunkering
You
down
fucker.
inside the zone and prioritizing rotating early and
I didn't actually end up watching any last night or yesterday, Skipper. I watched RIPD 1. I tried to fucking turn on RIPD 2, but I fell asleep during 5 minutes of it starting. So yeah, the reason why I'm not caught up yet, my boy Skipper, I just woke the fuck up.
just playing for placement.
If we could get an overhead look of the circle.
Y'all
where
come
our
watch
squads
the
already
Pro
are.
League
Some
with
of these
me.
squads just wasted
It's
no time. Here
NA.
we go. Shout out to production out here. We've seen this circle before.
This shit
Sid.
just happened a
Sometimes
couple
the
days
circle
ago,
pulling
so
over the
you're
high
not.
ground
I
rock
mean,
that
if I'm
overlooks the
spoiling
mouth
anything,
of the
sorry.
train cave, as well as on the outskirts of the tree to the south side by the choke point of where you see that beacon south of thermal station, could get congested real quick. GE are going to be also able to play off the
Who the
back
fuck's
end of
GE?
where this next circle is going to be pulling without putting themselves in the middle.
I don't
of
know
all these
any of
teams
these
that have already made their
name
rotation
changes.
towards Tree.
Yeah, it's really
Rambo's
interesting.
on
Typically, we would think of
Sentinels?
the Sentinels, Rambo, RKN, Keon as being one of the fastest rotating teams.
Rambo's
and we saw
on
that happen in a lot of
Sentinels?
playoffs, getting caught out incredibly early and losing one member or so on a rotation. But typically, they have some very solid zone calling knowledge, and you can see them just to the north of where Tree
Vicky,
is. So
quit
they're not
snapping your
necessarily
damn fingers
playing
or popping
in
them
exact
fingers. It's
buildings. They're
disgusting.
trying to kind of take some space there. Maybe at the end game, that's kind of more towards where it'll
Or maybe
roll.
that
It's
could
all
have been
about who's
fucking
got the
Spider
better
Tip for all I
researching
know.
and
They're
whatnot,
not on
but
camera, so I
everyone
couldn't
believes
tell.
the zone is going straight there, and it's kind of chaotic to look at the map view.
I love it. I'm all down for this here too, especially seeing some of our other teams like 100 Thieves take their time and Fragment.
100%. I got asked the other day, who would I date? Vicky Kitty or Spider Tiff or Glitter Explosion? And I'm gonna be real with it, all of you guys. Well, girl also gets in the category too, so does Kate, because they're all girls on the ALGS. Girl hasn't been on the ALGS for a while now. But if I had to date one of them, you know, or wanted to date one of them, it would probably be Vicky Kitty or Girl. I'm sorry, but Glitter, hell to the fuck no. It seems like there's too many guys that get on that. Kate, I'm pretty sure Kate's a lesbian, so yeah, there would be no me and her. Who else? Oh yeah, Spider Tiff I would not get with. But that's just me. That's just me.
Taking advantage of the replicator, whether it be boosting up their
I like the
shields or
name
getting
Spider
some extra
Tiff. I
meds.
like her as a
Dark
person.
Zero,
I just
another
don't
team on
think
their
that,
rotation, playing
you
up
know,
the little
dating her
ground.
would be
They're
good.
going to be coming across a lot
But
of the
plus,
action
I
soon
think
'cause it is
that woman's in
absolutely
a
congested already by Tree.
relationship
look
or
at the
married.
Watson fence already right in front of them. They get word here, at least some information, that there's already some teams that have taken.
But that would be one thing to find out. That'd be one thing good to find out. Is Girl single? Is Vicky Kitty single?
The control over the inside of those buildings that you
Because those are the
mentioning
type
off
of chicks
side
that I
of
would want to
Tree.
get with.
A lot of these teams now,
And
they'll have to
everybody is
start
like,
hunkering down,
ew,
depending
you would
on the
want to
team
get with
composition,
Girl?
which is something we should
I'm
definitely be
like,
talking about right here when it comes to legend stats.
yeah,
We've been seeing
she's
Seer is
fine
nearly
as
utilized
hell.
on almost every
She
single
sexy
team. I
as
believe for
fuck.
this game alone, it's
She's
a
beautiful as
73% hit
fuck.
rate, whereas Valkyrie right
She
behind
might
Seer,
not be the best
60%.
caster
Catalyst
out there,
obviously
but
being on
she's
the
still
top
fine
group
as
of how many
hell.
Catalysts
And
we've seen
she's
so
still
far
always so
across different
sweet,
regions
so
sits at
happy with a
47%. So
big
it's nice to see
smile.
the transition between Catalyst and Bangalore kind of switching up between each other.
Like, fuck, if I got
Very
with
unique, a
someone
little bit
that
calm before the
happy,
storm.
I think
Some
I
teams
could
are
actually
trying
get fucking
to
happy somewhat,
keep
because their happiness would just be
building safe.
fucking
Complexity, very far
swallowing
on the
all
outskirts of the
my
ring. Now, if you think back to the old
whatever
Complexity
up.
back in Split 1, granted some roster changes have enacted, they were also one of the quickest
Dude, that is the
rotating teams that I
that is the most disgusting fucking team change I've ever seen. Where's Eye Shiny? Where's Reptar? Bro, this fucking Pro League's stupid.
remember. Like,
This
they would
was
be set
one
up
of
in
my
God Spot,
teams,
guys
bro,
are
and they
on
changed
World's
their
Edge
team
and
completely
fall to
just because they
NRG
did
challenge
total
for them, or even
dog
if it
shit
happened to them in large
8
size,
months
and
ago,
NRG
9 months
would
ago.
play. So now seeing them all the way out in the ring, gonna go ahead and hit that beacon.
don't-
We want to get that
I
instant scan
don't
and
think
see
it was
just
the
who
team
is
change
around
you
there. Now,
needed.
granted,
I think
it's
you
gonna
just needed
ping
your
the
head
enemy
out of your
teams
asses.
as well for that short duration.
You
but
needed
this
to
should
go
kinda
back
give
to
you a
your
good
bread and
idea of which way
butter.
you need to navigate.
I feel like just looking at what their screen looks like right now of all the enemies in the area, I feel like the entire south side by Tree is probably all highlighted red, so they know that they're probably clear off this north side. Some teams, though, taking their time to rotate. Saucer and company rotating away from Landslide right now. One of the other teams aside from them are going to be 100 teams
Sorry,
that usually
Skipper,
play by the
goddamn
edge,
it,
trying to
dude.
find
Why
an
the fuck did
opportunity
you
to start
only get
rotating
4
from the
hours
north
of
side.
sleep?
That's going to be the team that could actually circle keep Complexity here, but they're going to be able to utilize the jump tower. They have the Valkyrie just in case if they find themselves in a pinch situation.
All about the journey and as Complexity
That's
is
fucked up.
dancing around
4
this
hours
jump
of
tower,
sleep,
waiting to hit
dude?
that med
Oh
kit
my
before
god.
reacting on
How the
beginning
fuck did
their
you wake
journey
up,
towards
dude?
that
I'd
next
fucking...
zone, but for the
I'd wake up to go take me a fucking tall piss. If I was thirsty, I'd crack a drink open, get a drink, and my ass would go lay back down. 4 hours after us being up for a day, day and a half, you got me fucking bent, bro. I'd be fucking falling almost on my way walking to go take a piss. If that's what woke me up. I don't know. I don't remember fucking waking up and I was only asleep for 4 hours. It happened to be like 2 weeks ago, but I asked to get woke up. So, yeah.
Most
4
part, I
hours
believe
though.
there's
7
only
viewers,
two
dude.
teams
Y'all are
on
coming
the
in
outskirts
fucking
of the
clutch.
next zone, Complexity being one of them. Optic making their way over. We know they land Lava City big mod type area, so they're going to be able
I
to
appreciate
walk
y'all.
in through
Keep
launch
it up,
site
baby.
likely. So the question is, will they be gate kept here from hanging out in the ring? So
Oh, and also, viewers, I am also sorry that I'm super bad at this watch party shit. When I'm going to say something, I am going to pause it so I'm not talking over the casters. And I'm not going to be probably casting this because there are casters to do that. They get paid to do that shit. Maybe not very well, but I'm not going to literally cast this shit when they're casting it. I'm just trying to watch it, you know. And I still don't agree with this. Like, I mean, they're in first place right now. But I don't know, buddy.
long. You can see Monsoon. 6 med kits, Vicky. 6.
Do you think he's got enough? I'm not too sure.
Gotta
see.
can't tell.
6
I gotta
med
see out
kits,
here,
fuck, you could be
especially
living
with
in
them
the
taking their
storm
time
till
into this
round
next
3.
circle. They did pick up somebody real quick on that Valkyrie Skyward dive, but they are pretty far away.
And
that's
homie
actually
got a
why they're
Phoenix
rotating
kit.
on
That's
this side of
stupid.
Fragment West,
Why
instead of
do you
opting to
hold that
continuously
much
push
big
through the
meds?
land
What
side, where
the
not
fuck?
only would they get pressured out, but they'll
I'm
be
about to
the
have
low
to go
ground,
take a
where
shit
the other
on
squad is
what
gonna be
I
able to be
just
on the high
seen.
ground on top of that platform.
I'm
where the
sorry,
replicators
I
lie
won't
as
pick
well.
up
So
6 med
Complexity
kits.
going for some smart moves, just trying to
6
take their time to
batteries,
rotate
yeah.
on the
I'll pick up
outside
like
of this
maybe
next circle.
2 to 4 med kits.
So let's go ahead and
6
think
is
about
pushing
what
it.
they're about to experience should they navigate through 2 different chokeholds. Drug-free on your screen as well, still on the outskirts.
Because 9
of the
times
ring,
out of
over
10,
by
you don't
Landslide,
have
trying
time to
make
even
their
use
way over
1, let
and
alone
take to the
6.
skies and
Good fucking
kind of close
god.
that distance. They'll have the scan from Valkyrie to be able to see what could potentially be free, but they're not going to get that immediate
Their
scan into a building.
their team name is called Drug Free? Whoa, what? What? Their team name. Yo, Skip. Their team name's called Drug Free. Dude, no fucking way. Oh my god. That's savage right there. Drug Free. Trying to make a caster lose their jobs. Holy shit.
So let's see if they can get over and out and
Oh,
into that
man.
choke point. But they're getting
I love
peppered
that
from
team name.
afar, so
That's
a lot of
great. That's the
information
greatest.
straight
Actually, no, that's not the
in.
greatest,
Oh,
but
this
that's
is
one
gonna
of
be
them.
Interesting. I like that they haven't taken a lot of damage on the initial flight, because typically someone will fall so incredibly low that they get inted on, but the fact that they were able to do that safely is really nice.
And what's good for them is they're also going to be able to rotate on the north side of Thermal Station from that slight high ground, and then with them trying to
Aw,
come in from this
Duplex
side
don't
of the
play with
circle, I'm
them no
expecting them to
more.
possibly run
It
into
dropped
100
went
Thieves,
to
who
fucking
also
Optic
was
and
that
he was
squad to
on
take their time to
Space
rotate
Station.
in. So what is that going to mean with that contention as we take a look at
Dude, let me guess. All of Space Station, either they pulled the org from Pro League or all their players left. Like, what the fuck happened?
Optic Gaming, a squad that is looking to bunker down, obviously not rocking the caustic that we usually see from Skittle Cake here, instead just opting to stick with the catalyst.
That's
that we
why I
have seen with
couldn't
a
be
lot
in
of
Pro
other
League.
regions,
I
but
couldn't be
that
in
doesn't
Pro
mean caustic
League.
hasn't been used. We saw a little bit of caustic in the EMEA
Because me, how aggressive I am, say I'm like the team leader. Like, I made the team. And I get 2 of my teammates to come with me, like 2 of my friends to join me in the Pro League. And they vote me out of my own fucking team that I made. I would go and hurt both of them. I'd break both of their arms to where they could not play. That would piss me off so bad. So you're telling me I got fucked over by 2 rich guys that I recruited to a team I fucking made? Like, that's why I don't like Pro League, because I understand if you decide to leave an org or if you decide to retire, that I can understand. But getting fucked over by so-called friends in your so-called organization, that's when I'd get pissed.
Region, but we did see a caustic within this lobby as well, probably from CLG.
I couldn't do Pro League
on that caustic, but Optic Gaming now just taking their time, and with Skittlecake having a gold mag on that Nemesis, I feel like I'm in danger just by watching.
Bro, Noct has a gold prowler as well, so I mean,
oh,
the fact
that's
is
sad.
They get all that really good loot from mod, so they're gonna be fine. They've already made their way through launch site and are just like kind of anchored down in a building on the outskirts of Tree in one of the back buildings. I like this position for them, and I'm thinking back to like Pro League Split.
Well, that just tells me, Don't Trip, that they wanted the money from the tournament. They didn't care about the game. They didn't care about the community. They just wanted the money. That's all Space Station really cares about. Like, they could have won the tournament. They were looking so good to win it, too. And the reason why they pulled the org from the tournament is because they're the reason why they lost. Is because the players literally threw that last game and gave it to Dark Zero. Even though the circle was pulling to Dark Zero. Like, they had Godspot, they had the win condition, they knew that they were going to win once that circle was coming towards them. You know. I mean, you can't blame the players when they did everything they could. You know, but that's why I will never go to Space Station Gaming. Like, they could come and offer me a $5 million contract and I'll play for 5 years. $1 million a year, and I would literally tell the organization or owner, you can go fuck yourself, because all you do is care about money. We could see it. Fucking Frex is on, I don't even know who Frex is on, but Dropped is on Optic Gaming. Like, all 3 of their players had to go find teams, and luckily they had friends in the scene to go get teams.
Optic
or
Gaming,
they would be ultimately
tough, right?
fucked.
They constantly had issues while navigating the challenging
Damn, look
meta
at that
changes
fucking
and
wall
just couldn't seem
climbing.
to have adapted to that.
Good shit,
so I'm
Monster.
hoping here in Split 2, bringing in Dropped as opposed to Duplex, how they're going to navigate, because when teams make roster changes, I want to see it pay off for them, right?
Oh, walls going up, disrupting the vision of a team that's on the other side of that field while Complexity makes their quick rotation. I like this option because there's 2 minutes on the clock, and what Complexity wants
I
to
knew
do
G2
is
wasn't
navigate their way
staying
into
long.
the next circle without having to burn too much, whether it be the Skyward Dive or even bringing attention to themselves after taking advantage of using that Catalyst wall. That's
And that doesn't surprise me. Fucking Cloud9's been dying as a fucking organization forever. They keep on leaving pro leagues, pro scenes. You know, they do an excellent job. They still walk away with money. But then they leave the pro scenes. Like, they do the stupidest business decisions.
one already down in Complexity, so they're gonna start making the rotation, and it looks like it was 100 Thieves who ended up not only exiting out of the choke point that we saw Drug Free land on, but
I knew
also just trying to
G2
take their
wasn't
chances
staying,
and
though.
maybe seeing if they could rotate around before Complexity met up with them. Both teams just
And
disengaging.
that doesn't even shock me that
I don't think it's a
Cloud9's
bad
out.
idea to use the Dark
Don't.
Veil for the rotations, obviously hiding out that LOS, but it also has that 2-minute cooldown, so you'll have it back fairly quickly, especially if you
Shooby
compare
Tooby.
that
I
alongside some
fucking
ultimate
love that
accelerators. But
name, dude.
native
Shooby
gaming on
Tooby.
your screen, Lane, Kenny, and Bullet. Bullet coming in from Asia South, recently moving to the U.S., formerly played on Sudaraiku. Excited to see kind of what this team
Oh,
can do
more
thus far, just
Australians.
kind of nestled in behind the
Okay.
building in the back of the outskirts of Tree, and you
Some
can see
Australians playing
a little
in it.
riot drill coming in from a Mad Maggie, likely on the inside
Man,
lane on Wraith. A lot more
Lanimals.
Wraiths here in NA.
And they have good
That's
players.
interesting too. I
that
love seeing the
made a
difference
new
between
team.
the different legend compositions.
Elber
we're
Lele
exposed to
from,
for different regions. I mean, talk about the Mad Maggie inside of this building alone. I love how you highlighted.
I don't
Bullet,
remember
too.
what
When I think
team he
about
was
Bullet,
on. I think it was
about his
Cloud9.
insane Kraber survivor plays that we've seen happen at LAN.
Yeah, he was
back
on
in the
Cloud9 with
championship
Zach
actually
Mazer.
last year. So Bullet usually always out here. Like to see how he's gonna be in addition for Native Gaming right now.
Yeah, but
See the Bullet drone
Alberlele's
coming
on
out
LAN.
again from the Mad Maggie. They know exactly where they're at.
Lanimals,
It's a team
whatever
that
the
probably
fuck
has
they're
a
called.
seer
I think they're just
as
called
well. So
LAN.
Native Gaming just playing on the outside.
Very interesting.
Oh,
Not
no,
sure
it's
they're
called
gonna try to make a
Lanimals.
play for
Okay.
the inside of that building, but you got
You were
MLS
bullshitting,
Madness,
okay.
The IGL paired alongside
I
Shuby
don't
and
fucking
Lux
know.
30. But
This is my first time watching it, boy, so I don't know the teams anymore.
we saw so much action from Shub, right? A lot of RE45 moments where you had popped off in split one. So can we carry that momentum forward? I mean, we have 18 squads remaining round.
Well, now, what the fuck? It was just at Verhulst's fucking shit, and it was an MNK. Now, you go to Reps' perspective, it says, Reps, who the fuck is he?
3 starting to close, and now finally checking in with TSM. You know they land Lava Siphon, and they're currently sitting in these train cars on the bridge getting poked and
Oh, he
prodded.
actually
How
got
on the
signed to
Bangalore.
C9.
No Catalyst here, and Big E on the horizon, Vicky.
Well,
Let's
he
jump
got
into a
signed to
quick
play
listen
with them.
with
He wasn't a
TSM sponsored
stand-in.
by
He was
WD
signed for that
Black
whole
underneath the
year to
rotation.
play with them, even though he was a TSM player.
We're all dead.
Above us.
90 on one, 90 on one.
One shot. Careful, we can't overpeak it. I'm peeking this. Valk 70. Valk is fried.
I'm on ult them. My ult,
I have the bat.
Fucking the Valk, fucking the Valk. No, I'm not.
I got him. Play
Back well.
Play slow,
I'm batting,
guys.
I'm batting.
We got point from behind. Watch out.
God.
Trying to bat here.
Grenades. Watch the grenades.
The full 3-man behind there. Need that.
Marking that. I
They're
stuck one. They went back through portal.
They're still up behind the wall. Should we kill them while the wall's up?
Shoot that. I'm down.
I like how active Imperial Hal is in the comms. Like, I would want a teammate like that.
Hello's cracked.
But I would eventually tell him that you are literally screaming into the comms. You need to have clearer comms. And quit acting like a teenage boy. Like, he is literally screaming like he's getting murdered.
Someone mirrored us over here.
It's a video game, dude. Calm down. Calm down, buddy.
Bat in here. Hike and see me.
I'm gonna smoke us.
I know it's your fucking so-called job because you refuse to get a job in real life, Hal, but damn.
I'm safe here. They can
Come
still
on
see
now.
there.
I'm trying to stick. I'm gonna
You
see if I can
fancy
stick it.
yourself to call yourself one of the best players in the world, like,
They're pushing.
do it calmly.
I got one. They're getting shot in the back.
I arc them, batting.
I'm batting. We're batting. We should swing this, I think.
Wait.
Truck is
I need
swinging,
to
truck
heal.
is swinging.
Come to me.
New team swinging us.
Dead from a knock.
Use me.
I can't. I'm trying to get away. We're just getting into
We just got 8. Jesus Christ.
Don't peek it. I'm peeking it. TSM with the insane comms at the very end, but so many squads in this area invited third.
I'm
fourth,
like, what the
seventh, mirroring
fuck?
them on the other side. You saw Rambo go crazy with that 30-30 at the very start.
The call.
But here comes another team now making the way, Tiff.
Homie's like, don't peek it, I'm peeking it. Like, my fuck, dude. Oh. Dude, I love that team named Meat Lovers. Sick.
Chaotic, and just like that, Tech deals the
That has like a
finishing
fucking
blow to Rambo.
quadruple
Sentinel's
meaning
going to be
in this game.
eliminated, and now Meat Lovers are making their way relatively with ease into that next zone. So you go to think who is going to kind of take you on, right? You're on the low ground. You see the exhibit up on the right-hand side. You've got Lanimals, Naughty, Alberlelli, and Lou. Lou's going to be on that race. Here's where
Wait.
that portal is going to come into play. That double distance. all the way
Wait,
out
so
to
they got
152.
rid of fucking
Lou
Zach
gonna
Mazer
hold
for
Naughty.
Lou
No, that is
from
not what you
Sentinels?
wanna have happen, but
That's
between Glitch Energy and NRG,
disgusting
they
team.
are taken down, but NRG
Yo, my
Guild
boy
has to
Guild
run
is
for the
still
season.
on
This is
NRG. Let's
unfortunate.
go.
Renegade Lobo with the bracelet toss off to the side while Lanimals gets taken down by also the team inside of
Let's
these buildings.
go.
Optic
Oh shit, they're
predicted
in-game
this circle.
leaders
They were
down.
also
Fuck,
bunkered
sweet.
down inside this building from the very beginning, so they could be taking some shots.
Oh,
on
a team
Glory
called
on the underside of
Glory,
the tree.
okay.
It's
I
trying
like
to
the
find
name.
their way around
Oh
the
damn, you
knockdown
just
shield.
got shit.
He gets taken
Oh,
down, and here comes
god
another
damn,
squad.
everybody's
Meat
getting
Lovers
shit on.
get
It's a fucking
eliminated,
battle
and it's a
royale.
guild now, as the
I mean,
soldiers try to
yeah,
find
no
opportunity
shit.
to prevent the res.
I mean, Guild eliminating Glory. Loba has never looked better, in my opinion. Can we get the res off onto Nathan? You can drop the black market, loot up in case you're missing any heals. You can see just shy on some light ammo. Maybe you want to re-up on that. And you've got the entirety of all the death around you to pick from. So let's go ahead and get back, see if we can get to Nathan, utilizing the bracelet as a tactical to close that positioning. But getting peppered from afar, I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Can we get a shield off? They do. But I
yeah.
don't think it's good.
Ooh, I know you're a pro player and all, but why the fuck would you go through a shield swap, lowering it to a blue, and you're getting shot from like 7 different people? Like, that wasn't going to work. Huh? I don't get it. Like, homie didn't even try to go. Like, there was a stone divider right in front of him. He could have slid to that and fucking stayed crouched. And he... man, I don't know. Like, some of these calls on these pro players are just like... They look like fucking me out there, bro.
Gonna be enough, and that is so crazy. But now on board with MLS, who has been hiding out behind this building so patiently.
Not like people say, like, the aim assist is not that bad, you know? But I know one thing. People need to quit saying aim assist is the only thing in the game. Like, that defends so many fucking hackers in the game. Because of the aim assist calls. Aim assist is not that bad on controller, I swear to God. Now, is it better than mouse and keyboard? To some players. I use mouse and keyboard. I need to start using an Xbox controller, but I'm sticking with mouse and keyboard for right now.
You know, Madness with the Warden pick. That's what I like to call Mad Maggie. She's the Warden out here. That's why she comes in with the Wrecking Ball, with that drill, putting in a lot of damage out here. Ready rocking that red Evo in this late game out here with the amount of damage he's been able to attack onto the squads that have been...
Yeah, and I wish people would stop using Mad Maggie on, like, a casual trios, because I get so many fucking Mad Maggie teammates that are randoms, and they'll legit throw their fucking big Wrecking Ball at me to where I am slowed, I'm stunned, I can't help them, and then they have the audacity to say, "Why the fuck weren't you helping? Why didn't you not shoot them?" I'm like, why did you throw the goddamn giant ball at me? I had to cuss a teammate out yesterday, no bullshit, on stream, because he was a fucking idiot and threw the ball right at me. Even though I had the flank on 2 people, I shredded one of their, I downed one, and then I shit on the other dude's shields. But I couldn't do nothing after that because I got fucking stunned and slowed.
funneled those choke points, exiting out of these
I wish
POYs.
Pro
Now,
League
as
would
MLS
teach
are
Mad
gonna get pinged by
Maggies,
a
like
truck
random
in the
Mad
distance.
Maggies, a
We
little
know
bit better.
Which of these squads are in that next building? Take to the sky word dive. It's gonna be risky because I'm expecting each of these dome buildings to already been taken over.
Yeah, it makes no fucking sense. Like, literally, that's when I want to go to their house and break my keyboard over their fucking
They're
face.
going to have to fight forward, but there's a caustic inside, a Nox gas trap going to pop,
No
and they are
way.
just going to be punished for trying to move in their riot drill, going out of the hands of Madness and Arcstar galore. But this is just not the push that you thought it was going to be, and you're setting off all the traps.
They said, let me in, and they forced their way in. It doesn't matter if it's the Caustic Barrels. Madness is literally one right now. He tosses up the Wrecking Ball, but he gets shot from behind. MLS get eliminated, and it's thanks to Optic Gaming being the nail in the coffin on the other side.
Look,
Did I see that
Let me in
right?
and just not
Bullshit. Bullshit. That is why they did not need to go to LAN. They did not need to go to LAN with CLG. Complexity did not need to go to LAN with CLG because there you go. iShinies with CLG. Where the fuck is Reptar? You see Monsoon is still on Complexity, but where the fuck is Reptar? They literally got rid of all their key players. So Complexity is going to suck ass this year no matter what.
Not the push that you thought it was going to be, and you're setting off all the traps.
They said, let me in, and they forced their way in. It doesn't matter if it's the Cossack Pharaohs. Madness is literally one right now. He tosses up the right wing bump, but he gets shot from behind. MLS get eliminated, and it's thanks to Optic Gaming being the nail in the coffin on the other side.
Look, they have been biding their time.
Yeah, don't trip. That's the thing. I don't have that time. I don't have many more streams left, my buddy. Like, I don't know if I told everybody this, but here's an update time. Frozen is about to go homeless again. And if he's not going homeless, he's going to where he cannot play Apex Legends again. Like, for a while. Until I get my head back on my shoulders. You know, my feet back in the ground. But yeah, the reason why I don't really play ranked is because I still haven't found the right people to go in ranked with. Need microphones. Need people that have good comms. Let me guess, he woke your ass up? Just sniffing, scratching and shit?
You woke me up when you come and smoked a cigarette.
Oh shit, did I? Oh fuck, I didn't make a sound.
You was coughing.
I coughed under my breath once.
No, it was louder than that.
Shit, I swear he was making more noise than I fucking was. He just...
I was already awake, Dummy.
No, well, sorry if I did.
I was already awake.
Alright.
It was a cigarette.
Alright.
Maybe about that.
I got you.
Time, Vicky. They have been here since the beginning, landing over at Big Bod, kitted out into fruition. Triple purple shields, only 2 eliminations, but I think they're gonna find a lot of success.
Oh, that's
here
something
in the late
that
game.
we'd have to
Look
talk
at the way the
to
circle's
or
rolling on
talk
that
over
map. On the
DM
upper left-hand
or
side of your
like,
screen,
you
they
know,
will have
off
to go
stream.
outside at some point. LTC is playing the second floor, and they also have a team on their roof.
That's
so
also why I
this
love
is
how
a
that
triple
kid
stack, but
fucking
if you
came
look
into
out
my
to the very north of the
stream
screen,
of the
Team
Twitch
Diverge's
staff
Sleepy
taking to
Panda
court
is
and
out
shit
roaming,
and called me
CLG is
delusional
still alive on the
because
other side of
yeah,
the
if I'm about to go homeless, I think I
That's
am
gonna be
pretty
thanks
fucking
to all
crazy.
of Mamba's gas traps taking control over that lower side of that building that we just saw right now. I think Mamba's the only Caustic in this lobby, and obviously the only Caustic left right here. Alongside Nano and iShiny, Optic Gaming taking their time, playing right underneath. You highlighted perfectly, Tip, right now with LTC playing up the low ground. We know that Drug Free is right on top of them. Optic Gaming on the other side, CLG, Team Diverge with Sleepy Panda left, and LTC Esports in this lobby.
Yeah, I've got to hand it to all the teams coming in from the Split 2 qualifiers, putting on a strong showing here in map number 1. They feel as if they have something to prove. We always talk about NA.
And that's another thing, bro. Even if I do go homeless, I'm going to survive. Always do. The only thing that's on my mind right now is my mother has a place to stay. My uncle has a place to stay. I don't give a fuck about me. I give a fuck about my family. I'm a family man. I'm a real man. I will legit go die in a fucking ditch just to make sure that my family lives, if I have to. Well, I probably won't go die in a ditch. I'll probably just survive in the ditch. I'll have fucking food every day. You know, I'll just have to deal with the weather. That's the main bitch about being homeless, is at nights it gets cold. During the summer, during the daytime, you have to find shade. And you have to be lucky that you don't walk up to a fucking rich piece of shit and ask him for $2 for a fucking dollar menu at McDonald's, and then you get stabbed through and through the arm. And then you take the knife out of your own arm and try to kill the person, or you almost kill the person with his own weapon. That's what happened to me. The first time.
Being one of the more dominating regions, but when you eliminate a lot of the powerhouses early and you've got your split 2 qualifier teams, this just goes to show you that there's a lot of people that want to make a name for themselves and elevate their regions. We saw it happen in EMEA, and it's doing so again here today in NA.
Calm before the storm right now. 5 squads.
But that's
left for
one
this
thing
final
I'll always
circle,
say.
closing
I
in
will
behind Drug
always
Free's back.
hate kids that come in and try to
Final round
judge
right now.
when they know
Adding in
fucking
some
nothing
extra
about
cover
you.
Just in case, you can see the plans being
I
made
hate
by
kids
Surge,
like
trying to
that.
Closing the gap while staying on the high ground right here.
Saucer,
Homie
one of the
doesn't know
members
my
of
past
Drug
and
Free.
wants
I
to say I'm
remember Free
delusional.
back
Thanks
on
for
Atlanta
fucking
premiere,
pointing out the
has
obvious,
played on a multitude of
Sherlock.
scenes, exhibit
Dumb
going
motherfucker.
out,
Yeah.
and now the clutter and the chaos begins. Sleeping out on the north side, trying to play some of those.
Love you, don't
boxes
trip.
They had the ability, but holding the high ground
You
is
the real
going to be
homie.
that of
You a
Drug
real
Free.
G.
Optic Gaming falls, 4 squads
Me and my
remaining.
friends still want to know who the fuck is
LTC Drug
Andrew.
Free, CLG, those exhibitions coming out makes it look like they're at a rave here too. They get the knock, but Drug Free wants to stay on the high ground. They want to put themselves in the line of sight. Impulse finishes the last player right there as LTC get eliminated.
I think this is Drug Free's game to lose here. You can hear the knocks going in. The ring's going to pay dividends. Team Diverge member out there. They need to keep an eye on that as well. Asura knows exactly where they are. They're going to have to come out, but Drug Free is going to have to drop. We know there's a race still in play. I thought I heard the audio cue, and there it is. You can see the race going crazy right now, trying to prolong their life. CLG eliminated, but just like that, Drug Free coming out. Did I hear a little bit of hammer point action in that P2020?
Hold up. Alright guys, I'm going to put my stream on and be right back because I have to go to the bathroom and I can't just leave the stream running. Or, well, I can't just leave this running paused. Here, I tell you what. Shit, man. I gotta go to the bathroom so fucking bad. Meh. Please.
Yo, what's up? This is Remix from South Africa, and this is a big shout out to Beatbox International.
Be right back.
Cause I can feel it in my brain that I'm about to go insane. Yeah, I can feel it in my brain that I'm about to. About to go.
Yeah.
Fucking peeling. Cause I'm fucking peeling. Jump on. Jump on. Say, bitch, I'm on fire. One more time. Yeah. Yo. Yeah. Okay. drop it low with my flow like. Get her down. Yeah. Cause I can feel it. I can feel it. Yeah.
Yo, what's up? My name is Indicator, and this is a big shout out to Beatbox International. I'm an alien from the outer space. I am an alien. I'm here to take your place. I am an alien. I got that alien base. I am an alien. I'm gonna kill your race cause I'm a brilliant. From the part of a place, I'm a brilliant. Here to pick your a place, I'm a failure. Got that failure and face, I'm an alien. I'm gonna kill you, I'll kill you like a bird. That's a mop, 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 birds. Let's roll it, let's roll it, let's roll it. Alien flow. Stronger, run from me and don't hurt. This could be our last word. Oh, please don't let me become a monster. Say you won't let go, I can't last much longer. Please don't let me become a monster. Times I will explode like thunder. Explode like thunder. back stronger. Run from me and don't hurt. This could be our last word. Please don't let me become a monster. Say you won't let go. I can't last much longer. Please don't let me become a monster. Ooh, like signs I will explode like thunder.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Damn, this is easier than I thought it would be. Shit. It's like I haven't left, baby. It's like I haven't left. I'm back. Alright, there's full screen.
Oh yeah, you already.
Alright, I'm going to mute up on mic. I am going to be here. I am watching. Because I haven't watched this shit yet. So no spoilers.
Beautiful rotation here from Drug Free, as well as holding it down on the rooftop to negate any of the other squads from making their way from the north side of Tree, where a lot of the action went down, making their way flawlessly from that area. So Drug Free sticking true, staying on the high ground. Amazing gameplay from them.
You got to stay in the power position. You got to keep that height. Rain Day, welcome back. We missed you. Curious to hear your thoughts. We saw it all day in EMEA, but now NA.
Well, I didn't have Drug Free winning game 1 on my bingo card. I'm not sure a lot of people did either. There were some crazy chaotic moments that ultimately landed them, though, the perfect spot to play from high ground, and it was great execution from them. Tiff, take a break. We're going to bring back Vicky. We're going to close out game 1 in terms of the highlights and standings. And Vicky, I don't know, is this a surprise? I'm sure it is. I think I'm just speaking more to engage in conversation, but Drug Free, what a start.
I've seen each and every one of these individual players have their shine moments, and Drug Free is a very strong team. The thing is, there's so many other strong teams in NA, so it's easy to overlook this team, but they played that so smart. They didn't know if there was a rat on the other side of what was left from Team Diverge, so they played that better safe than sorry. We saw the play come out from Sleepy Panda, what Sleepy Panda could do best, but it was Drug Free as a 3-man still up against the one solo rat that is the Wraith. I do really like to talk about the different compositions that we're exposed to, though, in NA versus EMEA. A lot more Wraith than I was expecting, Rain Day.
A lot more Wraith. There is several Horizon teams too, but I think the Wraith is the most important thing. This was a character that I felt, you know, and I'm sure as we're going to roll these highlights soon about this game and the way it, you know, ended up being, for me, Wraith was a character that got a perceptual buff in tandem with an actual buff. And what I mean by that is a lot of times, you know, somebody will get a new skin, they'll get a cool heirloom, people will play them, play rates will go up, you'll start to think,
I'm sorry, but I really don't give a fuck, Rain Day.
Should be.
We're not for one.
We want gameplay. That's all we're here for. Gameplay, baby.
Staging Mirage A Trois, the brand new name, as the Mirage Voyage is back in with Season 16 of Revelry, a fun location. Oh, and we get an immediate start with FaZe. My goodness. Looks like Phony might have been sped up there. That's just how fast this fight is going. CCE Shiny getting taken down. It's Snipe down here. It's going to pop a shield battery. Why not? 3-2 advantage. Should be an easy cleanup there. Just don't make any mistakes. And it'll do.
Uh-oh. It's taking too long. Complexity is just going to make their way from Epicenter. That's why they rotate so quick. FaZe now going to be able to have the advantage, but they need to finish up this fight as quickly as possible. There you go. That's the shooting from the distance. Bryce gets taken down by Monsoon, who has the charge rifle.
And he's got to pop this. This is a very fast one. And luckily, they are together as a team. If that came just a little bit earlier, would have stopped the res, and that would have really allowed Complexity to go for a real 2v2. But now it's back to a 3v2, despite Frex not having as much health. If anybody can collect something like this mechanically, it is Monsoon. But the reinforcements are already coming out from Frex. This new squad, both these teams being in London, finding a new home in FaZe Clan with the likes of Snipe down. Cody up on top here. Luda back up as well as Monsoon. Maybe it's just best to get out of here, Vicky.
They wanted to go in for the proper third party, but after history and already knowing what to expect, FaZe backed away in time, and I do believe because of that, there is still one member left of CCE who managed to get away. It wasn't a cleanup on that squad. Obviously, we still have 20 squads still left in the lobby, but we're down 2 players. So CCE forced to play this out as a rat. Not too sure which of those players are the ones that get away, if it's a support character to get those banners all crafted up at a replicator, but Complexity now neighboring the other side of Climatizer while taking their time for this fight. Now the circle is going to be closing in soon, and they are going to have to travel toward that southwestern side.
And this is going to be a problem, especially if Monsoon keeps hitting these shots, because it's not just the damage, the easy value from the massive amount of single bullet efficiency the charge rifle brings to the table, but they're going to get purples pretty soon. A couple more shots, and that's 3 purples. Complexity, though, feel that it's not worth engaging. Too much risk, not enough reward, and they'll start heading away towards Epicenter, climbing on the other side of things as we start a little bit spicy, but not too spicy. No teams down quite yet in North America, but you can tell nobody is afraid to take a fight here.
Also got confirmation that the last member of CCE is Sauce, who is on the Seer, so not going to be able to replicate any of those banners if he didn't get to obtain them originally in that fight. I like the decision from Complexity to call off on that fight while we take a look at other teams like Sentinels over here by Harvester. Harvester getting congested real quick here too with a skyward dive right over the head of Rambo. The squad's going to be able to hold that high ground by that hill, but it can be risky sometimes to hold that hill early on with teams that rotate away from landslide. You could find yourself pinched.
TSM in a low Harvester spot, which is a great place to hold, depending on the pull. You got a lot of access to be able to hit that choke before, and a lot of teams coming from either a southern or an eastern side, you'll be able to have some decent KP opportunities on their rotation as well. So, Sentinels, skyward dive just to the high ground, taking advantage of Keon and the Watson perimeter security, doing just that, giving them a little bit of space on the outskirts for them to try to stabilize, hit some repeater shots, and get those whites up to blues. You can't imagine, Vicky, just how dangerous it is to have a white in a lobby like this. It's just half a second, not even, and you're down. So you got to get those up as soon as possible, especially if you're playing an open land there with not a lot of easy loot.
Yeah, that's why you see sometimes, depending on the circle too, you see some teams not only take their time depending on their composition, but take advantage of the replicators. Just use replicators to boost up their Evo shields while they make the rotation in. The one team that I could think of is Optic. Complexity being another team that's probably going to take their time to rotate in and away from Climatizer. Now, as we do see the circle closing in, Dark Zero still on the high ground right now. Going to be sharing some of this space of Harvester. We just saw Sentinels here earlier on. They made a quick rotation with the Skyward Dive. We saw TSM right underneath Dark Zero at one point. This is probably the team that had Skyward Dive right on top of this hilltop originally when Sentinels saw them.
2-time land winners out of the last 3. Dark Zero disappointed to not have gotten a match point to have a chance to compete in London. They'll be looking to get that same opportunity again. It'll take a big season, but feels like they've gotten their feet wet in terms of what North America brings to the table. It was a late qualification, actually, a final day qualification that allowed them to even make it to London, which would have been a true disaster for a team that fully relocated all of their members across the world to play in a different region. But now a better day for Dark Zero fans. See what they can pull together.
Well, you're bringing me back out here, Rain. Just thinking about that final game that they ended up winning just to qualify was absolutely insane.
Close.
Got to see what they could bring out here for Split 2. Want to be a little bit more comfy without playing on the edge, especially when it comes to qualifications.
I think that's the big thing they've got to bring to the table now. Just getting to the place where they know how bad that felt. I'm sure that was not a fun way to qualify, and they've got to have some urgency in the first half of this split, which it felt like they didn't, but for good reason. I mean, it's a totally different challenge, quality of play across all 10 teams, all 20, all 30 teams. It's going to be better in North America. You're going to still have some incredible performers, but it's not going to be all the way down to the bottom. And I think that's what Dark Zero we're just getting used to. Every lobby so threatening and really having to earn their stripes, which they did. Team Diverge as well, second place in game number 1. Can they keep that up? They're in a little bit of a poking battle with the team outside of the tunnel. But so far, they're holding the zone. So that team's going to have to move either through them or around them.
Oh, look at the teams that are taking their time. We talked about them just briefly. Monsoon, Luda, Cody, they're going to be able to take advantage of the replicator, get all the meds they want, boost up their evil shields if they haven't already. They put some damage on earlier when they tried a third party, that CCE versus phase fight off the rip and Climatizer. They're going to start making the rotation now. They have the jump tower right next to them, and the circle is right there as well, so it's not like they have to use too much of their meds that they just crafted up. I also really like how you highlighted Team Diverge. Sleepy Panda coming out, getting second place as a solo. Nobody could push Sleepy Panda because of his positioning inside one of those open crates where it would have left you open. But still, even though they got 1 KP, that's the power of just staying at the very end of the game to get those placement points, to multiply the KP that you could even get. Complexity, another team right now, looking to make the comeback after a rather lackluster first game. I mean, it was just the first game, but they got 12. Able to obtain 2 KP to their name after that 50-50 drop. Optic Gaming also making the rotation into this next circle right now. Out of that circle, just trying to see where everybody else is here.
Optic Gaming, as they land, hopefully landing safely. What does last season hold for them? What was the record? Well, disappointing. No other way to describe it. A team that we thought was one of the best in the world did not show up, did not really play a part in London. But I think that's a great opportunity for them to reassess and readjust. They've added Dropped in place of Dupe. And although the crowd chants, we'll always miss the big Dupe, it seems like this may be a new sign of life for Optic, Vicky. Just truly a make or break season for this squad. And I think they're leaning
I want to
towards
know what
maybe,
happened to
especially
Dupe.
with the talent on this squad. We already know they can do it. It's just about, can they find the synergy and the consistency now with the way things have shaped up in this meta.
They're playing to their strengths here at least right now, especially looking at the way they played game number 1, bunkered down inside of that room. You can see them just trying to replicate that here inside of this building, predicting where the circle is going to be pulling. I was wondering if a squad already had made their way onto the high ground above that tunnel. I think that's going to be a very good spot for this circle. It could also allow you to have good 50-50 rotation options. It's that tunnel area where you're on the high ground, exiting out of the choke point from staging. It's going to get contested soon here as we actually get to see a fight happening over to the side of Harvester right now. It's going to be AJC.
Not sure who got that scan. Someone nearby, though. Probably not these two teams fighting, I'll tell you that. So they're going to know exactly where the clump is. Third party in the mix? We don't know. Not Nuts goes down. Might be another one falling soon. Go.
Oh, he just quit.
Teammate.
He wanted the money in one tournament, and then he just wanted to quit. What a piece of shit.
And over on the high ground, you're going to see Impulse, Sorcerer holding that too. So, still a big standoff here. 19 squads left. Moving a lot slower, a lot more cautiously, Vicky, here in game 2.
Yeah, AJC calling off, actually trying to get involved in that fight. Yes, they lost out on a teammate, but they're trying to patiently wait over on the other side when they smell the third party moving in. Dark Zero on the other side where CLG is sitting inside of that building. We note that there was a team that scanned that beacon to see where the enemies are around the entire map, and that beacon is by Harvester, so I wouldn't be surprised if it is TSM who made the rotation away from Lava Siphon in that direction. If they did, a lot of these teams on the north side of this next circle are trying to take advantage of approaching thermal station from the high ground. So it's going to look like a bloodbath soon, exiting out of staging into that choke point where a lot of teams are going to eventually meet up.
Jinbert and Sharky in 0 now, all on blues. But you're right, it's going to be a meetup very soon. Whether by volition or by necessity, hopefully they can choose their own terms on how they show up. Whether a little bit late to the party, or maybe a little bit early. Seems like Dark Zero just scanning out, trying to figure out the best way to go. If there's anybody you could trust, though, Zero. Really the one who was touted the best IGL in the world for 2 tournaments in a row, claimed nearly half a year until we had a chance to prove it again. I think that's got to go to Hal now. He's up against Hal and Sweet in this lobby. So Zero's another opportunity to prove himself and his stuff. CCE holding on. Wow. Gonna make it though, but gonna be a solo for the rest of the game. This is gonna be a tough one to get some points with still 19 squads left, Vicky.
Look, sometimes you have to pretend like you're a cat. You got 9 lives out here, and that's what Sauce is trying to do right now, as he's trying to stay alive for the rest of CCE after they lost themselves in that 50-50 against FaZe. As we tune into FaZe, we know how many teams are already here. We talked about it. We talked about the congestion on that northern side of Thermal Station. Circle's going to be continuously pulled down, so FaZe finds some time to breathe for now, but playing up the low ground is going to be scary when you don't have a horizon to grav lift you up into the high ground. You don't have the skyward dive, but you're going to be in the line of sight of a lot of other teams, even if the wall goes up for the Catalyst.
Yeah, that is going to be the question here. Maybe hoping it's not going to be as congested where they are at round 3, round 4, where they're going to have to do it. It is a tough bet, though. You're right. They don't have that early mobility. And you can see a little bit of what Catalyst brings to the table. Nice avoidance there from Sharky of the CRQ. Would have just canceled it for a bit, but would have been a little bit annoying as well. And that wall just meaning we can get some free rotation, free safety, and then we're going to skyward dive. Where are they going to land, though? Up goes Dark Zero. And where's Zero making the call? Jinbert and Sharky trying to find a safe spot. That is exactly where we saw FaZe.
Oh, no.
But they're going to land kind of in between this little donut here, the top and the bottom. It's a safe spot to hold for now.
Oh,
Maybe
man,
right here, Vicky, they'll stabilize.
Everywhere. Yeah, they're getting pinged everywhere. The Arc starting out getting tossed in the corner by Zero. He just popped that shield. He's got to pop another one right now. Optic also going crazy in the feed, fighting off, getting that knock on to Protectful. Wondering where they found some time to breathe, if they were actually still inside of that building to the left side of Thermal Station. But Dark Zero seeing other teams now right below them that maybe FaZe trying to rotate out of this entire chaos. The wall would probably be the best bet to go into the skyward dive, but that would be such an expensive cost to rotate out of here. So many other teams on the high ground, CLG of course too, that made the rotation out of that building from the left side of Harvester.
It's a great point you bring. It's like,
and those that keep up with the ALGS, I'm just going to let you know I already watched the first day of EU, like EMEA, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Fire Beavers won like they stomped ass. Like, and Fire Beavers used to be Zeta Division with Taskmaster. But yeah, Fire Beavers literally shoulder deep fisted the fucking other teams. I mean, Pioneers did alright, Alliance did alright, a couple teams actually did alright in Day 1 EMEA, but that's why we're not watching Day 1 EMEA, because I already watched it last night, sadly, or well, yesterday morning. But we're watching NA Day 1 and then gameplay, hopefully. I'll let y'all know. I'll keep y'all updated. But back to the Pro League. Let's watch.
that skyward diver used to, you know, it's not safe or the angle. It's like, no, you can wall in front of it, and that would allow them to find a little bit of wiggle room and probably not be the focus of attention, because yes, you could shoot through the wall, but there's going to be other people around you. There's going to be probably better, more secure priorities for KP or just more problematic teams. So it's something Dark Zero can do in a pinch. How are they on the ultimates? Now snipe down below, 80% on that Valk ult should be charged up by the time they need it, if they do need it. Not nuts up on top as a solo, going to be able to get the res. There's the Catalyst wall as well, and it's going to work. I love the ingenuity of this.
I love it, but like Tip mentioned in game number 1, it's expensive. It takes 2 minutes to just get that right back up again if you don't have an ultimate accelerator. I mean, basically what Bangalore could do when you hide behind those smoke grenades, but still finding the information off of the Seer attack. This is why we see Seer so much now that there's a lobby ridden of these catalysts. You're still going to be able to get the information right through that wall.
But I think that's expensive too on the side of Snipe Down and FaZe, because they've had to use that. And, you know, I think at the end of the day, when you consider the fact that there are going to be ultimates countering ultimates here, it's about who ends up winning the trade. Everyone's going to have to use something. You're not going to get out of this walking scot-free with some G7s and an R9 saying, what's up to the party? You're going to have to spend. But it's about what's the value you get when you spend. And if you stay alive, well, that's important. 17 squads left here. And you know it's about to be round 4 closing. That means a lot of squads are about to die very soon.
This is the chaos on the north side of the circle, where we were expecting even that high ground that we mentioned earlier before on the top of that train tracks is still available in that next circle. These rotations now as Drug Free are looking to clean up the KP while they circle keep this squad right below them. The beam is between the G7 and the Nemesis doing the deed, taking care of Gen. AJC get eliminated.
Drug Free already popping off here. Game 2, staying in first place already. A couple of other kills. That's Dark Zero. Drug Free take out Apex South, now North America's second most LAN-winning team. As they continue to put on a show here, a clinic in the first couple of games. We did not expect this, but Drug Free making us say their names as we head into 17 squads, now 10, Vicky, in a matter of like 45 seconds.
This is insane. All the action between the north side now as Drug Free makes their way in. TSM got taken down. We saw what happened to NRG. Now we have 100 Thieves playing off the low ground of this building. And look at this chaos. Optic Gaming made them rotate outside of the building from the west side of Thermal Station, now playing on the other underside of where these zip lines are. You see Naughty now playing off the high ground. Optic Gaming trying to engage in this fight. They have the digi threats necessary through these smokes.
Oh, and it's just 2 up top from LAN, but they're making so much work done with 2 players only. And this is Optic Gaming now feeling the heat from it. I'm Madness from MLS coming in and taking down Abralelli, so hopefully that will relieve a little bit, but it's up to Dropped. Just joined the team, and for a good reason. Takes him down. Dropped, finds Naughty. That was the end of LAN up on top, and maybe there's something special here. Dropped checking his 6, his 9, his 12, his 3, everything. And now trying to figure out if he has time to be able to get up his teammates. Optic still with a chance here.
Is that Bullet playing off the lip of the rock like Skyrim Goat climbing over to the side of the mountain? Actually crazy, as he was the one trying to pressure Optic. 100 Thieves getting pressure themselves. Tries to go for the res. Needs some backup from Amu. He sends out the Seer attack right now here too. You can see the Catalyst spikes as well. Just trying to not only disrupt some vision here, but maybe trying to find an opportunity to force 100 Thieves now to rotate around after losing out on Scurry.
Yeah, better play though. I think just get the shield swap. You don't have to hit a shield battery. See what else you can do. You were lost. They had high ground on you and low ground, and there was a Seer above you for sure. What can Vaxlon and Onmu do? 100 Thieves had a bit of a rough go over the last couple of months, trying to get back to winning form, that top 5 kind of form that they were in at the championship last year. Big shot there. Will eliminate Native Gaming, earn them an extra point. 7 on the board for 100 Thieves. No chance, it seems like, to get a mobile respawn. So what do? Get a little aggressive here, going to high ground. Vaxlon taking the top of the building. Is he going to try to pressure this?
Oh my goodness, Optic. They
Optic's
found...
out.
Yeah, they found the trade between Bullet here too. That means MLS, Optic Gaming, they are out of here. That was actually insane over on the underside of where 100 Thieves now is holding the high ground on top of this building. Vaxlon saw that one team climb over the fence and said, nope, I'm flying all the way to the top of this roof right now. You can't force me out of here. It's Impulse, Asura, and Saucer on the low ground. Sharing that, though, in the building right next to GE is going to be FaZe.
Yeah, big-time stuff from FaZe. Big-time stuff from Drug Free, who are 4 other teams away from being back-to-back winners in the opening day of North America. But 100 Thieves staying up on that high ground. It's going to be a tough team to fight. It's going to be a team most players don't want to fight. Most players can't really fight. I don't know how many Horizons are left here, but the only way that's going to get them up to that height without getting shot by the other teams is going to either be a Valkyrie Skyward Dive, which may be beneficial to buy some time, or it's going to be a Horizon. I don't think many squads have that second option, so they're just going to have to fight what's in front of them. 100 Thieves could skate away. We'll see. Drug Free looking to make it 2. Sorcerer goes down. Will this be Drug Free going back-to-back? Let's bet on the Cinderella story and see if they can do it. Let's go to a listen-in, sponsored by WD Black, and see if Drug Free can make it happen.
You can slide right there. I have smoke and
just right under here. Just right under here.
Okay.
We keep smoking our feet.
This team is still above us.
They swung. No. They're on the other roof.
Are you sure? Can you see that above?
Yes. I just saw them.
Yes,
I just saw them.
No one on our side. They're all on.
We need to get out from underneath that thing. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna slide on the right side, and I'm gonna digi, and that's all we're gonna do. Okay.
In this door. Yep.
I have my ult. Look, cat broken.
Careful, height.
I have to bat.
There's a cat thing on me. Can you break that? Oh, it's in the door.
Can we swing to underneath the overhang?
Right here, on me.
Yeah.
This is
Can we
walled.
shoot these kids through the... Look, there's a crack. If they swing, we can shoot them through the crack.
Yeah.
I have Bengal.
There's a guy swinging the backside.
What do you think about if I smoke this and we play that?
You might
I
want
don't
to
know.
smoke and play out there later, yeah. Like really late though, really late.
There's a team on the other side of this.
Nades.
I'm ulting. I'm Bengal ulting.
I'm gonna die nades.
At the battle.
I can't smoke. I can't. No smoke.
Just kill left, kill left.
Just shoot everything left. Shoot everything left. They have to drop on us.
Above, look above! No! Holy fuck! I swear!
Let's fucking go. No smoke.
At the battle.
I can't smoke. I can't. No smoke.
Just kill left.
Just shoot everything left. Shoot everything left. They have to drop on us.
Above, look above! No! Holy fuck! I swear!
Let's fucking go. Our macro is on fucking point.
Let's
baby.
fucking go!
Holy shit.
And that is how you do it. Back to back for drug free. Oh my God. North America, wake up. Drug free is here.
Drug free? I love the comms. Their macro is on fire. They are something else right now. Their positioning outside that building had me on the edge of my seat. I was scared for them. The Digithreat came alive. The Bangalore smokes helped them out so much. Not only clouding where the other teams could see them, but they were playing off the low ground. They were not in the best spot right there, and they came out on top.
Tiff, what you see here, drug free go back to back. I'm sure you were just as shocked and impressed with what they're putting together.
It and my mouth just drops. They are hugging that doorway. You hear the comms come in. They want to play underneath that underhang. I'm looking in the Prowler. It's got 45 rounds of ammo total left in it. And I'm just like, they're about to swing it. This is their only option. You heard him. We're going to die to nades. So they preemptively start batting through the onslaught. And you see the Arc Star. You see the frag. They have the ring at their back. There's nowhere to go. 100 Thieves is on the roof. And my heart is in my mouth. But who would have thought drug-free? Back-to-back winners. Macro on point, baby. Macro on point.
Macro on point, but it's more than that. It's the fact that they are playing these moments so perfectly from a micro perspective too. You even talked about it. Preemptively going into the shield batteries, waiting patiently. I looked at that position that they were in and I thought, they're not necessarily in any specific advantage here on the outside of that building. Either one of those teams, especially on the outside that they were facing, could swing them, could push them, could nade them. The team inside obviously had to go outside, but they could have decided to go and fight the team to their right, which was drug free, and 100 Thieves as well. They could have just said, hey, we're not going to win this game, so let's just fire down. Let's try to grief somebody. But everyone took the perfect position, Vicky, and as we head back into these highlights, just walk me through your reaction to game 2 and all the moments that happened to get us there.
I mean,
Beautiful fire. Mia, but you're right. Wraith, 7.5%, a lot more than I thought, but let's go ahead, run it back. We know FaZe and CCE are contesting it out over here at Climatizer, but we can't let this go on very long because we know Complexity lands Survey and Epicenter and has been increasingly poking around.
you know they're rubbing their hands together, just waiting for the opportunity to strike and feast down on this third party. But I like the way that FaZe and CCE also played this, the way that they also disengage. We saw the Rat from CCE live for as long as they possibly could out here. Sasa's FaZe are just going to be able to rotate onto the off of the high ground. They heard them coming in, and they're going to catch them off guard. They thought they could. They thought they could get on the gravity lift, but no way. As FaZe has other plans. They lose out on Phony, but they have the number advantage.
Ooh, the hip fire from the Nemesis is absolutely disgusting. That 4-round burst can deal immense damage. Now the reset coming in here from FaZe, and 18 points, making them second on the day thus far, just after 2 games. It's just kind of interesting to see with Drug Free boasting 220-point plus back-to-back games, the kind of differential that they've pulled on the rest of the lobby. They just need to be consistent throughout the rest of the day, and they'll find themselves in the top 3.
That's what I would say before he transitioned onto Storm Point too, because we could see the difference between the comfort that World's Edge brings for some of these teams, the comfort that Storm Point instead brings for some of these teams, especially depending on where their POI is. If they have a Valkyrie rotating from the north side of Storm Point. Extended sniper mag. Now as we take a look at FaZe, they have some room to breathe. Complexity not rotating in. They know that that fight ended way quicker than they were expecting, so they're not even going to waste their time right now. They're just going to end up looting, not just the rest of Epi, but Survey as well. There's usually a replicator by Survey, so they can take advantage of that, since Complexity is usually one of those teams that like to take their time and play by the edge. But if we could get an overlook on where this next circle is going to be moving, we saw one pull all the way close to overlook by the rocks on the train track south of Epi. We saw one pull all the way to the west, and we are going to be getting an interesting circle out here, actually. That choke point that TSM's already rotating towards and by Lava Siphon is going to get contested quick out here. You can see TSM actually already in an engagement.
Yo, if we get a fragment ending, Vicky, I'm gonna be losing it, because those can be so exciting. You see the Sentinels just on the outskirts of Overlook making their way in, and you're right, TSM just on the fresh outside, and I see a Gibby bubble in the distance. Let me just tell you, NA is a hotbed of activity, whether they can decide on what they want to play. We're gonna see a lot of shifts moving forward after just this first match day.
It's CLG. It has to be CLG. This is also the same squad running Caustic. I feel like we're taking the time chamber just all the way back, taking the time machine all the way back into town as TSM are rotating away from this. It smells like home.
Oh, I'm back, just FYI, viewers.
Watching the circle pull towards Frag East, but they have other plans to play on the outside of No Name right now. I believe we did see another team in the area right here, but Verhulst gets caught in the middle of this rotation, losing out on their horizon right now. TSM forced to play the inside of this building.
Yo, and that was a rogue charge rifle at the hands of Sweet from NRG, so that's kind of tough, right? That's going to force TSM to have to spend a lot of their time that they want to be utilizing for rotation or kind of taking these fights and getting the KP, but going ahead and prioritizing that res onto Verhulst. Now, granted, that double time is going to kick in at the hands of Bangalore's passive and really help Hal get to cover. They do have the beacon available to them to hit the res for Verhulst. The issue is it's going to draw so much attention because we already know 90% of the teams are trying to move into this kind of area of the zone.
And the macro right there too. I really like watching the decision making from these pros. How opting to pop the shield bat and not exposing himself, even if he's feeling on the edge real quick, trying to get his way inside this building with Reps. Reps could take some suppressed fire shots through that window, but they're playing that lip of that little hill, opting to go on the other side to get right back into the safety of this building. Hal says, don't worry, I'll be able to try to loot up as much as we can. He gets pinged by the other squad still behind him. So many teams already in this no-name area to the southwest side of Overlook right now. Dark Zero, though, taking their time out of Fragment. This could end up biting them in the behind, actually, if they're not careful with their rotate, especially with so many squads already holding on to that open field between Fragment East and that no-name spot.
Yeah, this is really tough for Dark Zero. I mean, they're on your screen right now, but thinking back to when Meat, they were landing Dome. And so now they had decided to actually land over in Fragment as well, forcing Dark Zero to essentially split it. So you get half the loot. Now, granted, they're pretty kitted out. They've got a nice Nemesis, all great shields. But as the teams are making their way in, they have to fight it out. EMP coming in, and it looked like Jen Burton was about to bring out the Dark Veil until that EMP connected.
I was gonna say, Meat Lovers is one of the squads rocking the crypto. We saw them before with the Mad Maggie. They see the pings off the Thermite too. It's gonna be able to attack on some extra damage. Another squad in the distance is trying to take some shots at them though, so they're just gonna disengage, wait out to see where the other teams are right in front of them.
Funk on the Wraith. Just do love seeing
I'm back in my
making
chair.
their way
I've
back
been
into
watching.
Competitive legends here, but I'm just kind of thinking, is it going to stick, right? A lot of people were asking about the
Back-to-back
Catalyst
wins, though.
here.
Holy
Is that going
shit.
to stick? Because it seems like it's such a powerful thing. And then you look at a lot of these legend compositions, such as Meat Lovers, Crypto, Wraith, Mad Maggie. I mean, you think of the assault characters and you have to kind of garner whether the skirmishers as well. Is it meant for the team? We know Wraith can be so strong
Yeah,
in those
most Mad
endgames,
Maggies
and
and
trying to help
casual
you
trios
navigate
suck
with that
ass because they'll hit you with the
portal, at
wrecking
least getting
ball.
the double distance. And the riot drill from the Mad Maggie can really punish people inside of buildings of where you want. But look at Jen Burton utilizing the Catalyst tacticals on the piercing spikes, just laying them across the floor. You have to destroy those before you can even try to get through them. But I mean, that's just one rogue, 2 rogue grenades in there in a corner, and they're gonna take damage.
There is action happening over on the other side between 100 Thieves and NRG. It looked like on the other side with Optic Gaming maybe getting involved in that fight by Overlook, but a lot of action also happening over by the east side. Here we go. Vax.
But yeah, 2 people requested this over DM, so I thought, hey, why not? Why not have a watch party? And it's of the ALGS. It's from 3 days ago, so I thought, why the hell not? When I'm just waking up, because I'm not going to get straight on Apex when I first wake up. That there's no way in hell.
So literally one. Is he gonna be able to survive through the missile swarm? Okay, he does. The spikes
Unless
on
my
the floor,
boy
probably
Skipper
some
get on.
scurry right there to deny entry from the zip line, but is
Skip,
that gonna
let
be
me know,
enough?
bro.
Look at Vaxon looking down to avoid getting headshotted too.
I'll get on
Playing
after
right
the
behind
stream.
these knockdown shields from his fallen
Or, well,
teammates.
after
He goes for the
the-
res. Can he pull it off? You see the
the
missile swarm
stream we're
again.
watching.
Complexity may not be able to push this. Yeah, they could cancel it, but now they have
After
to wait
the
on the cooldown to
ALGS,
cancel it
you know what I
again.
mean, boy.
Vaxon's just gonna heal up again. It's like they're rotating through the missile storm and the seer
As if
tag.
Skipper's even here. I don't know if he's here or
This
not.
is not going to be good. I mean, you see the incoming charge rifles. Complexity is the one kind of yeeting up their missile swarms onto this tower. And Vaxlon just seems to be stuck against a lot of resistance here because people are utilizing the height all around this tower just to pick and prod them. This is the last shield battery that Vaxlon has. Only, oh, I lied, it says 5. He can loot his teammates now, so a little bit better if they're going to go out. But unfortunately, there's nothing 100 Thieves can do. They are eviscerated by every other team in the lobby looking their way.
My goodness, if it wasn't NRG, it was Complexity. If it wasn't Complexity, it was Optic on the other side. Everybody wanted a piece of the cake right there. They wanted to be invited to the party, even if they have to stay at home. And Complexity now, just trying to see where those shots were coming from. They note that it was on the other side of that zip line, by that rock. The ping's coming in from Monsoon.
And I'm gonna be real. The kid that was a coward that plays Minecraft and plays rap music, calling me delusional. I would rather be crazy and delusional as fuck than stupid as fuck. There's a fine line and a big fucking difference. You could be the smartest person in the world and be crazy as fuck. Delusional as fuck. A lot of people nowadays are stupid as fuck, and I would rather be crazy as fuck than stupid.
Waited to see what they're gonna do because the circle is gonna continuously pull towards the south side.
It's just pure idiotic to come in just like.
Attention, you know.
No, I mean, I don't know if it was, you know, a positive comment saying that I was delusional, or, you know, I mean, if it was just a casual comment just saying delusional, or if it was, you know, hate. Either way, I mean, it's not positive at all if you're saying someone's delusional. I mean, it can be kind of in a joking way, I guess, but if you're not going to say anything positive, don't fucking say anything. Because it makes your image look bad. Your own image look bad. That's all I gotta say. Stay positive, baby. Keep your head up. You gonna get laid one of these days, iGrind.
Bringing this new roster to Complexity. You know, Luda at one point was playing under ESA, has kind of switched around. I believe was on MLP at one point as well. Just throughout the journey and the roster changes that has kind of underwent, pairing that with Monsoon. And you and I got to spend some time with him at the green room, just hearing his thought process on and bring him to the desk in London. Just really smart, really kind, and you want people like that to find a lot of success here. They're just absolutely passionate about the game. So far, we've seen good things from the change-ups, but it just seems like maybe we're gonna have to wait and see what Stormpoint has in store for them, or maybe Complexity gets a mount win here.
Let's see, Complexity being one of our consistent squads in those last 2 games. being one of the teams
Dude,
out here to
oh
land
man, I already
themselves.
want to just go on fucking
Top 5.
EMEA
Just
day
waiting
2.
out
I
here
want to
is
see
Complexity
Fire
just
Beavers
overlooking
whoop
the
ass.
action happening around them here too.
Like, I'm from North America, but there's so many team names changed. There's so many players that have changed. I don't think there's one original fucking team except like Dark Zero, and they're an Australian team that came to NA. You know, Sentinels, they don't even have a fucking original member on Sentinels. Skittle Cakes, Knocked, they're alright, but they performed poorly in the tournament 8 months ago. 9 months ago, whatever the fuck it was. But yeah, most of these teams, and this is NA, I don't know. Like, the only one that I know is TSM. That is, like, the only one. TSM, some of Optic. I think GE got a team name change, but I think that's all their same players. I think, the first place team. What is the
Nice
first
little
place
patience.
team? I know they're still alive because
And bunkering down
it's
with the
Sorcerer.
Catalyst. Something
Drug
we're gonna be
free.
seeing more teams
They're
that
the
bunker
dark
down with some of
green
these characters opt to do it in a
outside
much
the
more
circle.
patient play style when it comes to these final circles once they get that read. Looking at the overall map though here, Tiff, you could see so many other squads still playing on the edge.
Oh,
Phase backed away a
NRG.
little bit.
NRG's
Complexity
the
still
same
inside these
team.
buildings, looking to get involved with Lanimals out here. Dark Zero too could find themselves getting pinched by the squads that are going to be finishing up in Fragment East soon.
Honestly, a 3v3 fight with Lanimals and Dark Zero sounds like something so exciting because I know they're going to absolutely give it their all, like always. But just pitting those two teams, I just can only imagine what's going to happen. Meanwhile, Drug Fee making their rotation in on the south side, right?
Wait, did she just say drug fee? She did not say free. Where the fuck was the R there? Hello? She said drug fee. That's fucked up.
Right, just on the outskirts.
Spider
of
Tiff,
LTZ
come on
and
now.
TSM. A lot of
Drug
open ground
fee.
right there, and maybe a couple rocks for you to utilize while playing. But depending
She
on
said
where
it in
that
a weird
zone is
way,
going to
like,
start
good
pulling,
God.
it's going to make for a rather
There
tough
was no
rotation.
R
And they
there.
were talking about, you know, their macro being on point. This is what I want to see. Where are you going to position yourself coming from the very outskirts in the open where a lot of teams can see you?
Especially if the circle keeps pulling south, right? Because you have to think about the circle potentially being on those bins to the left side of Overlook. I made mention of that before, but that's going to benefit teams that have decided to take their time by no name to the east side of Fragment East. And teams like even Dark Zero holding the high ground here because they're going to have the teams that are leaving Fragment in their line of sight. They can see the teams trying to desperately rotate away from no name. The team right behind them, though, just want to keep themselves aware to make sure nobody's going to try to pinch at the same time. They had that information previously. You can see the Bangalore smoke.
Good God.
Time. They had that
What is
informa-
this, match 3? Look at the point difference. God. Like, Drug Free, I think, already won the 6-game series. Like, what the fuck? You mean to tell me no other team is even at 20 points? God, that's disgusting.
Information previously. You can see the Bangalore smokes. You can never be too safe for some of these teams that like to take their time rotating by the edge.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got the
The
Seer
original
and the
Dark
Catalyst.
Zero.
You have the controller player, you have the recon character, so you can utilize the beacons and
Original
the ring
Dark
consoles
Zero
to get not
team.
only the ring information, but that scan that will kind of give you the snapshot of all the players that are surrounding you. So, sure. Not only do you have the firepower, but you got a lot of the knowledge when you can pass by and rotate through an area that has that available to you. I'm looking at Drug Free's comp. They're running that Bang Valk Seer. So they are actually going with a controllerless comp, so they're not getting that ring information. But okay, Sharky, we see you.
Sharky with these long distance guns. I'm not even surprised. We've seen him pop off before. I made mention of it after game number 1. It's 30-30, control 2 with the bullet drop. Always interesting to see. Lanimals, though, they made the rotate away from Epi now in this direction from the north side of the circle, but forced to
I get
play
a
off the
haircut
low gun.
in
You can
2
see
days.
Exhibition coming out here, too, from the Seer. trying to take some shots at a fight that may be happening right in front of them. I know FaZe was holding that backside, but we also noted that Complexity was there too.
Yeah, I mean, look, Lanimals was one of those teams that I had wanted to see play out. Meanwhile, Verhulst back up and Adam TSM's back to a team of 3, and they are taking on LTC, but it's Drug Free that also wants a piece of TSM as well. Hal going to fall at the hands, and LTC going to be eliminated from the lobby, but it's going to be Verhulst that needs to clutch it up. This third party going to be immensely powerless, and Verhulst goes to hit the grab lift, but it's not going to be enough. Drug Free stuffs him in the face right there and eliminates TSM.
Drug Free looks incredibly scary right now with momentum to their name. Not only did Asura get that hard read on the rotation from Verhulst, I mean, there's only so many places he could go out of that tunnel, but it was the fact that they are right
Sorcerer is a great player. You know, there's a good team they got it.
Where they could have got a gate kept by the other squad.
That's what it's looking like anyway. Like, holy shit, they want to take over the North American scene.
The only squads that they really have to worry about is if Optic rotate away from Overlook behind them, or they get pinched by the squads rotating away from Fragment East to the east, or rather to the south side. Oh, Zero in the feed with the Kraber as well. So much fighting happening on each side of the circle right now, Tiff.
This is absolutely insane. I'm just thinking back, and I'm trying to remember. I know Saucer has played with Hill previously through a multitude of different teams, all the way back to HRN in 2020, and just finding it. Just think of all the years and all the teams and finding that trio that you work so well with. And then even CLG bringing back the Caustic Gibby. Everyone's like, bro, I miss the Gibby bubble fights. You see the bubble go down. You've got the defensive bombardment.
Yeah, I miss those Gibby bubble fights too.
Is breaking out.
Here we go. Let's
But
get
they're always
started
in the
with those that are
ALGS.
moving in, and the
Gibbies are always in the ALGS. It don't fucking matter.
The double big boys and the Wraith to portal them and taxi them.
So you mean to tell me, in Migo, or was that Luminosity? Wait, I don't even know if CLG is Luminosity. I don't think it is. I think it's Counter Logic. Yeah, it's Counter Logic. Where the fuck is Luminosity then?
Through this open ground. It's about the plays
I
that
guess
they're
they
trying to
pulled
pull
out
off
too
here, though.
from the
Trying to avoid
fucking
not just the catalyst spikes, but the Mad Maggie drill too.
I don't know who's in C&D.
Actually
I
crazy
passed
right
it.
now. They get rid of the spikes. They're playing off the lip of the rock and the little slight low ground from the lip of this rock. They got the Digi-Threat too on the R9 to help them out through not just the Caustic Gas, but these Bangalore smokes. Now the aggression comes in from MLS to try to push in through this open ground.
The aggression comes in. MLS
CLG's
just
out.
swept CLG. It didn't matter if there was a Gibby bubble down or not, because look at that. MLS able to eliminate them, minimize the damage taken, and reset so impeccably quick that now they just need to turn their sights on with 15 seconds remaining to get into that next zone. So you start
Man, it
looking
don't
at the
take
power
that much
positions
time
that
to
you need
reset,
to get
honey.
to take away
It
that
don't.
dark
Not
veil, kind of
especially if you only lost like
impeding a little bit,
25
but it's going
damage
to
a
hide
piece.
you as you retreat back to the building.
That's your
Native
dream
gaming
fight.
on your
Well, your
stream,
dream
playing
fight's
from the
actually
RV.
taking no damage,
yeah, we've
but
seen a lot of people try to
that's just
fortify
you
this, but
shitting
with the
on a
open
team.
windows,
That's
we've also
what that
seen it
breaks down
kind
to.
of backfire.
These are going crazy in the feed, getting some knocks with the grenades. Talk about Native now inside of this building currently as well. They
How you
finish up
viewers doing?
Animals looking
Hopefully
they're in a lot of
everything's
trouble.
good.
12 squads left right now. Saucer still finding some knocks though. Now that Shubi goes down, that means that Drug Free is getting involved in this next fight here too versus MLS.
Can we talk about
Wondered
Klain?
if Don't
That
Trip's still
portal
here.
right there was everything that
Or
we were
even
talking
Barry
about. He was able
or
to move
Snow
from so
Tires.
far outside the zone
Yeah.
onto the edge of the zone. They're working on getting that res on to both Klain and Kenny. Both fully healed up.
I think Barry is a new viewer. I don't think I've ever seen Barry before. So that's pretty cool. And 2 of my old viewers coming back. Alright.
Is everything. NRG though,
Let's see.
Drug Free eliminated 11 squads, and look how small this zone is. NRG 3 eliminations to their name thus far, sitting on triple red, and you've got Guild throwing down that black market so they can make sure they are completely kitted out for what is to ensue.
Energy, the only team right now to be rocking the Loba, feeling comfortable with what they're bringing to the table with the black market. Dark Zero get eliminated in your feed right now, thanks to some help from FaZe and GE here. Bullet also gets that knock off the Cyclone, so a lot of action happening on that north side, while NRG are just going to patiently wait by here. They're going to have to start moving in less than a minute into that next circle.
Oh yeah, Dashy.
Time is of the essence. They do have the jump tower available to them, but they may decide just to kind of obviously walk it in.
Sub to
There's
Speedy.
a
Okay,
dark
that's
veil,
good.
but it seems as if they're going to come straight
good.
behind
Speedy's a good YouTuber.
MLS. Should they keep the high ground, which I think would be mission critical to this native game, and swinging, and just
I'm
like
not
that,
gonna name all of them because I don't want to sound biased.
eliminated,
But
but not before losing out on
Hey,
Klain and a
Chill
knock on the Kenny. Bullet
Nation.
might fall here as well. NRG
Toby
just
Games,
eviscerated
how
them.
he's one of the
NRG with a
old,
great
one of the
rotation
greats,
onto that high
Vanoss
ground to scoop
Gaming.
up some KP
I don't really
while they're
watch
at it now.
Vanoss,
They're
but I
backing
do
away
watch
in
some of the
time.
Vanoss
Wondering how those
crew.
comms are sounding right now from Sweet. You talked
From
about
time
it
to
before
time.
the pre-show. The 900 IQ comms coming in from Sweet, predicting all
Chill
5 steps ahead,
Chaos.
basically, of where
I
NRG
love that
usually
crew.
is.
The Dirt
Rocking not
crew.
only full red Evos, but rocking
That was the
AKP to
old
their
school
name.
crew.
Completely clearing the south side of the map, but they're crossing over some open ground right now. Sentinel's not looking at them. Optic not looking at them. They actually may get involved in this fight with Optic Gaming playing off the low ground of this building.
A lot of shields being cracked. They're trying to individually swing this entryway to the building and put some damage down, but I don't think they're going to fully commit just yet. Should they grab a knock, maybe that would give them the opening, but you don't want to really throw anything thus far, especially when people are really marking open airways with those thermites. We saw it happen, especially on that last map with GE not able to push in because of a thermite, but Keon is the team
That's too
inside
many.
the
I
building.
can't go through
Sentinels,
that.
RK, and Rambo. Let's see what they're all about. They're getting stuck on
Oh,
the outskirts
I was just
of the
wanting to
ring.
know at
So
the, like,
why a name?
whoever's
Optic
here.
Gaming may have the win of
Well,
this fight.
Oh my goodness, between the Arc Stars and the
Keep
Dark
watching,
Veil,
keep
one
watching.
by one, Energy getting involved, cleaning up what was left, but losing out on Nathan. Sweet falling incredibly low. Gotta play off the other side here too. Guild drops down.
I don't
but
even
Sweet's
know if
opting
you
to pop
play
the shield
Don't
out
Trip,
instead.
but I
The
do.
nades coming in clutch right here as Complexity now get involved, fully healed as a 3-man.
I want to sign
As
up
soon as
next
I
year.
say I thought
Try
they were gonna
to
win
at
that
least.
fight, what happens? Complexity happens. Not only does NRG go out, but now we're looking at FaZe, Glitch Energy, and Complexity here on the outskirts. And it's a war of attrition. And how do you get the other teams to look at one another? Complexity holding the high ground of this building. They've got plenty of time because they're not just on the outside of the zone. They're halfway in between. So they have plenty of time to stay hidden and utilize this rooftop. Can we force GE and FaZe to fight so that Complexity can just focus on cleaning up and taking home a map win?
They could definitely do that, especially looking at all the space that they have cleared up on their side of the circle
That's-
right now. FaZe is in
I
a difficult
love the
situation where they're
Valkyrie
pinned
heirloom.
between Complexity and Glitch on the other side.
So
Glitch may
fucking
be
good
either forced
looking.
to take this fight, or they're going to be rotating on the other side of FaZe, where they're going to get focused by both Complexity and FaZe at the same time. So this is a difficult spot for FaZe to be in, but Complexity could help them out and give suppress fire essentially to Glitch whenever Glitch tries to approach after the circle closes in right behind their backs.
Yeah, I love watching, dude. I love watching.
Symphony last standing for FaZe. You've got a Cat and a Seer up for them. So they are able to kind of anchor down a space. Here's to hoping that
I don't
Frex
really
might
like
have the
listening
Dark
to
Veil.
some of the
We could see that
listen-ins,
come out and maybe split an LOS for one
but
of those teams
I
to
like
help
watching.
them make a maneuver and not be so sandwiched, because they are going to have to fend off Complexity, who has that high ground.
There you go, the start of the fight. Grenade toss here from Cody. Can he find a crack going down as the Veil comes up? Oh, this move from Glitch is huge! The Catalyst Dark Veil to block out the vision between Complexity and FaZe buys Glitch enough time to try to see if they can counter-rotate. Complexity, though, have the
Oh,
safety of the
yeah.
building. They're just gonna
Oh,
wait to see what
yeah.
GE ends up
Had
doing.
it.
A wall
Had
for a
it.
wall.
Oh,
Making
God, that
out
was
here
so
as
good. Now I'm
FaZe
going to
is
stuff
getting
my
outside
fucking
of this
face with
fight.
Pepperidge Farm.
Oh, this is going to be really tough.
Thanks,
There's a
Barry,
lot of
for the
visual
sub.
clutter coming in.
Appreciate
We have a split 3-way endgame zone, and a lot of the
Yo. Yo. I'm sorry, I was so focused and then my Ted, god damn it, bro. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh man, that broke my concentration so hard. I was like, what the fuck is that? Oh man, I miss Vanoss and them. Their newer stuff just don't feel the same. Maybe it's because I'm older. I don't know. It's because they had to act like children and they broke up the main Vanoss gaming group. But I appreciate for the subscribe. Holy shit.
These catalysts are utilizing piercing spikes hidden within the Dark Veil, as you can imagine. 30 seconds is what that Dark Veil is going to last, and Reed's last alive for Glitch Energy. Complexity has been eliminated. Reed's an inch of the dream, but FaZe are your winners. They have withstood all of the Dark Veils as a duo, Vicky.
They waited it out. The patience paid off here for FaZe. They
Good
were
shit,
stuck inside
FaZe.
of that truck for so long. And if that Dark Veil from Glitch didn't come out where they ended up counter-rotating to try to contest Complexity, then FaZe would have been the ones in trouble. That was great.
Not only
Them, but it's
as consequential.
Oh wait, it's just a replay
5
shit.
placement points, no kills. Diverge, holding it down in the placement category. That's one way to go, and it's okay. But in terms of third place overall, in terms of points, you got to give some love to NRG, who showed up. 11 kills, big time stuff. Dark been our performer.
Damn, drug free wasn't even on the top 10 right there.
Seconds, how you been feeling?
Freeze.
Oh, he's on Xset now. Oh yeah, I forgot. Team Liquid pulled out of the pro scene.
down farms. That's where likely
Boom.
the contest
Oh,
is going
shit,
to
we're in
be.
Storm
You see
Point now, bro.
Drug Free down there
Let's do
already
this.
kind of getting into some early engagement.
This is the map I hate playing
there's a
on,
fight
but
down
that's just me.
there. Looks like AJC and Drug Free. Well, this should be a big story. Drug Free, get into this. Oh my
It's a-
god, big shot.
It's like the most beautiful map they have, but it is the most shittiest map to play on, in my opinion.
Shots from both Orioles and Not Nuts. Taking some damage, but excuse me, doing way more.
So
Drug
it
Free
definitely
trying to
has
respond in
its
kind. Impulse
lows and
on blue means
highs.
probably some damage was done there.
At least for
So
me.
2 members trading off here, but a tense 3v3 on what could be a tournament deciding point. I mean, if Drug Free go down here, they're starting to let that lead slip away and let people come in. If they stay up, stay alive, have a big game 4, this is looking like one of the bigger upsets than you would have imagined, Tiff. Just Drug Free having a chance to really take home this first day of the NA split. So a lot on the line here in this one, and Not Nuts is going for it.
Ooh, sending it straight in. They're trying to piece Sorcerer together, and Not Nuts utilizing that R9, 19 bullets in a dream, but already able to grab 1 knock. This could put a thorn into Drug Free.
Oh, where you
essentially
going?
Trying to
You
make a
come
play
back
for
here.
the overall win of the day. They've already got
Come
2
back here,
members
though.
down, and Boat is trying to close the distance with the Wingman Ironsight, not able to connect. You can see the last member just trying to finesse themselves away, and 1 member of AJC reigning up top here, trying to withstand, but they just like that. I mean, as soon as they
Man,
knew
they
they
were
had 2
running like
members
their-
down on Drug
they
Free,
were
they were
running their
not going to let
asses
the
off.
3rd get away.
Then it was a great push too. Nuts takes the high ground and they push as a 2 on to Sorcerer, who in my
17th
opinion,
place took
maybe
out
misplayed
first
there. Had
place.
the option to
Holy
go
shit.
inside the door. I thought that was brilliant. Where they would have had to kick it down, would have blocked.
Or I
time
think
for
they were like
Beast to shield cell and
19th
teams to
before they
rotate,
took
but
them down.
The door swung right back open and then allowed that R9 spray to finish them off. And once you go 3v2 with barely any shielding and that type of pressure, it was always going to be the way of AJC. Unlucky for Drug Free. We'll have to see if game 5 and 6 continue their story, or if games 1 and 2 will be the highlight of day 1 for them. As MLS, doing one of the Dragon Balls.
Yeah, they are just kind of sending it. I was
Wait, you
thinking
call 'em
about this.
Dragon
If you're
Balls?
gonna
That is
land
so
on
cool.
Any weapon during a contest,
I call
sure,
'em
you
nut
want it to be
buildings,
SDK,
but
also
that's
the
just me.
R9, right? Due to the recent season 16 changes, you move
They
on
look
that
like
base
fucking,
damage, it gets a
you
nice
know,
buff
acorn
on that
nuts or
R9.
whatever.
But the car is the one that's still, granted, it's very consistent, but the nerfs
If that
come in the form of
motherfucker
the
isn't a nut or an
backside. So if you
acorn, I
look at
don't
the
know
pick
what the
rate
fuck
thus
is.
far, for the R9 here, just on the NA games that we've seen thus far,
I don't know.
32 eliminations have been from the R9. The next closest weapon is going to be 17 eliminations
Or
from
it could
the
be like a fucking, like, you know how Mad Maggie has that fucking big ass wrecking ball? That could be like a fucking station. Cause what the hell is that? Well, what is this? What are we looking at right here? If you see the mouse cursor, what the fuck is this? Like, what is this whole building? Like, That's what I need to do. I need to get better at, like, my call-outs and shit. Especially for this map.
That is an amazing stat as well. And you can see, I think the shift from all the different types of SMGs, it just denotes a very healthy balancing system Respawn is intentionally trying to bring to the meta. Every season has something new. And in this season particularly, the Nemesis has kind of started off as the golden child of weapons, but is in terms of the ALGS, in the last month, we've been able to see this since Valentine's Day, almost petered off in terms of the hype.
We
the
5
excitement.
away, though.
Still a
5 away
fantastic
from that
weapon, but
100
going back to the tried
subscriber.
and true,
Holy
the
shit.
G7s,
Can't
the
believe it.
3030s, the R9s, the flatlines.
I
the
feel like I
PKs.
should have been
We
at it a
seem to
long time
see
ago, but due to
those
not
standing out.
recording and
Prowlers,
streaming,
especially, a little bit more than the Nemesis right now.
I guess
which
I
is
could see
sometimes
why I
even
haven't
being,
gotten
less
up
preferred
there.
than the Havoc, as we saw in EMEA. So curious to see how that shakes out, Tiff. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but I particularly would love to see that weapon, as we see it here in Zero's hands, really put on full display, because its potential is disgusting.
It's disgusting, and I know there are gold Nemesises at one point lying around the map, but you have to think about ammo conservation. If you have, like, so
Man,
much
it
energy
will
ammo
be.
to boot,
It
then
will
you're
be.
going to be totally fine. You can see Zero, 320 rounds of energy ammo, but that base mag on the Nemesis only has 20 rounds, and with a 4-round burst weapon,
I
that's
appreciate
5
that. I
different
appreciate
bursts, if my
that.
math's
I
correct,
do what I
which is always
can, man.
really
I do what I
scary to do on
can.
podcast.
No, you're good. You're good there.
And you can run out of ammo really quickly, but the moment you
Sure.
start getting an energy mag, you pair it with a 3X or a bruiser, you're gonna find so much success here, especially on Stormlight.
Now,
with the
Dark
POIs
Zero,
being so
I'm gonna
kind
be
of far
real,
apart and
dude.
the-
Y'all gotta
the
fucking
top-down
step up,
verticality,
bro.
You can utilize that distance, and you can really.
I watched 2 tournaments, no bullshit, 2 tournaments in 2.5 days. They won back to back. That was like, what, 8 months, 10 months apart, right? But they won so much money, and they did not even do that great in the last tournament that was played. And moving to North America, they have to learn, like, every player, every team, they have to learn all kinds of shit. They gave themselves a disadvantage because they were the kings of Australia. They were the kings of Australia. Now they're coming in, getting their asses beat. So they really got to step up. And I know Zero, Jim Burton, and Sharky. Like, Jim Burton is the most standout player, of course. He's like a controller demon. Like, you catch that motherfucker in a game and he's not doing 10 kills, there's something wrong. But yeah, they gotta step up their game. Nah, I don't really got anything planned for 100. Probably a 12-hour stream and that's about it.
Frag out. And
But
Yeah.
12-hour
get that
streams
opening
like
damage,
everything I
maybe
do
find
on
a
the
knock
daily
early so
anyway.
you can kind of just capitalize on that opportunity, close the distance, maybe hit him with a C or Q, and then push in.
What, I did like a
Yeah, I
total
love
of
the way
like
you're breaking that
14
down.
hours
I also
yesterday.
really just love micro chats as well. It's part of the
14 and a
part of me
half,
that loves
almost
making content,
15.
getting into the minutia of things. But when the Nemesis actually gets ramped up, it is better than almost all the weapons that you are going to be seeing. But the problem is, it's that, you know, tick boxes type thing that if you don't tick all of them, and it's the first couple of shots aren't as good as most weapons. The second, it's not even. And when you do finally get that third ramp up as that passive of shooting faster, the more that you shoot it, that's when you really get the value from this weapon. So late game scenarios, when you have a lot of ammo and when you're really able to take advantage of being able to shoot consistently without being pressured up close, I think that's where the Nemesis is going to shine. So 2 times, 3 times on this weapon, I think is going to be exactly where you need to live.
Or for the
And I think it's
100,
gonna be
I
really
might
more
try
on
to
an
pull
anchor
a
character,
24-hour stream
versus somebody
if
who's gonna be getting
YouTube
up
lets
into
me.
the mix like a fragger, like somebody who's going to be the entry point
If my
person,
hard drive
like
lets
on
me.
Zane. I don't think a Nemesis
A
is gonna work as
24
well
hour,
on a character like that, or
I'll
a player
eat on
like that. And
stream.
so it's going to be up to
I'll play
you know, the reps of the
different
world,
games
maybe the onmus of the world
on
to decide,
stream.
is this better than a 30-30 for me, and having maybe a flat line or something a little bit more
I'll try to get
consistent,
more music
in this
together
position of trying to
for
hold
that.
down and call for my team and not necessarily be first into the action. So a lot of great questions. A lot of
Who
great
knows, I
conversation
might
here as well.
try
Let us
to
know in the chat
get,
what you think about the Nemesis, and if you're liking it, you're
I might try to get
16 as we head over
my boy
to
Remix.
one of my favorite areas, Optic Gaming,
d-
Dark Zero as well, holding
I
your
doubt I'll be
barometer.
able to, but I could ask
Little
him.
posturing, Tiff. No, not too much
Maybe.
5D, but just
if he
Making sure
would
they don't
come
take a
and
step
play
out
some
of line too
Apex
far.
with me
Yeah, with a
for
lot of
like an
teams
hour.
starting their rotation onto the barometer area,
And if
you
he could
start to
beatbox
think that this is
in that hour,
technically where they have decided the
hell,
end
he
game
could
is
be
going to
streaming it and
operated
recording
from,
it
and
too
there's
for his
so
own
many
footage.
levels to barometer and the ability to play multitude
But
of different places.
I highly
Optic
doubt,
kind of
you
playing
know, the
this side tier area
South
that can
African
go up, peek
beatboxer will
around,
come
but
and
you
beatbox
heard
in my
Matt Turtle
stream
mention, like,
for
support
an
characters
hour
and
while
Loba not
playing
necessarily being as
Apex. I don't
viable
even
here,
think
and
he
maybe only a
plays.
couple of them in the lobby. And the challenge of getting resources late game,
Even if he would just come by and say hi on stream, that would be fucking sick.
We may have seen that in ranked, but I don't think that's going to manifest here on the pro level.
I agree with you. I completely agree, and it's going to be an interesting way to also see just, do we even have support
Like if I could
legends,
get like a special
from a
guest
class
on the
perspective,
stream, who knows?
valued at any rate for the top 3 spots. Loba is
But probably
close,
not
but in
for
terms of
100 because
Gibraltar,
I'm not even
and in terms
known.
of, Newcastle, it seems a very far cry.
I was shocked that I got
Changes
an
maybe
actual
to be made
replay
mid-season,
from
maybe to be made next season.
remix
Either way, players gonna be
beatboxing that
on
I
their
could use
toes,
his tracks on stream
adjusting, and I think that might have been the theme
as long
we
as
head
I
into
give
our
him
final 3
a
games today.
proper shout
The
out
theme so
that
far
it's
from
him and
ESPN,
not me. I don't own his
what's
shit.
going on? Everyone's doing different things. Nothing's quite securely working like we've seen
I
Fire Beavers
appreciate
kind of
you, man. I
dominate
appreciate
in
you.
EMEA. I'm waiting for that
You
moment,
missed
though, and
that
I do
Wraith
think it's
heirloom
maybe
yesterday
Stormpoint's where we're gonna
morning.
see it.
I got 3 heirlooms now
I mean,
total.
things are moving a little more slowly
Wraith's
thus far, which I
Kunai, the
can respect. It
flaming
kind of
burning
happens that
one,
way in
Hope's
EMEA.
Dawn.
The
I
first
got
map took forever for teams to
Bloodhounds,
start whittling down, and
and
teams
I
are
got
just
the
kind of
butterfly
trying
knife
to
on Octane.
poke around. 100 Thieves hitting a little bit of a rotation there, finding some arrows connect on the bow check, some early poke damage, give you the information of what these teams are kind of rocking.
Wait, is that still a care package? Yeah, that okay. That has to be a care package weapon. This was 3 days ago. Like, what the fuck?
Some early poke damage, give you the information of what these teams are kind of rocking.
I still don't agree with them putting it in the care package because I thought the ammo on the ground and them on the ground was
The
fine.
ring, but a lot of hard edge fighting not necessarily happening just yet. I feel like teams are trying to set themselves up for success, but utilizing the bow check, Vaxon just maybe looking to get himself onto purple.
100 Thieves want to have a big showcase this season. Bocek in hand for Vaxlon. Only a few shots. That should get right back up to a purple. 100 Thieves sitting on 17 points. FaZe Clan currently in 2nd place, but our highest in terms of the point total alive in the lobby since Drug Free is down, sitting on, I believe, about 45 points. But remember, they had 43 after 2. So it hasn't been a great last 2 games. Maybe this the biggest story so far. LAN winners in London, every single show we've had today, and it's been at least 2 and several opening moments. We've seen the clip of TSM winning and then taking that trophy into their hands, raising it in the air to the chants of the fans. They've not been anywhere today so far. And I wonder if this lineup, the Valk, Bangalore, Seer, is going to give them a little bit more than that Horizon lineup, having Verhulst on that, had given them on World's Edge.
I mean, Verhulst is a nasty Valk player, just able to move freely, utilize that jetpack passive to navigate the rooftop of buildings, and it might play better here on Stormpoint for them.
Oh, get
but
off there.
I've seen
Okay,
such
cool.
good moves out of them. I just think maybe they've just got caught out on rotations or maybe had a misstep here and there. I don't think we need to look
Oh,
at TSN and
NRG's
be like,
still
what the heck?
alive.
It's just kind
Okay,
of fun
what's
to do. It's
up?
almost like a troll thing at this point. But I just know
Are they
that
good? Are they even good? I don't know.
I mean, look, there's so many different ways you could look at that. A switch will turn, and then they'll just put 2 maps back to back of high-scoring games, and then everyone will be like,
Sure.
all is right in the world, you know? It could happen. It started off slow a little bit in EMEA for Ascend, who had done
Yep.
so well in Split 1 playoffs as well, and started turning some gears together towards the end of the map series earlier today. So I think that could happen here with TSM.
Yeah, homie, that's
to
why
your
you don't
point,
stand
you
still
do have
looking
to
at
go
a
into
fucking
this
sniper.
The idea that it is a season.
Dumbass.
This isn't
The
LAN
homie looked
championships. This is a
directly at
season.
him.
There are 9 days before you get into your 10th day, which is the regional final. So you don't need
He was like,
to have it
"Oh,
all figured
shit."
out right now. In fact, maybe a little bit of loss. Look, a couple of pieces of strong information. Yeah, on the negative side of that's not working for sure, will help you in the long run versus figuring it out, playing just the static comp that you know is going to be pretty good, but maybe not the best it could be. And I think that's where the conversations, if you watch their scrims between Raven, between Hal, is going. It's a bit contentious at times. It's frustrating at times, trying these compositions, saying, how can we play into this? We've got nothing we can do to siege a building if the building is being held by Catalyst, but giving it a go anyway, trying to figure out how it can work. That's part of the dynamic, I think, of a great team. You know, the push and pull of ideas and minds going at it to ultimately get to the right solution, because that's really all that matters. It doesn't matter how you get there. It's just getting to that right solution at the end of the day is what these players care about.
Yeah, speaking of getting there, let's think about this. TSM finding themselves just outside the ring. They've got a couple teams lying in their wait of trying to make that rotation in. A good map update. Shout out to production behind the scenes. You can see that circle is going to be kind of cutting in.
I'm gonna be real with you. That's not a good shout out to the casting production team, because us viewers, especially in my watch party, we can't see the circle right now. See, I had a complaint. Like, I didn't make it public or anything, and I probably won't, you know. I'll just say it. They did really bad on some of the tournaments. Like, all their people needed to step up when it was actual LAN tournaments. You know, get all the problems resolved before you go into the game. Have everybody land, then pause the game for everyone and get everything sorted out before actually showing people the fucking game. I don't know. Or get all the shit resolved before the drop ship is allowed to go across the map. I mean, it's that simple. And they do things like on the fly, it seems. They don't do shit like how they should. Like, it's like the production team, the staff, they're doing things like they're learning as they go, it seems. And or just they're kind of sleeping on the job because we don't see the circle. So that means that person was lacking on their job.
Into a lot of those chokeholds, those 3 mountains on.
Well, thank you. Thank you for showing it like 5-10 seconds late, buddy. Were you asleep over there? Were you taking a shit? Were you masturbating? I don't want to know, actually.
Right, where you can see Team Diverge, MLS kind of holding that outer ring as well. So looking to this, you've got Native on the outskirts of the outer ring to the left, TSM just outside the ring to the right. And if they don't move in and secure a place, then they're going to have to contest with GOAT and the likes of that team behind them, kind of rotating just on the tail of them. And one team to realize that I've noticed, especially in scrims, is the ability for TSM to fight forward, knowing when they're making a play that it's better to chow the team for that spot forward, or else they're going to lose and get sandwiched from behind.
Well, they're gonna have to fight, not just forward, they're gonna have to fight right in front of them and maybe upwards as they run into one of these nuts here. The Dragon Ball, as I like to call it at times, with a full complexity sitting inside of it.
Like, I swear, they bring up the map a lot.
This is what they were talking about. Here's the challenge. How do they get by this? Because trying to siege, they don't even...
Or like when it's a new caster, right? If it's a new caster, like in training, for real, they will go into a lot of team listen-ins because that caster is making the other caster basically do a solo job, and he or she can't keep up. They don't have the oxygen, the energy to just constantly talk. You know, some casters are good, but others that are in training type shit, they just can't keep up, and they just always have to do listen-ins or always show the mini-map. I don't know why they always put it on screen. I get that they put it on screen for a little bit just to show us and keep us updated, but damn, they keep it up for long periods of time. They don't even realize sometimes that they even got the map on the stream instead of actual gameplay. And I'm like, God, y'all gotta pay attention.
Have to. They get thrown out. In fact, it's a Maggie as well as a Catalyst. What
And that's the thing. I don't know if casters are in control of the observer shit. Are they pulling up the map, or is it the observers, not the casters?
They're pushing into the spikes, into the
I
dark
don't
film.
know.
It's just so hard. And this, oh, maybe.
I wish I
could be
knew.
their way to find in. They've already got one. The Thermite's going to do a ton of damage as long as they just bide their time. TSM looks like they have an advantage here to be able to finish off Madness. MLS running that Maggie and that Catalyst above them.
I mean, the fact is, reps right now, the whole team 15% slowed. They're going to be blinded for 7 seconds. And yeah, they were able to get the finish onto Madness, but they still need to find Luxferdy and Shuby, who are nestled up in the top of this nut, trying to withstand and maybe cohabitate this building. Now TSM fully reset here. And MLS down to 2. They do have that team on the outskirts that's trying to play the bridge, who hasn't necessarily pushed in just yet, which I think is a very smart play for them. Because once you have to get into these barometer zones, the open water, and for the teams that are playing on top of barometer, are going to find so much success here.
And I think TSM are content with this. They found a better spot than they had. They've got a little bit of safety. They've got several plays too. And so that's really the key. Outside, not a lot of plays. Inside, top floor, you definitely have some plays, but they know Luxferdy and Shuby are above them. Not happy with it. They'll accept it for now. Lanimals, big shot miss with the Kraber. Might be enough with the R9 though from distance. Focus of attention on the backside. Exhibit goes down. What are we watching? Nothing. Albrelelli keeping an eye on his 6 as Nadius. Alb looks to see the right side of the rock and get back into it. Kraber in hand again. It's Gildersons hiding in that smoke. Albrelelli smells it. He knows something's going on. But then he loses. Lou again. Big shot there. Is it going to be enough? It is. Nathan falls. Gildersons still alive. Alb searching for him. Alb, one more shot before the full reload on the Kraber. He's going to miss it. It's just the R99. He's getting pushed completely. It's up to Nani now to swing back, but I think Gildersons is going to get the better end of this. NRG in a 1v1, and oh my goodness, it's not. It's just the R99. Alb.
All right, Lou's down. I was wondering where the fuck Albrelele's team was. Where is Naughty?
One more shot before the full reload on the Kraber. He's going to miss it. It's just the R99. He's getting pushed completely. It's up to Nani now to swing back, but I think Gildersons is going to get the better end of this. NRG in a 1v1, and oh my.
He won that shit? He won, excuse you? He won against Guild. Wait, what? So wait, hold on. Albrelele is not in the kill feed. He took down Nathan, right? He took down Nathan, that's it. Naughty took down... Naughty took down... Guild, right? He took down Guild. Oh, and he down Sweet. Damn. Okay, maybe he didn't need to be with fucking Albrelele. Albrelele's probably like, what the fuck are you doing? And then he changed his tone right immediately after he clutched. I would have too. I'd be like, where the fuck were you? And then when he pulls off the 2v1 clutch, I'd be like, holy shit. I didn't know you were sitting on our other down teammate and then pull off a fucking clutch like that. Holy shit. You saved the Kraber man.
Who wins it for LAN? The Lanimals are here and NRG are out.
Hell yeah, they're there.
Bro, Naughty is just insane. Insane. Probably one of the best players that I think could have been on that Lanimals team. We saw Nocturnal talking about it, saying, you know, I thought they'd be doing so much better now, and especially that what the heck moment with TSM as they fall. They are just not able to put something together here, and they're only going to have 2 more maps after this. MLS eliminated as well, 12 squads remaining. This barometer zone is going to be absolutely brutal, but the fact of the matter is the team that was mirroring TSM's rotation, and instead of pushing into the nut, they took that bridge. That's going to be Not Nuts, Orioles, and Goat. They were able to get through into the next area by just playing that bridge and rotating in under the guise of the Bangalore smoke.
Unbelievable. NRG, TSM fall just like that. Lanimals fall as well, and it's Dark Zero. Oh, little
Damn.
spanner in the works. Didn't expect that after Naughty stabilized. But then again, so much damage. Trying to re-stabilize after a fight is so close. A 1v1, just a few inches of health left. It's usually very difficult to do, especially in a
Rain,
lobby
that
that
was a
moves
1v2.
this quickly. It feels like you can't step a toe to the right or left without
Oh, I
getting
thought that was a
seer scanned
replay.
here. That is this meta.
That looks so
Players give us their
janky.
opinion on
That
it.
look
By
laggy
the
as
way,
fuck.
It's difficult to play by, especially if
I
you
thought that
do
was a
not have
replay.
a lot
Oh
of room to
my
go.
damn.
Vaxlon, though. Beautiful
Yo,
shots with
the
ball.
observer did do the
One more.
upgrade on
That's a
his
good guess.
job
Take a
though.
left.
Holy
He
shit,
knows
they
he
hit.
shot someone nearby. He's peppering. He's going right now. He is so close, and that grenade is going to give him the information he needs. But can he follow up on it?
Ooh, okay, they're trying to hit a bat and he's able to grab them for 70 flesh. It's going to connect and now
Bruh.
he's able to toss.
What in the fuck? Homie's fucking shooting like Robin Hood out here, bro. Why can't my bow check not hit like that? What the fuck? Homie almost, he downs one. He almost killed 2 other people. Like, damn, Vaxlon, calm down, bruh. Fuck.
The bow check, but not before getting peppered from above. Picks up a rampage, not able to get himself a mag or anything, but was able to get a sight, so that's going to pull
Like, it ain't an
at least
actual
that's gonna go
tournament,
back
bro.
in for a
Y'all are
little
just
bit
trying to
more, plenty of
qualify.
ammo, so really setting themselves up for that
But if
end
you
game.
gonna
But
do
100
fucking
Thieves
drop it
currently
like
6
it's hot on
overall
week
on the
1,
day,
like,
picking up 3
damn,
eliminations
bruh.
thus far. 10 squads left as we look to move just a little bit further to the left of Barometer. Scurry looking for a good Dark Veil lineup to make their move.
100 Thieves, 5th place at championships in July. Didn't even make the finals when it came to Split 1 playoffs. Their tour for redemption starts now, and it might just start this game. Let's go ahead and do a listen-in with 100 Thieves and see if they could pull off a win here. Sponsored by WD Black.
I got a bat. You can see him on screen. Get ready to shoot diamonds. We gotta peek right. We gotta contest this. Peek right now.
I just got shot.
They're getting shot too. Get ready to walk up my side. Walk up here now. Walk up
Getting
here.
farmed, they're
I
getting
knocked
farmed.
one out to Watson. Wait
Oh,
on
yeah,
this
there.
out.
Another bingo. We gotta go up.
Yes, we're
Take this
fine.
spot,
We're fine.
take this spot.
Take the spot. Yes. Take the spot. Get space. Team on height still. Team on height. Take the spot. Get space.
We need, okay, we're gonna need to wipe over here. Picking.
I'm needing it.
Push it.
I'm scanning for you.
Push together.
Yes, push
Get right
together.
through a queue. Get right through a queue.
Give us a cue to peek.
Peek. No. Careful. I'm fighting. Careful, don't let him slide across. On me, you're peeking on him.
I'm coming. We're fine.
There's still teams
over here. Yes. I got that.
Sorry for the pause here. I am always going to stay on that mentality. They need Apex Legends, like the ALGS, they need to do a salary check. You know, if people are set for life, or like set, you know, highly set, like 6-7 figures, they don't have nothing to worry about, I say they shouldn't really compete. But like, say his Watson lived in a trailer. Scurvy was homeless on 100 Thieves. Scurvy was actually homeless before he started playing. He needs the money. So does his Watson. Shit, I would need the money. Some of these players don't actually need the money. So they should not be able to compete. In my opinion. There needs to be like a salary check. Because if these players are set, why the fuck are they playing? Why are they trying to just go for the money? It's greed, I tell you.
They're gonna peek on you.
Can we wipe above maybe? The team's still in on height. In on height still too.
Look for Olixos. We need to look for Olixos. Take this.
And or they genuinely have fun at LAN. Like they love the crowd. That's just like me saying, why the fuck do you compete on, you know, in the Grand Beatboxing tournament, in the GBB? Some people don't really even care about the money, they just care about the crowd, you know.
Fuck.
I hit her 100.
Money's just like an added bonus for them,
look,
the
you
crowd
have also-
and
you have
shit
all
like
open?
that, the fans.
wall.
That's probably where it's
What's on the
at.
right?
But
One's
you
on the
know
left,
some
one's
of
on the
these
left.
teams just
I mean-
go for the money. And it's just some bullshit. Like, I understand if you
crawling
need the
back
money,
here.
but if you don't need the
Sorry,
money
bro.
and you're still trying to
They
go
can't-
for
they
the
don't know
money
what's going on.
only,
Yeah, yeah.
I don't like that shit.
Yep.
Look, you know, watch.
Yeah.
To your right, to your right.
I'm taking it. I'm taking it. Fuck, man.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, homie.
You got this, nice. You got this.
Did homie say nice try?
Oh, you were just on your own. We needed to play our wall. We play our wall, we're good.
Oh my goodness! And last man standing.
Alright, I need to see the score now, man. After game 4, I gotta see the score.
Two of
Into the mix with 100 Thieves, Glitch
Damn,
Energy,
they got
Complexity,
13
and Team
kills, bro.
Diverge rounding out the top
Damn,
five.
they fucking slayed out.
Number 5, this or this necessary.
Making a lot of work.
They catching up. They catching up since they've had 2 sleeper games drug free. They won back-to-back, game 1 and 2. But a lot of teams are actually like catching up.
Work. FaZe got the win as well. Tip and 100 Thieves start.
match day number 1 and had taken the win by 4 points over the former team Atlanta Premier, now Oxygen Esports.
It's actually crazy to see how these stats have been able to rack up for some of
Fucking
these
love
other
this
squads.
music though
Coming in,
that they got on
drug-free,
here.
of course. This is a team that we've been talking about a lot, but they've been quiet, like you mentioned, the last 2 games. I think game 3, they only secured like 4 points. Last game, obviously one of the earlier squads to go down. Now time to see this potential contention that we saw earlier on, and it is still happening right now, Tiff.
The fact that they are electing to go straight on 3v3, what a massive battle. You just need to come out on top for this. I feel like we're in kind of a training arc of an anime here, and you've just got to withstand the battlegrounds that is Mirage à Trois. But you got to think about AJC. They kind of got fed up at one point, and they essentially tried to isolate the Seer character of drug free, and they had a R9 in hand and just kind of pushed them. But
They
now
look
it looks
pissed.
as if drug free is going to
I would watch out,
potentially bring
ADC.
that fight
They look
to
pissed
them.
in
Now,
their
Nuts going to get
stances.
tagged up, does have an alternator and PK, which isn't necessarily horrible for this contest.
Oh, they get the first knock here. Drug-free, having the lead. You can see the reset from Saucer as he pops that shield bat. They give up the high ground. They drop all the way down. But Drug-free already looking a lot
Man,
stronger
I
here.
wouldn't
Impulse
drop
has
down.
the triple take and the wingman in hand. See
Oh,
if he
you
can
crazy
get a
as
nice
hell.
GTO. He drops down. He's on the Valk. He can just fly up if he needs to, but he needs to prevent the rest from coming out.
Oh yeah, I don't think that res is gonna happen, and they might as well just utilize something to go ahead and put the nail in the coffin there. And now you've just gotta look for the final 2 members. I feel like you kind of go ahead and pick up this KP because they did it to you in map number 4. Just do it right back to them. And something that I thought was really interesting, Vicky, that I
Do
was
it
like
right
kind
back
of just
to them.
interested by Fire Beavers. You got 9 Impulse tweeting out, hey, I won the first game of Pro League 2 as well because NA, because Impulse on drug free. And I was just like, yeah, Fire Beavers. And I was like, wait a second, are just Impulses that much more talented?
It has to be the name buff.
Yeah.
The name buff today for day 1, I don't know. It carries on a legacy out here and it transcends through regions. And drug-free now can take a breather. Yeah, they got that
That's
one
dumb
with
as
the
shit.
key.
They
They'll
do
let
have
them run
2
away.
players.
We know who
One
lands
on
usually at
drug-free,
launchpad
one
is
on
FaZe.
Fire
They can
Beavers.
get involved if they
And
wanted to
Fire
inside of this
Beavers
fight, but with this
slayed.
disengagement, you can imagine FaZe is just going to continuously
They
load up the rest of the
slaughtered
launchpad,
the
maybe
whole
get involved
lobby
to the south
every
side of where
time.
other squads are trying to rotate.
Almost.
But drug-free now is going to be able to take this armory, the ping on the bow check on top of a care package that's landing in the distance. AJC are waiting to see if they could recover that banner. I mean, right now with drug-free going inside the armory, there's nobody really looking and staking out the banner. So maybe they could have that chance underneath the armory.
I mean, you look at the overarching map here, 2 members of Drug Free inside the IMC Armory. Asura kind of just rotating throughout fish farms, looting the buildings. So yes, they could go back and decide to grab that, sure. At least they're not necessarily camping the banner underneath, but think of how just in the open it is, sitting underneath the Mirage à Trois. You'd have to be very, very quick and nimble about it.
Especially seeing who's still up and alive right now. Nice to note, some early contention right now happening in Stormpoint. Complexity out. We can see the overall squads left. We can see where the circle's also going to be pulling over to the west side right now. Look how contested the north side of Mill and Down Beast is. We have seen circles pull towards the fence line on the south side of Down Beast, but sometimes rotating there is very scary. You'll get yourself pinched, especially if you don't have a bunker down character. I can imagine the likes of CLG feeling pretty comfy there now that Mamba's made also the swap over to the Catalyst. AGC losing out on the Valkyrie, though. You highlighted it perfectly. Out in the open underneath that armory, you do have Boat still alive, at least with the smoke grenades. Oriolis also still alive here, too. Gonna be able to get that scan, but time is of the essence as we tune into the other side by Down Beast. It's Sentinels making their rotation, getting pinged by a charge rifle. I wouldn't be surprised if that's Sweet in the distance.
Ooh, Sweet, an absolute nuisance with that charge rifle, but I mean, it doesn't even matter. You can find your information. You can look through like halfway across the POI with the scope. Sentinels, they're going to focus on prioritizing their rotation, taking to the sky to try and avoid all the poking and pressure from Down Beast, but Rambo just getting annihilated, falling incredibly low. And at that point, I feel like if the Valk is going to fall low, you want everyone on your team to kind of separate away from you, because if you're all connected to the Valk and the Valk gets knocked, you're going to fall. But Keon instead is the one that's going to get prodded from Guild at a distance with the Nemesis.
What's extra unfortunate here was Rambo got a little too close to the rock to his left, which is what slowed down the momentum of the Skyward dive before it had to reset. Now they're playing split up. Energy is trying to capitalize. Yeah, we'll get up from the high ground. We got a knock already. We know that they're playing split up here too. We know that there's other teams in the distance, so they could just try to scoop up the rest of Sentinel's teammates here, as Energy are just going to be able to hold back. It's Sweet that doesn't have the charge rifle, but he's got the flatline and the R9 in his hand. It's going to be Nathan on the high ground that has a charge rifle instead to get some extra information for the teams rotating from the north side, specifically TSM that was already in the middle of rotating away from the wall.
That's my charge rifle, a nice purple stock with a 4x8. Chef's kiss. If I'm gonna hold it, that is what I want to have on it. So Nathan doing work from top of Down Beast, but it's TSM that has made their way just underneath and has been continuously on their rotating path. The last we saw for them, they were just making their way into North Pad, so they are on that fast trajectory by foot.
Just waiting it out, patiently making their rotation is TSM. Only team ahead of them right now is NRG right next to Down Beast. There's teams taking their time to rotate into that next circle that want to take advantage of the replicators. Thinking about Lanimals that have actually been slowing down their own gameplay. Rather aggressive team now, playing more by the edge currently on the north side where no other teams are. TSM gets scanned by that survey beacon. Team getting all the information to see who's within the vicinity right now.
Well, I mean, the fact is they've made it into a building on the outskirts. Now are going to be able to hold out any team that wants to try and make their rotation towards that building. But 100 Thieves whipping the trident around, getting a little whiskey. There is some crafting up ahead. They do have one med kit available to them and 25 crafting materials. So, I mean, you could pop yourself a med kit in the replicator should you decide to need it and go for the long haul, because you're pretty far out of trying to make it in. So I think that's what we might see. Maybe some battery refreshes on.
Be nice to see if they can craft up some extra Evo shields there too after making the rotation on the Trident. Now that we get to go for an overlook of Down Beast, NRG are in such a good position and playing split. Look at Sweet Spot. Lanimals could isolate him, and NRG is going to have to forcibly give him suppressed fire. You can see the pings now going down by Guild. He's got the Nemesis in hand, and Lanimals, Lou, falling incredibly low. He puts down the portal. Let's see where they're going to be able to go to close in that gap.
I mean, this is typically what I've seen happen in scrims. Lou does take a lot of that damage early, often getting isolated by himself. And that's okay, right? Utilizing Wraith to go ahead and move forward, scout placement, try to get a cheeky LOS and maybe cause a little bit of disruption in your pushes. But something that they've been really good at doing is having clear comms. Lou giving that initial call outs, Alb kind of going in for those counter calls and trying to provide some insight as well. And you just really have to trust each other, and their ability to reset has been impeccable. The fact of the matter is we just haven't necessarily seen it pan out here on Pro League just yet. And that was the biggest question I had moving out of scrims. It was, how is that going to pan out? They've been working with Alex as their analyst and kind of coach, and I've been really excited. I thought that this team was going to come in strong, but they are going to learn a lot from this. Now, mind you, this team is still incredibly new together. Lou coming back from kind of taking a little bit of time off, and you just got to think like it's going to happen. They're going to put some things together.
Yeah, especially with their performance in scrims too. I think that's important to note because that's why we've had our eyes on this team. That's why Noct actually mentioned this team here too. It's a good point to see. Oh, nice little animation. Love that. Nice little point to see how Lanimals have been lacking right now. TSM on the other half too, sitting in 18th overall with only 10 points to their name after 4 games. Now that we approach the 5th game right now, look at this off angle that Hal's holding. Tosses out the Rolling Thunder currently as Lanimals are looking to fully send it. Burgos is by himself inside this building. Right behind him is going to be Reps. Oh.
Arc Stars coming in, and Naughty just trying to duck and dive and withstand Lou. You can see how they have to dance around the moment they want to utilize Wraith's tactical, and that's because that slight delay, you've got to try and go into the Matrix and avoid that happening. Sure, they're able to grab that finish onto Verholz, but it's a Vexis over there as well that's going to take down House. So there's a multitude of teams here that are kind of causing havoc, and Lanimals being able to play the inside of this building and out is going to keep them in cover.
Basically funneling them into where we were talking about is super congested right now. North side of Mill, look at this as well. On the other side, Drug Free gets eliminated. The second squad to go down in this lobby. That's going to be huge because that overall leaderboard is closing up on them. Even though they start off really strong, they really haven't gotten much going after those first 2 games. CCE now making their move though, moving over to the other side. 18 squads left, and TSM are down those 2 members as well over on the other side of Down Beast.
Well, you got to think FaZe and Glitch Energy that are looking to put a staple on match day number 1 for themselves. FaZe currently sitting in 3rd with 42 points, sitting relatively healthy just on the outskirts of the ring. IMC Armory to their left, and they've got a mountain to their back. You can kind of still make sure that you're focusing on keeping that back clear and focusing forward. CCE in the distance trying to kind of take a little bit of engagement with FaZe, but they need to prioritize that rotation because they're going to get gate kept.
Let's see where they're going to end up going here. FaZe, a team that also has been pretty consistent today. Really coming through, sitting in the top 3. 2 points away from Glitch Energy, who have also been finding themselves in the top 3, top 5, cleaning up some KP. CCE, though, the opposite could be said. They're unfortunately sitting at the very bottom of the overall standings, 20th place with 3 points to their name, so that's why you see them playing a little bit more patiently. I think a bit of an aggressive comp here, though, so it works out in their favor when it comes to trying to contest these other edge teams. But it's about the material that they're also working with, the loot, rather, between the flatline, the car. He's got the 2-time scope on that flatline. See him trying to make moves to see where they're going to be pinging, where they want to go, if they maybe want to try to contest this here, too.
The moves that I see are the initial charge rifle knock, that like 3 to 9 damage that gets initially hit, followed by the boom. You're trying to dodge that, but Optic over here on the north side, just on the outskirts of the Down Beast, you've got Glory kind of operating the rooftop on top of them. You can see Native in the other building on the outskirts of the right. So teams that have made their way into this zone, it can be incredibly challenging based upon where it's going to pull. Will it kind of encompass that outer northern edge of the mill, just kind of a little tidbit of it? Meanwhile, look at Frex popping off in the elims right there. 100 Thieves going out.
That's huge for FaZe. That probably gave them enough points now to secure 2nd place. They are riding out, says we don't want any of that business. Okay, who's driving right now? You got to get out of here. A bit of a tricky spot though to get to try and stuck into. They still have quite a distance to move through. So the question is, are they going to transcend through this open ground with the water? All right, they're sending out the wall. All right, they're still jumping into the trident. Okay, well, better be safe than sorry because there's another team on the high ground right there. Oh, that was so close. They managed to get away. I think that may be Glory. We saw them on the high ground originally here too, but now opting to just go right back, reset, but they have to watch out with the other squad that's still trying to pin them down that has the Mad Maggie.
This is going to be a rather tough rotation for FaZe. You saw them already utilize that Dark Veil. You know it's got a 2-minute cooldown, despite we're not sure if they have any ult excels and if they're going to be hitting that. Snipe Down does have the Skyward Dive, which is a great backup to kind of focus on knowing that they have a lot of resistance up ahead. They need to jump over that and find a free spot. But speaking of resistance, they were able to get Keon back into the game here for Sentinels, but they've lost out on RKN. And now Keon and Rambo are forced to navigate this as a duo, but TSM is also out.
Officially, that's huge.
Wait, who
Going
died
out
on
so
TSM?
early once again. It's important to note. We gotta.
Who was last alive on TSM?
Rambo are forced to navigate this Sentinels, but they've lost out on RKN, and now Keon and
Damn.
Rambo are forced to
TSM is
navigate this
out.
as a duo, but TSM is also out.
Officially, that's huge. Going out so early once again. It's important to note. We gotta talk about it out here. Very unfortunate. Sentinels also get eliminated. A team that was having a really rough start to this game. They survived a lot longer than we were expecting, considering the fact that they were split up at the very beginning of their Skyward dive initiation to rotate into that next circle. They were pinged by NRG earlier. They get finished off. NRG is still frying AJC. The squad that was able to finish off TSM with Reps being the last one alive, they're able to get taken down right now too. While FaZe is going to hold on to this building and the Seer exhibition goes up, let's jump into a listening with FaZe to see what their next moves are going to be.
I'm watching if they swing. I'm watching if they swing.
I'm scanning. Missed my scan. They're all there. They're all there still.
Yeah. I'm just chilling here.
Can you throw a Q on it? Can you throw a Q on it?
Yes. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Are they on the door?
They're right outside it.
Yeah, yes, they're right outside it.
They're southeast. They're southeast somewhere.
All right, I'm
It's a different team.
2-5.
Different team.
2-5.
0-4.
They ran,
0-4.
yes, they ran southeast. They ran southeast.
Give me one bat. Give me one bat, please.
Let me
Listen, I need to play aggressive. Can you guys play double bottom floor and just like watch the doors? I need to see if it's fucking what we can do.
Do you want me to
on this door?
I was speaking over here.
I did. You want me to grab this door? You want me to grab that door?
Yeah, I'd rather you grab the door, to be honest.
Okay. I don't have the middle door. I don't have the middle door.
Right here.
Yes, just hold second floor door. Just hold it.
Yeah, I am. Snipe. Be careful.
Okay, there was a guy like right outside my door. I hear him, or he's on my roof. I can't tell. It's really close.
I don't know. Just let Phony do his thing over there. Okay.
I'm thinking. You're good.
Chill for a second. I have wall again. But
Phony, what's your meds?
It's 3 bats, 4 cells. We need a bank on another Valkyrie, or else we have to just clear this team across.
I'm not gonna have Valkyrie. I'm
he's
at
not gonna
67.
have it. He's not gonna.
Draw me a bat. Draw me a bat.
Can we look to try to fight this team across, maybe? Can we just all triple swing this and then come back if things go to bad?
We need to break this fence.
Swing it. Valk! Dead! Let's go! Reset!
I'm batting.
Can you cancel it?
No,
I'm trying to.
They have zero. I can't wall this.
I canceled it. Look at that.
We're going in.
You canceled it.
Okay.
I'm swinging for middle.
Hey, I'm with you.
I'm nading.
Nice nade.
I'm throwing nades.
Kill this guy. Kill this guy has one.
You can do this. Look for a snipe.
Behind you. The guy's low. He armor swapped. He died. All dead.
Reset.
Fuck, man. Was there another team or did I just get fucking...
No, you just got rolled. Yeah, Valkyrie.
I just got fucking baited,
I don't know. I have it now.
Alright, we need to look for it. Up a med kit if anything.
You should give me armor, I think.
Yeah, Valkyrie. There's Valkyrie here. Valkyrie on this left side, right here.
I have it right here. Right here. This is where we have to go. I just got ripped.
No!
You're dead.
You're good. No. You're good, bro. Nah, nice try. Hey, boys, that's not a bad game. That's
yeah, that was it was a good call to play for that KP.
Yeah.
Falling down like paperweight at the same time. They get set down after using the Skyward dive. I love the comment. You're healthy. He was literally one shot. You gotta believe it. NRG now moving in, playing on the edge of the circle. They clean up CCE, who was playing on the other side of the edge. So much action happening now that there's 7 squads left.
Yeah, pulling Guild off Loba, now moving on to the Catalyst. Quite interesting here for NRG, and is going to be mission critical for them to potentially
I'd pick Loba over Catalyst. Catalyst is very hard to play, and it's even harder with the team not really,
you know, that building that is just looking towards the
playing
north
account
of
for
NRG.
her.
Glory has been holding this rooftop area, capitalized by the Watson Jetty and the fences to kind of show some presence and really keep people from pushing out on their roof.
Optic Gaming also on the other side, playing on the low ground right now. Dark Zero, like you mentioned, still alive. NRG just came out on top after that fight. They've been fragging out since they made their way on the top of Down Beast. Yield alone with that charge rifle was putting in the work. Sweet, unfortunately, though, getting taken down. Let's see what NRG could do to bring him right back in. They're just going to allow this to happen. Dark Zero, if they push, they're going to get put into the line of sight of the 2 other teams that are inside the building. Right next to them, unless the wall helps actually secure them here.
He has so many boxes right there.
And they're just actually going to prioritize positioning. NRG's going to be able to get Sweet right back in.
I mean,
Yeah,
talking
he's
about
back
prioritizing
in.
positioning, you got Team Diverge nestled
If he
between a
didn't get
rock and a
knocked
hard
right
place,
away.
just
Oh,
biding
no,
their
he's right
time
there.
and letting the other teams fight
He
before they
lands
decide
on
to
a
kind of
red.
make a move.
Damn, those
into
teammates are so
the
good.
third-party
Damn,
sweep.
Jesus.
Holding back,
Wish my
still
teammates be
not
like that.
moving
Fucking
in.
drop me
You
a
got
red.
Dark Zero has already made a
Or
play
at
for
least
that
a
next
blue or a
building. Nathan
purple.
and Guild mirrored the rotation
As
Dark
I
Zero was
land,
able
but
to
no.
have, but Sweet hasn't
They usually don't be like
necessarily
that.
made that happen.
Oh, Sweet got fucking beamed.
He was able to get that shield swap so quick though, and with the Dark Belt coming in now, the wall's gonna give NRG some time to breathe, some time to reset. That was a huge big brain play too, 'cause Sweet saw the moment that Dark Zero rotated outside that building, that was their space to play from. Glory now have the high ground advantage with the Nemesis, but he's got 88 bullets in the reserve.
Oh, dude, walking it in with the Catalyst while playing that fence line, able to grab a knock onto
Oh.
AJ. That's beautiful. Sure, Sharky is able to trade it out and get one on Nathan, and it's going to be an absolute onslaught. We have 6 squads remaining here.
Damn, you
Dark
don't have
Zero
no
going to
nades.
fall. Native Gaming still alive. NRG, Team
you don't get to
Diverge,
go
and
up.
Glory holding that high
Damn,
ground
Glory's
position.
doing
Do not
good.
drop down yet. Just try to find some
Oh.
KP.
Protectful is beaming down here with the Nemesis. I have the high ground now, and he's gonna continue on with his domination. I mean, he can just fly right back up. He hears the fighting happening underneath him, but he doesn't want to risk it without having a digi threat and finding the bang smokes right underneath his feet.
It's challenging. Also does have at least 110 bullets, so that'll be more than enough for an endgame situation. 5 squads remaining, and that creeping
NRG
barrage
is, like,
really getting that
so
re-knock onto Nathan. Just NRG
dead.
falling apart, trying to keep their dreams alive on that fence line.
Sweet's so fucked.
look
If
at
he
all the
doesn't
smoke.
rush in
Sweet
and kill
able to
like
get a
one
shield
of
back
them,
on.
he is
Not
so
necessarily
fucked.
regenerating health just yet, but Native Gaming going to have to start moving in 6 seconds. You see that ring pull is going to pull them directly to the water.
This is insane right now. NRG playing off the little sliver of cover that this fence line provides. Native has them in their sights. Glory has them in their sights. They want to finish down this knocked player just in case there's any gold knockdowns that they can res with. They finish off that one player. Creeper Barrage coming in, taking care of Nathan. Native Gaming now trying to rotate on the other side without putting
NRG's
themselves in the
dead.
line of sight of these
They
other
didn't
2
really have
squads
a
that not only have a high
chance,
ground, but the
really.
squads over on the other side of this building on the low ground.
Yo, but peep that optic, making an early rotation. The Dark Veil out, trying to keep them some cover and force the fight to maintain.
Yeah,
for
that Dark
all the
Veil
other
is actually
teams
pretty
on the
damn
outskirts,
good
And
if-
they should be able to clean up shop
You know.
as soon as that building is outside
Catalyst
of the
can
zone,
be
but
good,
Glory trying to
but if
maintain height,
players
because you
know
talk about
where
that
you
Dark Veil,
are,
8 meters in height. You should be able to try and find an LOS above
Automatically,
that. Now, imagine Protectful.
they'll
If
just
they
shoot
could
right
find
through
some
that
early
shit,
damage,
like
had
right
they
now.
had some nades to throw onto
Oh,
Optic, but once
Optic's
that
so
Dark Veil
fucked.
falls after 30 seconds, they are all out in the open. Glory dropping down from the rooftop, and it is going to be all on out for here.
Oh, you get a knock, you get a knock, everybody gets a knockout here. 3 squads left, Native Gaming get taken out, and it's Glory versus Optic Gaming, who played behind that cat for so long. Trade for trade right now, though, playing up the knockdown shield. What do you have in store here? You can't look both directions. Oh, he's trying to finesse with the
Oh
Watson
my
fence,
God.
and Glory, with patience paying off, take game number 5.
Did I just witness the Bermuda Triangle of Watson fences as they just throw down? Talk about one of the most taking them to the north.
That was
This is great.
disgusting. Absolutely
Being 2
disgusting.
games left, once you start that game 5, forced to play.
Talking about their
Who's in first? I want to know.
Tiff, this
Damn, FaZe is in first. Ugh.
is crazy. I mean, top 4 in general is so close. That 7-point difference between NRG and Glitch at first.
with the by Mirage
Last
Atwa.
game.
Can Drug Free make it out of this contest once again? Because mind you, they want to find themselves at the top of the leaderboard on match day number 1.
And
This is
I
playing
might
this
just
like they're on the other
do
side.
the watch party for like
Team
9
deathmatch
hours
right now, facing off in this 3v3.
because I have to finish.
Drug free
wait,
on the
no.
high ground, tossing
Yeah,
out
for
some of these
6 more
thirds.
hours.
Asura, though, trying to close in the gap.
I have
Has
to
a havoc in
finish
hand,
the day
gets the
2
crack. They need to capitalize off of this as Saucer is taking a nice off angle.
for Amia and
Incoming
NA.
Archer, but not going to do any real damage. Sure, Impulse gets tagged up a little bit, but Asura from above deals a nice 115. Swaps to the alternator. They need to capitalize, but as soon as the real damage starts to go under AJC, they drop off of Mirage and just start dipping out. But Impulse is trying to find an angle, and Saucer says, I'm going down. I've got a wingman. I'm going to hit my shots, I promise.
He's alone, though. He's alone. They're wrapping up around him. Nobody from Drug Free can help him in this position. They're holding off angles, and with the Bangler
Homie,
smoke,
if you don't
they were
shoot
able to now
that
even up the
motherfucker.
playground right here. Saucer, unfortunately, not means that Impulse is going to just disengage, stay on the high ground with the Sora.
That is really rather unfortunate, and AJC has already made it to that next building where they're going to find health, potential shield swaps, and just basically disengage. If I'm AJC at this point, I want to continue on my life. I want to play my game. I don't want to let it go on out here. At this point, chalk the 30-30 contest here. 30-30. What's my math? 50-50, bro.
Sometimes if the fourth party comes in, it makes all the sense, all right, Tiff?
The 33.
That's how you know when they're trying to wrap around. That's also how you know when a fight is taking way too long, like this one is right here. Nobody's coming in to contest them, but FaZe easily can if they wanted to kind of take their time to rotate outside of their usual rotation, get involved in this fight. Nice crack with the 30-30. AJC now trying to play off the little side. Bangalore Smoke coming out as well, trying to reposition. Ooh, nice though, follow up with the Nemesis and the Thermite Grenade taking the damage.
Talk about a no-fly zone at this point. If I'm
No-fly
Asura,
zone, that's fucked
I'm out.
up.
Like, I'm thinking my match day as a whole, right? I don't want to go out now because I want to make sure that I'm only just a few points outside of the #1 spot. But AJC's not going to let them have it. You have a 16th place team going up against
No,
the
you
second
won
place
first
team
place. It's the
overall on
last
day.
game, sweetheart.
Creeping through,
If they had
he was
been in
already low.
first
All thanks to
for
Goat,
like
who left
what
him low.
till game 4,
Nice
and then they
follow-up out
lost
here,
first
which means
place, I think,
drug-free
in game 5.
probably won't hold on to their top 3 spot for long, being the first squad to go down in this fight.
Wait,
Left
did
him
you?
low. Creeping through, creeping.
Against the AJC's not going.
Bro.
Just a few. Have a 16.
Wow.
Creeping through. He was already low. All thanks to Goat, who left him
Wow.
low.
They ruined their first place. They ruined their first place and more. They were in second place when they got eliminated. So that means they're probably going to be in, like, I don't know, 7th? 8th? Yikes.
Nice follow-up out here, which means drug-free probably won't hold on to their top 3 spot for long, being the first squad to go
No,
down in
they
this
won't.
final lobby. They had a really strong start, Tiff, but unfortunately, they're going to be the first squad to go down here on Storm Point.
Bro, Vicky, bro, if I'm like for top 3 on the day, I'm gonna
Bruh,
land somewhere
Vicky.
else. I'm gonna take
What
back
the
a
fuck
fish
was
farm,
that?
bro. I'm not gonna go up on Mirage twice.
Why does
I'm
she
not gonna
talk
deep.
like that, bro?
I don't care. I can find some different weapons on fish farms that can rotate out and hit IMC Armory and get my spot lead. But enough of that. They're down and out. AJC has won it once again 2 times here on Storm Point for that contest. But 100 Thieves have made their way into Cascades, getting those crafting materials and look.
This is a place that I absolutely fucking hate going on the map. Cascade Falls is like the death trap. If you don't land there at the start of the game, boom, you're fucking dead. If you're rotating mid-game to go there, you're fucking dead. 9 times out of 10. Because you won't think anyone's still there, and you'll think the place is empty, but no, you have a whole fucking team in a building that you walk in the front door and you're like, well, fuck me. And then they do fuck you, royally and loyally.
Looking to
Well, I don't know about the loyalty part, but you know what I mean.
hit the replicator, maybe work on
hate
leveling up those
Cascade
shields,
Falls.
getting some well-needed bats, because, you know, we've got a long haul. It seems as if a lot of the teams are making their way over
It
to the
got
space
too
just
much
south
fucking
of
action.
North
I'm gonna
Pad.
be real with you.
Meanwhile, on
You
the
need to
feed,
be
Sharky with the
Horizon
charred rifle,
or
charred
Valkyrie to
rifle,
be
still
playing
remaining a
around
menace
this place.
out here. Not only building up those Evo shields, but finding the knock. And we're building up the fences in this
Or like
building,
an
making sure that we
Ash,
have
maybe
all the
an
space in the world.
Octane.
It's Optic Gaming on the other side of the building too. Not with their own Watson fences. They got the Catalyst again here.
You need to have
Drop
good
getting some
movement.
extra
I like that
information
little wall
and a
bounce,
nice gold
wall
nemesis
jump.
to work with.
Yeah.
I mean, look, That's not a bad looting progress there. If you were going to find some fun things over in Down Beast, a gold nemesis is something that I would want. Not Daniel. 3x on the charge rifle, farming that white shield. 94 left until it hits blue. But not a bad showing here for LTC. Currently 17th overall in the day. They've had some really good moments of success and just kind of trying to find their way in that season 16 meta per se. We heard Nocturnal talking about a lot of people doing limit testing, trying to find what's going to work the best for them, and the teams in particular that are looking to make a name for themselves, you know, McLovin especially. Always McLovin.
Love how you have to highlight McLovin.
You can't not highlight McLovin.
It's true. It's true. And the way that he's set up right now, over to the side with his purple Evo, he's got the Watson gen. He's looking to serve up the Happy Meal on the other side of those fence lines, but they're not going to be giving up this space. I mean, look at the outer perimeter.
She must have watched Superbad like last
night. You can see that there's a squad already in there. You don't need to take the skyward dive and expose one of those players to know that yourself. Lanimals being on the outside, though, on top of these rocks, right in front of TSM. They're playing on the edge of the circle. It'd be nice to see if we could get maybe a point of view of where the circle is going to be pulling right now, because with so many teams already making their way to North Pad, you can imagine right now that it's going to get congested. Thinking about the bunker spots, exiting out of checkpoint, north through that choke point, exiting out of Down Beast, that's going to be a highly contested spot. So checkpoint, having that beacon, now seeing where that next circle is going to be going,
down there.
It's going to be important.
You better be glad it's ring 1.
It's
ring 2, so y'all already should be an antenna.
This is very interesting, right?
That should be right there.
Dead center of that zone, and then NRG have already left through the choke point and are looking to play that outer edge of the next zone. So if you see NRG leaving their drop spot POI when it's almost in the center of that current zone, you know that they're calling it to rotate out. So you kind of go to look. LAN very much on the outskirts of that zone, and TSM still in the wall. Now you think about it this way, can they take that zip, maybe pop the grav cannon that's inside of the wall and try to shoot themselves over towards North Pad? I mean, that might...
I haven't played Seer. Seer's one of the legends I don't own. Or, well, sorry, I do own him now, but I've never played him. Well, I say that they definitely need to rework him if he does have wall hacks. Like, if he does have wall hacks, that should never be a thing. Same thing with kind of like Bloodhound. You know? I really like that Bloodhound got reworked because I did not like that they encourage wall hacks, basically, with the abilities, you know?
Put them out into the open.
I don't think he's overpowered, I just say that I don't agree with it, you know? I don't agree with, like, the wall hacks type shit.
They may be able to find a couple rocks to nestle between them on their rotation.
Hacks in general.
You got to think of what is their next game plan to find themselves
I'm not okay with it.
on the other side where there's just a culmination of all.
Like when his Watson was on Furia 8 months ago, 9 months ago, when he bursted into the scene. Wait. Have you seen the LAN? Oh yeah, I'll probably watch that.
All of the teams, but Lanimals on the left side in your screen there, vibing out inside the zone.
Who knows? It might be this fucking game that you're talking about.
To take this kind of long-winded rotation.
That's a good question, especially since I think there's a replicator by the wall, which is why TSM is rotating back there. But they could also knock 2 birds with 1 stone. They could circle peek Lanimals who don't have the best Evo shields. Albert Lily is going to be able to.
If the pros are saying it needs a nerf, the developers probably will listen. It just takes time what they're going to do, because they have to figure out what they're going to do first, and then they have to figure out how badly are they going to nerf it.
see that they're going to be there, being on the Sierra, being able to use that heartbeat sensor. But TSM right now are taking their time.
Yeah, that heartbeat
Reps
sensor
and
shouldn't be a
don't like
thing.
the fact that they
though.
have lackluster Evo shields to work with. Hao is still on the edge, trying to see if he can find some additional loot. Lanimals now are about to meet up with.
The only way I say it should be a thing is probably like Pulse on Rainbow Six Siege. Now that is cool. You actually have to put yourself in danger and pull out a fucking, you know, heartbeat sensor, you know? That'd be cool if they did that to Seer in this game. You'd have to put yourself in a vulnerable spot, yes, but the same thing can be said for Crypto and his drone. You have to put yourself at risk.
Them and they could see that the replicator's in use. Albert Lily may not have any other choice if he doesn't have any more meds to just try to sneak one in there and try to take something from them, whether it be a med kit or finding any additional syringes if he can.
I can only imagine how this is going to go down if Lanimals pushes into TSM now. I don't think it's the smart move. I think letting TSM kind of rotate out and then push in and use the replicator, I think that would be the most mission critical. And you can see TSM already electing to leave the wall, now sitting on triple purple, having good chunk of heals as well. So now Lanimals getting to focus on that themselves, but Glitch Energy currently 3rd overall on the day, 47 points overall, still kind of on the south side of checkpoint and trying to make sure that some of these teams are not able to get their rotations in.
Yeah, they're about to pass second
Can we talk
place.
about Glitch and their consistency? Aside from game 1, where I believe they got 7th, 8th place, game 2, they got 4th. Game 3 on World's Edge, they got 2nd right behind FaZe. Game 4, they came out top 3 again. Game 5, again, probably one of their more lackluster performances. They got 13th. Yeah, so they were all the way on the bottom end of the overall standings, but they're still leading the overall standings right now with their consistency in the previous game so far. So it's been interesting to see how both FaZe and Glitch Energy have been able to come up right now in this lobby. 19 squads still alive, and FaZe are taking their time to see who's within this vicinity on this north side.
I mean, it's a glow up, right? This is the former BR Demons roster. They were 11th
The Observer's just going to stay on him, humping a staircase.
Now under the Glitch Energy banner and sitting 3rd overall for the day. I mean, not a bad showing thus far, but TSM right now sitting in this choke point here, trying to keep their rotation moving forward, but they are going to get kept out a little bit. Meanwhile, NRG falling.
Damn, NRG.
NRG is out at the hands of Optic. TSM now playing on that low ground. You can see the Havoc
Looks
putting
like
in the
100
work.
Thieves going
Taking
fall.
the split position right now is going to be Reps, while 100 Thieves struggling. Lost out on Scurry, about to get finished right now by TSM. They definitely needed this. CLG also in that fight themselves over on the other side. Verholz, though, coming out from some additional loot, looking fantastic with that G7. You're going to start rotating over on the other side with clearing this north side of where the wall was originally. I like the option to backtrack to make sure that they had healthy evos, they had enough med kits, enough shield bats to then come right back into this fight while the circle wasn't doing enough damage to make their eyes water.
Look, all I know is when TSM was trying to push that choke point, I heard a charged up Sentinel, which means I know Scurry from 100 Thieves is nearby, because that is kind of his methodology now. At once, like, we knew the charge rifle reigns supreme, but Scurry and the Sentinel, name a better duo. That man is disgusting with that. And the Sentinel being charged up, it's just impeccable. But FaZe, currently #1 overall for the day. Frex sniped down Phony, this trio, and
They still wouldn't probably be able to beat Fire Beavers.
Great here. You know,
I'm gonna be real with that.
Didn't have
Because Fire
necessarily the
Beavers
best
slayed
showing
on
in
the
Split
first
1,
day.
made a few roster changes, and now it's just doing dividends.
I love what I'm seeing from the squad. I also love listening to their comms. The positivity that was coming out of there, even though you felt incredibly low off that Skyward dive in that previous game, it was nothing but good vibes for this team. I love the synergy that we're seeing shown from FaZe, and there's a reason why now they've been able to consistently stay on top, hold on to that #1 spot. Again, they don't have to worry about drug-free anymore, now that they were the first squad to go down when they were holding on to that second place spot for a while. FaZe finding the opportunity, though, trying to close in the gap after getting some ticks of damage with that charge rifle. They're going to try to close in the gap on this building.
I mean, something to keep of note is the fact that first place with 51 points. That is an average of about 10 points per game that is putting you in the lead after 5 games. That is an incredibly low scoring series, and it just goes to show you it's actually a really challenging lobby.
It's been crazy. Look at this too in the feed. The creeping barrage from Hell, being on that bang, sending out that ult, getting some knocks, Verho's popping off, Glory gets taken out. Time to wake up out here, TSM. 17 squads left, and they are playing this very smart on the edge of the circle currently right now. They've cleared out the entire east side, minus 2 teams that are still taking their time to make the rotation into that next circle. You can see it right here, actually. They're going to be holding on to this choke point, which is a very good idea because they could deny the rotation opportunity from the squad that ends up staying on top after exiting out of this fight of checkpoint. In case they don't want to rotate from the backside and they want to take control over that north side, who's going to be waiting for them than none other TSM.
Yo, look at where Lan is too. They have made their way out of the wall and are just on the south side of checkpoint. So quite entertaining there. The fact that they've been able to make that play. There is a ring console, I believe, here at checkpoint as well. And if they can kind of stay here when that happens, yeah, this is gonna be on Lan. You can see Lou, the Wraith is getting a little bit of wild, but let's jump into a listen in with FaZe and just hear how they navigate this engagement.
They're gonna try to swing left. They wasted all their util. Listen, they wasted all their util. We're good. They're gonna try to take space west.
Yeah.
Alright, let's walk up.
You have Cyril? You
Here, underneath us. Ulting. Look at that.
Yeah, I'm looking.
We don't know where the other ones are.
Scanning one. Yeah, I do not know where the other one is. Play slow. He might be far.
He's on my door.
Careful,
on my
Slack.
door. On my door.
I'm looking for him. Scan 2.
Wraith hit hard.
All 3 there. One's swinging me. Crack. Knock
got one
one.
as well.
The other one's swinging. One on side.
Weak. He's not weak. He's like 60 HP or 100 HP. He's finishing me. He's gonna get swapped.
Play my swap if you have to.
Hold your shield.
Yeah, I am.
Where the fuck is this guy, bro?
Oh.
Fuck.
Bro, what? How are we losing that?
I don't
Rex,
think
you
Rex
need to
did
stand
anything.
right.
He broke his fucking ankles. Did you see that?
All around FaZe and Lanimal,
Did you
but
see
able
that?
to hit
He
the
broke his
reset
fucking
after
ankles.
That. So now first place on the match day is going to be out in the open, and Glitch Energy is the closest
Oh
one to making
man,
the play
he's
for
like,
them.
where the
Vayne and
fuck is
Aiden
this
last alive
guy?
for the GE
And then he broke his
They are
ankles.
going for the wide swing, taking a
Oh,
lot of damage, but
man.
just trying to put it to bed, and just like that, AJC going down, but now can GE get the reset and then move? They have 55 seconds, and here sees the focus of attention coming in. They were able to get one up, but look who's here.
Lanimal is moving in after taking their journey around the entirety of the north side of Stormpoint, made their way downtown finally, and now trying to take advantage of that knock player on the other side. Glitch Energy made their way over to the first place spot right now. Now that FaZe Drug Free are not involved, and they're looking to turn this fight around despite being at disadvantage. Naughty, he gets the one knock, he's playing off the purple knockdown, he gets the wingman shot, and Glitch gets taken out. Lanimals come out on top. They needed that, but Glitch did such an amazing job in that previous 2 fights. They were holding on to 54 points, 2 points right on top of FaZe to secure that first place spot for right now.
Naughty from the Night Watch coming down from north of the wall to descend havoc upon the rest of this lobby, and to be able to clutch up
Who wins
those
week
fights
one?
as the last
This is
man
the
standing,
deciding
playing
moment.
the knocks and just putting the finishing blow with the wingman, just impeccable. Now they continue on their journey, picking up an immense amount of KP, looking to throw down. That is the
No,
Lanimal
my
that I wanted
movement's
to
not
see
like
coming in
that shit
today.
now.
Sometimes it takes a little bit, Tiff, to ramp up.
I'd
to
be
feel what
facing
you
the
gotta
kids
work
that
on,
break my
especially on the
ankles,
flying
and then
lobbies
I'm
like
the
this.
guy that says, "Where the
Dark Zero
fuck
in
is
an
this guy?"
amazing position right now on the high
That's
ground.
me.
Let's jump into a listen
I'm
with
the
Dark
one that
Zero
got
to
my
see how
ankles
their comps are
broken.
sounding.
God damn. That was a me moment right there. Yeah.
Make sure that answer right. Yeah, look right. It is, but it's like barely.
My movement's ass.
Nothing in the right building. Okay, we grabbed it.
Mm,
Rapid, pick forward now.
God damn.
Pick it forward. They're fighting.
Zero,
We
Sharky.
need kills.
God damn, calm down, guys. I know y'all want first place, but damn.
20k left. I'm going back then. Nothing on scan. They took portal. One took portal. One guy on scan. Just the building. Get the building. Hit 50. These guys are free kills later. I know. They're fighting kind of. Give me your pep, Jen.
Down roof, boy. Shoot. Shush. Yeah, I'm coming. See one dead. Nice. Cancel here.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I can walk up above him.
I'm watching it.
They all died.
Okay,
Nice. I can't let these guys grab.
We play that side of the building, Jen. We just need to kill this team in front of Sharky.
Yeah.
I need
60 on the
those.
Valk.
No, zero
Walking
life.
back up to the rock. They have a bar.
Dark Zero might come in with the clutch and get first.
It's on the sea.
If they win this game, they get first, I think.
Walking up. 60, 70 on Valk.
She went back. She's back at the rock. They might Valk. No, they can't Valk ult.
I can't stop wasting ammo, bro.
Why
Don't
would
get
you
fucked by the
Valk
boat.
ult? Y'all are right there next to him. That'd leave their Valk very vulnerable and they would die.
Yeah, just have a light for you guys.
Is he on the Valk?
Shoot these guys.
Don't let him walk.
We're just about out of charge. I mean, they're getting shot on the right, left. Arcing us. Bad arc. 2 bad arcs.
2 bad arcs.
I'm putting them on scan. I can't hit their Valk ult.
You cancelled it, right?
Yeah, get
60.
his kills.
Crack.
Dead.
C1.
Start walking.
Batting.
I don't care.
Yeah. I hit the Valk 60.
Just walk.
Yeah.
Wait, play the left side on the building, right?
Yeah.
I need light bad, bro. I'm on the building.
Make sure he doesn't creep fast in the right.
Doesn't matter.
I'm climbing roof. I'm gonna put a trap on roof.
This team dead. Chill.
Putting a trap on roof.
Okay, now I'm looking around.
I need heavy.
Dropped you.
I need light.
I have 4 bullets of energy.
Fuck. Hey, rapping. I think I heard rapping.
It should be the solo.
Scan the
It should be the
solo.
solo. Yeah. Scanning him.
I'm me. Hitting 50.
I'm killing him with Jen. Stay, Sharky.
Yeah, I'm staying.
Okay, I'm going.
He's
Here.
down this rock.
60. Dead. Can I? I need that loot. I need nothing.
I'm gonna try
Smack
loot
me.
for you. I'm gonna try loot for you, not you.
I need light pad. Yeah. I'm gonna queue that for you. Drop me a lot. I need light pad.
I'm giving you. I got 60 only.
I need more heavy if you can get some.
Here, 60.
Yeah, cheers.
Get back up.
Just gotta say my ammo.
Anyone need bats?
I have 3. 6
Oh,
free.
I have one cell. I have one cell.
one bat.
Give him the
I'm
bat.
tapping your cells.
Here, got 3 cells.
Okay, what's the play here?
You need bash, Shaki? Yeah, I'll drop
Listen,
you.
one duo. Is this a duo, Sharky?
I don't know. I think so.
One's over there. There's one duo. There's 2 teams inside, one team fence.
I don't know which ones. I don't know which teams are doing.
Listen, comms. I think we go here. I think we wall across the fence line, bang all them back, and then we're like next end zone. Or we just play here on the roof. I think that's better.
If we do your play and just like wall off outside of the zone, we're just chilling.
Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying. You just wall across the fence line.
Do you want to wall onto them or outside? Like right side?
On me, straight across, literally.
Okay, yeah. Like onto them, yeah?
Yeah, not yet.
Okay, yeah.
Then you just zero, and I bang off them, and they have to walk back. The other team fight, we win the game. Fighting inside.
Get a door, they can open it.
Hey, you should
you try to
go
do
to
it
your
now?
wall. Yeah.
Did it.
Bang off them.
I'm throwing Qs. I got space.
There's a 2.
My bang out.
Yeah.
I'll be there as well.
Okay, back to
Kill join.
I can't see it.
I'm banging.
I hit them.
Safe on me.
Crouch.
You should see
Yeah,
it.
I'm
seal.
Hey, you stay warm. Seal. Seal at the end.
On our left.
We're chilling.
I'm just staying
I'm
crouched.
crouching.
They're in at the end. Maybe.
Are we in zero? We're safe here. We're good here.
Yeah. Just watch the right.
There's a solo on the outside of the building.
Hit him red.
The name.
They're knocking.
He's not.
He's on roof.
Dead.
Nice.
Nice.
Let's chill.
The fine nades.
I'm smoking them.
I dodged it on the bin.
Sit on me, Chucky, you.
Yeah, I'm bad. I'm fucking.
100, 20, 30.
Scanning
In the
them.
fight.
Popping back. Oh, fuck. I fucked my cat.
Chill.
On me.
Okay. Chill.
Popping syringe.
Run forwards now. Stay low.
Reloading.
Let's go! Oh my god, I think we won!
Let's go! Oh my god!
I'm sorry, Vicky. All I heard
Reloading.
Let's go! Oh my god, I think we won!
What the fuck?
Let's go!
Oh my god!
I'm sorry, Vicky. All I heard was
Minecraft is a joke.
And then just all of the excitement.
So here, I'm
And
gonna
we
just
believe
hide
they
user
may
that's a
have
kid.
won. I'm assuming they know they won the game, but the question is,
Message
did they
will be
win match
hidden,
day
thank
number
you.
1 overall?
I think they did tip that dub. Probably put them in first place. They had so much KP to work with on top of that.
bullying.
Glitch nowhere in sight. Out of this entire lobby. We saw what happened earlier to Drug Free. We saw what happened to FaZe. That was insane from Dark Zero. The patience paying off. The screaming comms. The excitement. Finding out that there's a duo on the other side. Please tell me, Sharky, is there a duo
Why
right
the
there?
fuck come to my
the
goddamn
energy from Dark
stream talking to me about a goddamn game I do not play? What in the absolute fuck?
Zero, and what better way to end the day than a 2-time win on Stormpoint? They won game number 4 too with 13 KP. That was huge. They're so good on Stormpoint.
Look, I was just brought on the Dark Zero
Why
roller
would I
coaster of
actually
emotions
fucking
for that
care?
entire ride of the end game. But Rain Day, let's bring you back. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that Dark.
And that's how you know they're little kids. You got one little bitch boy coming to defend a piece of shit that attacked me while I was sleeping, and I couldn't defend myself. So yeah, you go defend your little piece of shit fuck buddy. You don't even know who the fuck your best friend is. Starting shit with an actual adult when y'all are two punk ass kids that never got your ass beat. And you didn't get raised properly.
Zero victory.
Who started the shit? It wasn't fucking me because I was asleep on my fucking bed. So if y'all both get y'all's accounts terminated on YouTube, Minecraft God, and I grind, if y'all get y'all shit suspended permanently, I'm sorry, you shouldn't have started the shit. Man can't even fucking sleep in his own house without waking up to bullshit from punk ass kids. I don't even fucking play Minecraft. I don't even know who the fuck these people are. They just found someone to treat like shit, and they don't know that one of these days they'll treat someone like shit, and that person's going to be super fucking crazy that they're going to go to their house and either put them in body bags or something. They're going to do something. Because you can't hide behind a fucking keyboard like a coward ass pussy. You cannot. I don't give a fuck if you're on a fucking Xbox, PlayStation, GameCube, Wii, fucking VR headset, keyboard and mouse. I don't care. You can't hide behind that shit like a pussy. Like a coward. When real life comes knocking.
Are there many other thoughts that every single person glued to the screen didn't all have? This is what it's like to be a human, where some moments transcend thought. We don't need to transcend words. We don't need to speak about it. We know what that meant. We all felt it. What a rush of energy, excitement, tactics, and hype from Dark Zero. I feel like we were all a part of that moment, all tensing up, all probably didn't breathe that much, waiting for the reaction. And Dark Zero gave us exactly what we hoped, a historic win. If they were right.
Haters are going to hate. And for no fucking reason. Without even acknowledging who the person is that they're trying to treat like shit. Or, you know, just say shit negative for no reason.
Could have put...
Oh, my best friend? How could you ever think that you're better than my best friend? Shut the fuck up.
Them in first place at the very end of the day. What a story that would be. My goodness.
Your fucking best friend need to keep his shitty negative comments to himself. if he ain't gonna say nothing fucking positive before someone comes and fucking pops his fucking mouth. Knock all his fucking teeth out. That's what he needs.
Gracious. Taking a look, though, at this entire game. You guys called it. AJC, they came up against Drug Free. It was
delusional. Ha ha ha. I fucking love how they've had a perfect life. They've never had someone die in their arms. So they can't be crazy. They can't be delusional. So, what?
a tough one for Drug Free, but 2 good games got them into a great spot, Vicky, and that was enough, especially for a team that probably doesn't expect to be in the top 2, top 3, top...
Also didn't spend half your fucking life in a mental hospital. So...
4 starting out in Pro League. What an accomplishment from them. And of course, how can we not talk about FaZe?
Yeah, they did such a fantastic job. Love hearing their comms. I love hearing what they could have done better at the end of those comms here. They looked like they were on fire.
Holy
The
shit.
slip and slide, shoot at me, Bangalore dash,
Whoop.
and you could find yourself losing out on this fight. Frex
Whoop.
had a nice health advantage. but
Circled
sliding
around
right
that
through
motherfucker.
Was that last player, Glitch as well. Another one of our...
Alright. Wow. Holy shit. I can't wait till the 18th and 19th. That's the days. I don't give a shit.
History books.
Are y'all ready? I know I am. We're gonna watch this. I'm probably make a cup of soup. You know, halfway through this. Eat. Watch the rest of the half. And then watch NA for like 3 hours. What would that be? Probably like 3 o'clock. Then I'll end this stream. Take me a break. And then I'll probably play some games later. But don't worry, don't worry. I don't need no moderators or admins to handle my shit. Because all it takes is 2 or 3 clicks for me. They could go waste their lives, you know, making hater accounts. You know, it'd take them probably 5 minutes to make an account and come spread hate. It takes me 3 clicks. That's 3 seconds. So they wasted 5 minutes of their lives. And all it took was 3 minutes to get rid of their stupidity.
Perhaps hoping to make a name for themselves.
3 seconds.
Could be a return from them. We know
Talk
for a
about
fact that
goddamn.
yesterday when things just got off right on the start here.
Tells you who's
2R1C
smarter.
wasn't in the best of positions, finding themselves facing early defeats in many ways. I know you're watching out for them, and I am too. This is a team that played together in the past, of course, not between Arca and Uchako, but also Jerovic coming through in our last championship as this third to play as a Phil. So if there's anyone that can potentially find rhythm, it would be these guys.
It's fun to see the way that they're just playing around the early stages as well. Grabbing the charge rifle instead of the PK, trying to play this at a bit of a long range. I imagine 2R1C may not want to take this fight initially. Instead, getting a little bit of poke in or even disengaging as they've got rotations up to the north available to them. Kella Gaming, however, they will fight you. Another squad that's come up from the challenge.
Like, and that's the one thing. If I still got any actual viewers, I don't understand why the fuck come spread hate on... I'm mainstreaming Apex Legends right now. It used to be Heroes of the Storm, 7 Days to Die. 7 Days to Die is kinda like Minecraft. But I have never, I don't think ever, have live streamed Minecraft. So for a shitty community to come to my channel and spread hate on a game that I've never live streamed, I've never showcased. In my opinion, I don't like Minecraft. You know, I haven't played it in for fucking ever. If I played it, I bet you I'd like it. I wouldn't be good like some of these fuckers that play every fucking day. I couldn't be. until I played as much as they have played, you know. But I don't understand why come spread fucking hate on someone you do not know that don't even play the fucking game you play. You're just fucking brain dead at that point. And wanting to harass someone that has way more problems than you ever have had in your fucking life. I don't get it. Why everyone thinks cyberbullying and harassing, even bullying in general in real life, is fucking cool. And then people jaw drop on people fucking killing other people because the person that got murdered went over the fucking line. Went far over the line, and the cops didn't stop him and nothing. And then everyone wants to jaw drop on, oh shit, that person just killed somebody. Like, yeah, it's because he probably got fed up with the shit. What up?
Challenge circuit from the preseason qualifiers, and who qualified in first place after a massive weekend of games. Kella are not to be trifled with.
No, absolutely not. This is a team that put themselves together in the 3rd and 4th weeks of Challenger Circuit as a 3-piece, coming in with their kind of self-acquainted points and then launched through the rest of the standings to dominate, of course, in week 3, winning it all and coming through preseason qualifiers just as well. Now, obviously, as we see them here coming off a Climatizer, they do have a little bit of the ego read. They've got triple blues and compared to what was 2R1C's whites, but it seems like the rotations are already underway.
Everybody moving their way up to a pretty darn northern zone. Bitfix Gaming actually dead in the center of the train tracks right now, and with a lot of say over how this game will go. We still have to sort out what the power positions are going to be, but for squads like Ascend and Bitfix, who have already cemented themselves in the ring, they'll have a lot of say over what power positions other squads get.
Yeah, something that we typically see here when we do have a zone pull up and into this direction is obviously presence towards those western chokes, but especially survey camp. That becomes such a pit of death here as you get upwards of 6 to 7 squads sharing some of those houses for what is usually a more extended pull towards those northern sides.
I'm keeping my eyes on the south end of the map as well, since we've got SPS still farming it up in Thermal Station, and Totem starting to rotate in as well. For as much as we talk about our zone teams and those that rotate in early, those that fight around the edge are going to be squads to keep your eyes on when they are this close to each other. It is seconds away from turning into a fight when we do start our rotations in for these 2 squads, these 3 squads even, that may be rotating in right next to each other.
Yeah. Obviously, we see high presence towards the northern side here, even further towards this train line, where we're starting to see some of the early predictions of where this zone will work out. For Ascend, they're in a unique situation, one of the few squads not to play concurrent with that meta. You see them there with that Watson and Crypto, which will allow them to set up what we understand is a more defensible position alongside that control pick.
Now, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but right next door to start a fight with 2R1C, that charge rifle pickup that they opted into instead of the Peacekeeper for a contest by Climatizer is actually going to be really important here, giving them a lot more autonomy from the northern side of the map, where you'll normally have a little bit more difficulty accessing other teams that are fighting their way through in survey camp and a little bit further away from you. Now you actually have options to pick up KP and actively participate in the game as 2R1C. Start a fight. Also going to be trying to do that, but with things like the 301 instead.
I will say I don't prefer their position right now for start a fight. Remember, that train line and any rotations that come through there from the west side, they will be the first squad to be pinched, and their escape options either put them directly in the face of 2R1C or they're forced to make their way back towards survey camp. Now, granted, if something occurs here earlier rather than later, there's still a lot of space available in survey camp that they should be able to present themselves, but this position later on can get particularly dicey.
It certainly can, especially with the defensive way that they're playing and the fact that they are one of our squads that doesn't have things like a Catalyst, a Rampart if you want to go with it, or even a Caustic to back you up. Watson not available either. It does come down to exactly how much damage you're trading, because if you get out-traded in a single instance, you could very well find yourself being pushed as 2R1C. It is something that our edge teams don't have to deal with, though, and we already highlighted some of the squads that would be coming from the southwest. We've got FUT now popping up from the southeastern side of the map, playing things slow and likely coming up against Vexed Gaming real soon.
Obviously here from Vexed, as they make their way in, they're looking more than prepared to potentially take on a squad. Double gold on the purple here available for this roster right now. They're not quite in the zone just yet, which kind of brings me back to some of the early discussions I had with not only them, but also Levi Arnett, that coach behind this roster. They talk about some of the weaknesses that they faced, of course, coming back from playoffs, and how they want to start to transition this team to a more zone-oriented approach. So I mean, typically in the past, we used to see this team set themselves up right on the edge of things, wait, gatekeep rosters, but instead you can already see them starting to progress further and further towards north side, and even, yes, take this redeploy, send it closer to where you think home will be towards our end game.
Scouting is going to be really important here with the Valkyrie, and the fact that they've already got a beacon is really nice. You can see it pinged out there, but because you're running things like the Seer and the Catalyst, you have the opportunity to not just see where the next ring is pulling, but where everyone else is as well. Vexed, having that full information, should be able to make that rotation into zone that I will say Zephyr is coming a little bit late, and hopefully make it a lot safer for them when they do choose to redeploy more effectively.
Yeah, I was about to say it's almost a necessity here, because we know for a fact with this split of Climatizer, it's going to be a guarantee that you lose that position later on. For Totem, they're on the opposite end of the spectrum, more than acquainted with taking their time out here on the outskirts of zone. I love to highlight, obviously, you may see some familiar faces between Jazz and Shirt, but Thorfinn joining this roster, potentially a new face for those of you at home. Let me tell you, I got the deets here from the Challenger circuit, representing the highest performing squad in regards to points. It's Thorfinn coming through from what was Oracle, and then of course the transition to KTV. This is his debut, I believe, on the Pro League, and hopefully something that will allow Totem to be on their best foot forward.
You gotta hope so. They've spent a lot of time outside of the ring, however, and with that, it does come with quite a bit of safety, since not a whole lot of squads are out there, but it also makes me worried about your eventual rotation into the ring, because, well, you did highlight, Zephyr, that there are some squads that are playing more zone-centric now in this season, Vexed being one of them. There are still teams around the edge that are waiting for you to come in late, waiting for the KP to come to them and to take the game by force that way. SPS certainly one of them. As sat in Fragment, they're going to be able to absorb pushes from multiple squads.
Okay. SPS here taking some bits and pieces of damage, a little bit of the peppering that you might expect over here towards construction, but it's nothing that won't allow them to persist and potentially leveling up some of this Evo and putting themselves in their best foot forward. But obviously zone carries further and farther away from this spot right here. Meanwhile, though, back in the heat of our zone, we've got Double Dark Veil down and Ascend defending this backline northern position.
Should be a spot that they can keep control of, but with Vexed coming up on them, remember, you've got full reads on where everyone else is. Vexed have decided that this fight is isolated enough for them to take to abuse their mechanics. Keep your eyes on Tyler, as he's got the flank on this Valkyrie, but Unlucky starts to fry with the car as well, and things get dicey for Ascend. One of the best fighting teams in MEA in the world is getting the fight taken to them, as Postkill does find the first knock, and now Baxter on the ropes. Flesh on Matape. Unlucky still putting up numbers with the Peacekeeper. 2 members of Ascend has fallen, and just like that, all 3 hit the floor for our first squad out.
I'll tell you what, Dia, it feels like deja vu. We were watching that PK in the hands of Unlucky in just what was Survey Camp, where he found a 3v2 success here. You say the best fighting squad in the hands of Ascend. I tell you, it is Vexed. None other does this roster stand above the pace when it comes to direct 3v3 fighting. But I'll tell you what, Dia, it isn't over just yet. Here across in Fragment, nice beams. It's none other than our new angel himself, Thorfinn.
Totem's gotten all healed up, but right now they don't have the best position to fight this from. Jazz needing to get out and play the high ground near where Sherp is. Up here, it is relatively easy to fight, but still not a great position to be in. Totem have other problems. The zone is closing in again. They've burned so many meds to survive through zone number 1, and now they have to disengage on the low ground away from other squads and even into more that are looking for these kills. You gotta hope that they've got that redeploy. Trigger gets pulled on it, but where can Totem land that is safe? With one squad behind and one squad ahead, it's a puzzle that we'll only have to see solved live.
At least now for SPS, they're slowing down the pace here in the Fragment, which personally, I don't know if I like it. Meanwhile, though, other side here of Epicenter, it's none other than J-Lings, our ones to watch from earlier, just trying to break out of what is building. But before Nags can make his way back inside, Nightmare's finding the drops.
Just got tagged by that Bangalore as well, and it's the beginning of the end for J-Lings. Defense, especially without a catalyst in this building, should be next to impossible, especially in a 2 versus 3. Noises and JMW going to do their best. The R99 does go off this season, but it might not go hard enough. Nightmare are pushing up on this, and we get to discover that they are playing this as a 2 versus 2 at the moment. Seven and Denze pushing their agenda, finding finally that next knock, and barely managing to eliminate a squad in time. Denze going to get back in. Totem have gone out in the meantime, and J-Lings still fighting for their lives here, have JMW.
But will be forced to make his way out for the time being. There's no way he's going to be able to reapproach those banners, especially with Nightmare taking away what was supposed to be your prime real estate into this next zone. And I can't help but bring up the catalyst, Dia. Obviously, Nightmare on the outskirts looking to play aggressively, no worries there. But for J-Lings to hold something like this, especially without a control legend to put up defensive utility, that's difficult, and we see how it pays the price.
Yeah, you don't have Catalyst, no Watson, no Caustic, and now you do have another team pushing up on you. Lecite de France, who do have the cat, have walked up and taken the offensive fight, knocking down Denze first, and it is going to be yet another big engagement around this building, one that now Lecite de France can effectively reset from, picking YOLO back up and keeping their eyes on the squads around them. Nightmare are forced back and ultimately eliminated, as we actually just have them running face first into another team.
Notably, it's not just any other team, it was JMW who picks up that final knock there, in part with, of course, FUT on this low ground. So a double duke there, and gets a little bit of revenge for what was the almost elimination of his roster as well. V2 down and out in 17th here, but we're currently looking at FUT. This is a team that I have had my eyes on going into this upcoming split, and it was just yesterday that they found what could have been their win in Storm Point.
Fight for SPS right now. Bang Smokes will buy them time on the approach, but we're walking right into some gas. We find the Stinky Grandpa, and Andy Jax will be the first to fall as outplayed. Scatter to the wind. There's no trace of them here. Bushi just continuing on with this Bang, the initiator for the squad, and hopefully buying SPS away into this next zone. They've got 2 approaches here, train line or survey camp, and SPS are going to have to pick between fighting for the open ground or taking one into a chokehold.
SPS here obviously stuck between 2, but it looks like FUT might be on their way out, and yeah, that redeploy is coming in. But as I told you earlier on, when we talk about this area, survey camp, this ridgeline, these hills, so many teams present themselves early on. The question is, where can SPS put them? Because we know for a fact, even if you land at a building like this, it's almost guaranteed that there's a squad inside or someone right behind you.
This was a really good move from SPS that was late Valk ults go, putting themselves on the outside of this building. building might be the difference between them living and dying. It looks so scary. But SPS have a chance to hold on, especially with the Bangalore ult. They've got the Seer ult down as well to give them a full read on the squad inside this building. And it's Kella Gaming coming out and trying to clear their backs. Naded on the inside. Kella are on the back foot, and SPS are even looking to get aggressive after the reset here. R99 do go burr, and we've got SPS rolling up on Kella with no quarter given.
And it seems like it's not just Kella. The fight continues here with Aimbot. It's none other than, I assume, Lecite de France. But there is a savior in their midst. Matafe with an Arc Star. Gaiman Gladiators with their own damage as Lecite de France, on what could have been a third party to give them this building, are picked off by other teams. And that's what I mean, Dia, when I talk about the chaos that exists. These sightlines are so prevalent when we talk about this region. For SPS, they're lucky. They get a house from now and a little bit of time to potentially reset.
It's not just luck, Zephyr. That was an incredible play from them, sitting on the outside of this building, transitioning into that 3v3. I am scared of SPS and the things they can do in the mid game. But from here, unfortunately, their journey gets no easier. The ring continues to pull them further away, further into this northwestern side. And SPS now find themselves down crucial mobility tools in this Valk ult with only smokes to let them into the next ring. They're going to try and take the long way around, but Robin on the immobile Seer is separated from the team, and this is going to turn into a fight.
This is a big split there, but you can see already YiKu already taking this nice height here that will hopefully give Robin the opportunity to pull it back together. But look at the beams caught out. It is Matafe from Vex to be brought down. Unlucky swooping in on the off angle here to see if he can round this one back through, but almost immediately do they seal the deal in return. Tyler, in response with the car, at least finds the one return on the knock, but with no shields, he's forced to stick the bat.
Tyler has done incredible things, has played heroically before, but with the focus being on getting into this zone, he's now got plenty of time on this Valkyrie to start harassing other squads. It may not be the best position, but it's far from the worst for Vexed, as there is still an SPS in pieces just below you. Tyler is nigh on unpushable on this height for the squad below, and gets to share space as a pseudo 3-man with 8 teams left. We are officially into the end game. We've got that next zone closing in, the one that's really going to claim a lot of lives here, Zephyr, and then it is all gloves off.
I'll tell you what, we've seen some big names fall already. What was FUT and Aurora out in our recent transition here. Element 6, still one of the best performing rosters just off the back end of playoffs here. Their first iteration in this split, but stuck between a rock and, well, a choke, and stuck out. Slayers knows he's just got to send it. He's got to get that damage off before it punishes him. And with a switch to the 9 and the wingman, he makes short work in return. Swinny is low. Graceful is on the return. Bitfix are down, and now they've got to stick the revive.
30 seconds left on this zone close, and like you say, needing to get your teammate back into the game. This third party is being threatened, but start a fight. Seem hesitant to actually do so, not wanting to push out of zone and into specifically a Catalyst who can still defend and who, for all they know, has an ultimate available. Element 6 do have a few cooldowns they can work with here. I'm not sure about the portal on Swinny, but as the Phoenix kit goes off, it looks like they're not going to have that available. We are looking at this next rotation and only imagining what Element 6 can do next. For now, it's looking like they're going to have to push a squad.
No portal available, no major transition. You're lacking the mobility, but the Dark Veil still offers you the cover you need here. Obviously, though, they're tough in this fight, but we want to hear them. Let's take a listen in with our friends from over at WD Black.
Safe on me!
I'm just trying to
Don't come to me!
Yeah, the fight in here.
They're gonna fight on the right!
Still don't feel this.
Okay, I'm coming soon!
Oh, I can't do anything. No, you just play your life, bro. Fuck.
You're fine. Buy time.
I mean, they know I'm here. Were they fighting? Were they trading?
You're good.
Oh,
Cannot really do anything to you.
They
No,
cannot
he
really
knows
do anything to you.
I know, but he knows I'm here.
I mean, of course, like everyone know. But look the sun. They don't gonna give up their spot.
I know. I have my ult in 10 as well.
My ultimate needs
E6 know who's next to them. In fact, they believe that 2R1C knows where they are. But is that actually the case? Both Start a Fight and 2R1C don't have the greatest sight lines onto this last member of E6, and it's very likely they're gonna have to fight each other. Blast knows what's up. I don't know if they can actually get this kill first. And in a game with 3 squads left, you do not want to overextend and be the first to fall. It means so much for Start a Fight. They've got angles, they've got harass going down, but the zone is closing in, and it is time for them to rotate. Light's going to take the risk, taking the wide swing, but Uchako lays down the hurt on one member of Start a Fight, and now we've got Element 6 in the top too. That is the danger of wide swinging, Zephyr. That is why we sit back and play conservative as E6, and what a finish from 2R1C, who put themselves in that position from the get-go.
I genuinely cannot believe, after presenting themselves there earlier than anyone else, that 2R1C are able to come out on top of it all. We didn't see them in a ton of fights there, but a win. I'll tell you what I'm seeing, Dia, is a little bit of deja vu. All right, we're getting a bit of a repeat of game 1, but this time around, I want to make something absolutely clear to everyone who sees the map. Notice how it doesn't present as hard towards that northern train line there. That's an implication that this won't be going as distant or as further as we've seen, and still has the opportunity to potentially bounce back even towards that southern end if given the potential pull here. So some of those early rotations that we saw in store for some of the bigger names might actually be more apparent and more effective this time around, especially once we start getting some of those second zone reads from our control-based legends.
Something that perhaps Reply Totem could pick up. They've got themselves a vault key, so a lot more effective AHP as they get later into the game, and hopefully some nice attachments for them as well. 2R1C's stereotypical rotation, however, up towards Survey Camp has caught them with a little bit more trouble than they had last time. Bitfix Gaming have already shown up and set themselves up right next to 2R1C, so there is potential for these two squads to start poking at each other a lot earlier. Well, Vexed fight their way out in Lava Siphon. It's the first knock going down onto Andy Jax from Outplayed, and Vexed have the opportunity to take this fight again by storm, giving us our first blood of game 2.
You can't ever say the word fight without Vexed being involved in the sentence here, with already one major knock and a big swing from Tyler, and Unlucky they find that next guaranteed knock onto Wilhelm here, trying to sniff out that last member of Outplayed. They do begin to take shots from an opposite angle.
One more member is what you're looking for, but with a Bang ult now and a Seer, Vexed are gonna have to back off as the third party rocks in over by Lava Siphon. Unable to finish off that first squad, they leave Outplayed in shambles and reset as Nightmare roll up looking for a fight. We've got Aurora here as well. This could be a 3-way fight just before the first round finishes closing, and Vexed are preparing for it. First knock has already come in with the Arc Stars putting in overtime for Aurora, and Vexed take the wide swing out, trying to cover the building and get themselves some height before this all explodes.
I can't believe how deep the chase is ensuing here. Aurora seconds ago were on North End Siphon, now to the dead center, obviously utilizing that Wraith portal to cover the distance, wanted to potentially clean up what they thought could have been that third party there. Instead, they actually gave the guaranteed loot ability over to Vex to call him to pull back, take some of that access towards OP that they had just knocked down, and then give them their ability to transition towards hopefully where this zone is pulling. For Aurora, it is at least the one additional KP, but not quite the full squad wipe they might have assumed they'd find.
I really appreciate that as soon as they discover that there's more than one squad in the area, Vexed say, you know what, we're leaving. They all just pile into the balloon and take off towards Fragment. Find themselves another fight, but this one should be isolated, and that is what Vexed have been looking for. The wall keeps FUT from being able to push it effectively and gives Vexed the opportunity to fully disengage before FUT can confidently push. No scans going through here means no information, means by the time this catwall goes down, FUT will have no sight lines on Vexed.
It's a lucky situation for Vex there. Any second slower, and we would have seen potentially the launch of damage, a throttling provided from FUT from their height. I'll tell you what, for Vex, they just haven't been able to find their best footing. They start.
Oh, dude, that's a tough question. That's a tough question. There's like 3 top teams in both regions that I like. The top, I have no clue. I root for like all of them, even the underdogs. I'm not really a biased person.
Off effectively with some great KP, but in terms of these next rotations and further, I mean, it has been a constant leg race.
But right now, for the first week, Fire Beavers went off. I don't think they're playing because it's A versus C, and I think they're in B group. Fire Beavers. I could be mistaken. But yeah, Fire Beavers are fucking lit right now. Kansas City Pioneers, they're top team right now.
Race for this roster to find themselves potentially a happy
Hardecki's
home or just
team.
a moment of
I
respite.
don't know what team that name they're going under right now, but
big objective in front of them, though. A beacon would allow Vexed to know exactly where everyone else is and hopefully have the opportunity to plan out their rotation as a result. They did this over by Climatizer last time, and Vexed seemed to want to do it again, but this time have to take yet another fight in order to be able to. They've got one knock already. Matape does cover the side, but we've got another listen-in prepped out as Vexed continue their way through this lobby.
I'm gonna see it now just so we know.
They can't ward away. I think they can't ward away. Yeah, they ward away. I'm going roof.
No, one's still above.
Wait,
One's
what?
still above. Above.
Yeah, he's on stairs. He's just crouching on stairs.
Coming. Wait,
Popping up, Yeah, popping up.
I'm on height.
I'm bottom.
I can't get through my door. I'm gonna break it. I'm marking it.
Yeah.
Where are they?
I think our floor.
Yeah, in the corner. Crack two, Thomas.
Coming out.
Coming up.
I'm Mr. Watch around. Okay, boys.
Okay.
Okay, the armor. And make it. Watch it from there, Tyler.
Yeah.
Like sniper.
I'm going first floor then.
Yeah.
Do we have any medkits? I'm looting elevator.
I'm looting right now. I'm swapping my charge rifle.
Come on, get to this.
Yeah, Andrew.
Optics here.
Oh, yeah.
Close range. Come on, get to this spot.
Did they
I have no clue, bro.
From what looked like just...
Like I said, no one really stands out, you know, from my opinion, you know. You know, like I said, Hardecki's team, because Hardecki's just insane. NRG, Sweet, Guild, they're pretty damn fucking strong. What else? Fire Beavers, yeah. Like I said before, Fire Beavers. That team is popping off. I don't think they're playing in this one, though. They played in the previous one. Sadly, I won't be showcasing that because I already watched it.
This panicked rotation
Off stream,
have
sadly.
made their way into the building, and Morningstar's got obliterated, Zephyr. They were in what was an extended fight. It ended in mere seconds.
Obviously, they had to find their bearings on to approach what was that bottom or third floor of the streamer building there. But once they did it, you heard it almost immediately. A double crack and a response from that zip line to find the full elimination there. For Vex, it's a reset, it's a scan, and hopefully
I'm
their
loving
next
the
best
Mastiff
position for some of these
this
zone
season.
reads. But as we pull back towards the higher end of our
Mastiff
zone
just
here in
goes
train line,
ham.
P2 are covering angles, potentially just a bit choked out on what might be their next rotation forward. Granted, Granted, it's still early, Dia. There's a lot of zone space you can cover, and potentially either pulling
I
out towards
appreciate you
Skyhook
being here,
or
though,
Survey
Trip.
is always an option.
Or don't Trip.
One of the
you know.
best things for
I don't know
V2
what
here
the
is
fuck
that they've
to
got
call
that
you.
Wraith portal if they do need to go through this northern side and tank a bit of zone damage. They've got the opportunity to avoid things like that in later rings. Game of
Watching
Drones,
along with me.
meanwhile, simply
Shit,
have
you'd be
to
doing
play
the same if
defense
you were on
in
Discord.
the front half of this train line, but have to keep their eyes on two separate angles. A bit of a sandwich could occur at any point when you are in a train line like this, when you don't have the zone at your back. And I'm sure the Game of Drones would really like to take this fight aggressively.
I watched
but it's
this
gonna be
even
so
off stream
difficult to
to
find
catch
an
up
angle
and
as we
shit,
sort
and
of
I'm almost
determine
fully
where
caught
this
up.
next zone is going. Neither of these squads forced to engage until we know who has the better rotation.
We do get a little bit of a sneak peek at that current zone there, with some precedent set towards Survey Camp being well within its full area, and it's probably the reason why we don't see movement from B2, but I swear, it just never ends with this squad. Vex, we saw one knock in the kill feed, make it two, back towards the streamer building, back in through the bridge, a double knock onto none other than Aurora, and I can't help but notice that this man looks like he's trying to run for his life. That is it.
I mean, you run into Vexed, and you know you've got to run. It just can't happen in time. Again, Aurora.
Yeah, Tyler FPS is one of those aggressive fraggers. And with Matafe being on a legend like Seer, doesn't surprise me that they're first fucking place on match 2 of World's Edge.
Ball
Like,
in
it
the
don't
bottom half
surprise
of the
me.
lobby, not just the bottom half.
Tyler
They're the
FPS
first
used to play
two
for
teams that we
Ascend
say
with
goodbye
Kashira
to,
and
both
post
of
kill.
whom have been removed by Vexed Gaming. The level of play that Vexed are giving us in the second game of the day is just
Oh,
unprecedented.
damn, he's
But
gone.
Killa are trying to
Bye-bye.
match pace, looking for these remaining members
Holy
of Nightmare,
shit.
who have just
Oh,
been
you're
respawned
gone.
over
Oh
by
my
Overlook.
damn
You don't get
Nightmare
the chance to play the game.
Esports
Killa are here
is
to shut you
done.
down.
Mycee with the Prowler in hand makes short work of the remnants of that Nightmare squad, and it makes me so happy to see that one of our
He
teams,
wanted that
one of our
R9.
best
He said,
competitors
"Give
from
it to
Challenger
me."
Circuit is coming out on the day
He said,
of
"Yeah,
and
I already
truly
got a
performing."
Prowler, but I
That's a
want that.
different
Yeah, I want
level
your
of
R,
pressure
or
that,
not R9,
trust me,
R301.
No one understands better
He wanted
than
that
these teams
R301
themselves here.
really
Now, granted,
badly,
we
like,
got to
holy
see
shit.
how they made
You
their
can
way
see
to
it in
the
his
end
eyes, he
game
was
in
thirsty.
our first match here. Can they do it again? Right now, delayed almost exponentially out here towards the zone, and will begin to take quite a bit of damage on hopefully this movement towards the west.
FUT
Yeah, kick that
pushing
door
the
down.
doomed building.
Oh, that's
that
a
we
down
saw
dude that's blocking
Jaylings
the
try
door.
and defend before. And well,
Oh, that just
well,
sucks.
Zephyr, if we aren't back here again with Jaylings again losing control of this building. FUT with a remarkable push right now.
Whoa. Whoa. Hold the phone. Did IG International pull out too? I see Noises is on a different team. What in the fuck?
Now have made their way
Yes.
all the way through the
GG.
eastern side and taken complete
Hardeki,
control.
Artico.
Can they hold on
Yo, Artico's back. Fuck yeah.
to it better than we saw last
That
game?
is when they are a
Noctis holding
team.
this back
That is a
angle where he
standout
obviously
team
knows
right
he's
there.
got epicenter
NRG
on the mind
team
here,
is
but
also
they might
a
be forced
standout
into a
team. You
situation
gotta
where
watch
you
out
just
for 'em.
have to ascend, push into this building, and lay down coverage, get that catalyst in play to guarantee that you are secured. But
I love
instead,
Team
they're
Burger at the
setting it.
last
They want
land.
this hype.
Team
They
Burger
want
had
to
a
pick
lot
up
of
the
hype.
remnants of these squads, and with a scan like that, should be able to track it.
Whoa, we got a cat wall laid down in the back as well. But
Oh,
Sears
you just
providing
got shit
immense
on.
value as Lippin gets to drop down and beam YOLO through the sky.
Oh, wait.
The R99 is
No.
unleashed
Oh,
this season.
La
and
Cité
the
de
Cité
France.
France feel it the most.
Well,
Oh, and just
they're
on the
out
other end of
Jaylings.
things,
Nice.
Jaylings, they pull back towards Guyman and are picked off in the end. But I like this from Guyman. Almost immediately do we see the rotation from FUT, and they swoop in to take this power position. It's height, and now
Is
with
it
the exhibit
Guyman
down,
or
they should be
Gaiman?
able to get these perfect reads on what should be the assault of their damage. Hardeki with the
I've heard
nemesis.
people say
We talk
Gaming
about
Gladiators
the
or
stages
Guyman
of this
Gladiators. I don't know.
It is just different.
Once it revs up, there's nothing you can do. Gaimin Gladiators grab those
You
two
can automatically
KP,
see
and we'll end
Hardeki
up
and Leogri
leaving the
are
loot
so happy
itself
they
to
have
V2,
Artico
who
back.
catwall just
Because
to make
that's
sure
their
they can
team.
pick up
Like,
a
that's
little bit
their
of
actual
extra
team
coin
that they would
around the
choose
side of the
to
map.
go in
Now that
these
they've got this
competitions
safety
is those
allowed to
three
them by
players
the
right
Dark
there.
Veil, they can retreat back into
They don't know
Survey
how
Camp
lucky
at
they
their
are
leisure,
to
setting
find
themselves
each other.
up for the next zone with plenty
In the same
of
region,
armor,
speaking the
meds,
same
whatever they need.
language.
We haven't
and
done it
working
yet,
so
though. We
well
should discuss
together.
this next zone and how it caters in, once again, a peculiar way. Now, this one not particularly as rare as the...
And the reason why Artico's out, little history lesson, if you don't know, if you don't watch ALGS, Artico serves in the Ukrainian war against Russia or whatever, or was serving, and he wasn't able to play for like a tournament or two that I watched. That's why he was out for so long, but it seems like he's back.
Western pull outside of train line, but definitely out in the open off the outskirts of Epicenter. We talk about just across from Grandma's building.
Yeah,
this
it's
open
always
space,
got to go
and a
off
little
to the
bit of
people who
disparity that you
serve,
get on
even
some of these
though
cliff edges,
no one
that can
should
become
have
an
to
issue
serve.
for teams who aren't there yet.
Like,
It's
no
a Dan
war
with the
should
portal
be
trying to get
happening, in
V2
my
a spot
opinion.
that will let them survive, setting up right in front of Gaiman. They only have seconds.
Because you got to think of it like this. We're all going to die sooner or later. But why make it sooner just because people want to start conflict? You know?
Potentially get ready for this fight.
Dark Veil comes in for Gaiman, a defensive move from them, but the Seer ult means there's no safety here for Logri, who gets out just in the nick of time, buying a little bit of cover,
shit, Dark
and
Veil.
still having to tank yet another Dark
Oh,
Veil
yo,
as
homie,
he
you
tries
getting
to
looked at
protect
by like 3
Hardeki.
different teams.
One
You better
of these
run.
two teams is going to fall, perhaps even both of them if the fight goes on long enough. Third parties certain to be incoming, and just as we speak of them, here they are. Gaiman Gladiators are forced back into the depths of Epicenter, back to
Oh,
try
man,
and take
he got a
this
shield
engagement
swap, but it
again.
was already
One goes down,
too
and
bad.
V2 start to take control. Gaiman, sandwiched between a rock and a
Oh.
hard place, are going to take down V2 before ultimately Hardeki, the last one alive, gets pushed.
Almost guaranteed to come through in the
Oh.
end. 2R1C know the
Oh.
fight has concluded and want to make short
Oh.
work of the name himself. Hardeki, though, somehow is alive, and it
What?
might be a good read here. None other than
Homie's still not
Ascend,
dead.
still
Y'all
playing
better
height,
push
but
that
they do
motherfucker,
extend
knowing how
the
much
one
damage y'all
back.
did to him.
Lufka is covering this
Oh.
sight line. They know
I think they
one
know where
bad
he
knock,
is.
one incredible, miraculous
they
Hardeki
know
play,
where he is.
and suddenly you've got another squad on your tail looking to clean you
No
up.
way. This actually might happen. Hardeki might have it. Hardeki!
Do you see what I'm saying? That dude's a fucking monster. Hardeki. Honestly, Hardeki should be a coach and he shouldn't be allowed to play. Like, honestly. He is that good. He just fucking shit on so many people. He just killed 2 different teams. He killed the last of V2 with the help of his team, and then he killed 2 rats, 1 controller. What the fuck?
2R1C before going down. What a clutch play from Hardeki to keep Gaiman Gladiators alive. Now, as they go down,
It was a fucking good
focus does
effort.
turn to Ascend. That Ascend, who, like you
They
said,
did get,
were on the high
I
ground
think,
to
an additional
control the
point because
entire
of that.
eastern side
I mean,
of
they got
World's Edge right
plenty
now,
of
and
kill
Element
points.
6, who approach from the west.
Element 6, they've got a different story to behold here. It's a tough spot to work your way in from the very edge, especially when teams like Game of Drones have height like this. It's a bit of a beam, but not quite the crack necessary to prevent the full rotation. Still, though, obviously, they aren't quite in it just yet, but the response with that knock, Swinny down, it's start a fight from an opposite angle who provides the damage.
Game of Drones know that they've got ultimate height on this potential third party as well. KP gets prioritized, but now having swooped down onto the low ground, Game of Drones do have to commit. We are in the valley of death for George.
The fuck am I looking at? How many veils are there? 3?
Does need to jump back
4?
up onto the high ground to join Rondon, who has not
What am
left
I
his
looking
post
at, 2?
unattended. Rondon, the IGL of Game of
good
Drones,
God.
knows how important this height is. As Reply, Totem, and Vexed both fall, we
Element
made it to
6.
the top 7 as Element 6 bite the dust.
Add an E6 as well, and some of the biggest names are out here. Ascend still well within it, but they also face a knock in their own right, hopefully pulling for a revive as we speak. And against all odds, out from their choke, Game of Drones are happily allowed to progress further into this next zone. Obviously a squad ahead holding the building, but like I said, Nemesis in hand, sightlines prepped and ready. They're gonna full send.
This is the last clip for Jules. Needs and
I hope he just realizes he just destroyed his own spike that he just threw.
energy ammo desperately.
I
And
believe
as we rock
that's
up,
what that
it's got to
was.
turn into a full squad wipe or nothing in the
Yeah, he
favor
destroyed
of
his
Game of
own
Drones. There we
spike.
go. Death box is right below them,
the
just
fuck?
out of the line of accessibility. Little bit of cover,
Threw it to
still allowed
destroy
for
it
Game
with
of Drones, but in
bullets.
the top 6, you cannot extend without a bit of cover. Start a fight in SPS.
Now that's my
bite the
loadout
dust.
right there.
And now we're playing for power
R301 with the
positions.
fucking
Game of Thrones,
wingman,
who were
with
on
the
high
digithread
ground,
on the
who swung
wingman.
out towards the
Disgusting.
west, have lost all priority on the zone and need to try and come around through the north to regain some of it.
I'll tell you what, it's passion on the opposite angle that allows for this recovery for Game of Drones. They're the ones who finish off Start a Fight on what was their excursion into the dead set center of that train line. Bitfix Gaming here, they're looking more than happy with the height that they've got to work with on the Spire, and thankfully for them, this is into our final zone here. We'll have to wait and see how the pull presents itself, but it usually allows squads who get up on this particular height to survive just that little 1 or 2 placements further from having all those extra head peak angles.
And Bitfix have survived this long because they've not interacted with anyone. Very little damage, very few kills, but now we're in the part of the game where they're most comfortable. The end game where things like Caustic and Mad Maggie get ludicrous amounts of value from their
You
ability
gotta also
to
say
deny
Valkyrie,
cover
the
and make
missile
you suffer
swarm
for
can do
poking your head
big.
out from it.
With that combo, that's
As of right now,
nasty.
they haven't quite found much of anything. Some minor pings regarding
And
the
they have
positions
the
of these
highest
teams,
of
but
high
no
ground. Holy
direct
shit.
sightline that would guarantee a knock that labels them for their
Oh.
kill here. We get a fantastic visual, of course, of our 5 remaining squads, and you can't count them out. They may have fell early, but Ascend are still within it, and they might swoop in at any moment, but they fix a drop, Dia.
Trix has a good call here. It's the right call to pressure Passion on the inside of this RV. One of the more threatening squads, and also the one that is most easily bullied by things like the Caustic and the Mad Maggie. Ascend are dealing with their own problems is out on the side of the ring. They've been forced onto the low ground. Bitfix exposing their backs to Ascend, the duo on this low. Do lose Zeraphor for the moment, but it's in a fight up against Passion that they simply are struggling to uproot. Rez is going to go off. Zeraphor will be back in the fight. Rez not canceled by the Seer, but a defensive ultimate should mean that Bitfix have to wait a few minutes to go and push this again.
I can't believe between Kella, Passion, and Bitfix here, even though we've seen multiple knocks and drops, no full squad has fallen as of yet. Bitfix obviously trying to pressure into this cart sightline, are looking for the final wipes that should eliminate Passion from this lobby. But for now, they also understand
Damn, there's
potentially
still 5
just
squads?
biding
What
their
the
time. Even
fuck, man?
Zeraphor is back to the height, utilizing this extra space to wait out the fights that they know lie in wait.
Uh-oh,
just
Kashir
ahead of
down
them.
there, bro.
Game of Drones having made their way
He's the
through
only
that
one
northern
alive
side
on
of the
Ascend.
ring, have found themselves in zone as well. No one at their backs. Plenty of space to harass other teams, especially the squads like Passion that are going to have to give up the meager cover available in this RV. Bitfix far from out of trouble as well, since Game of Thrones also have a great angle to harass them.
Here's a problem. The drop is almost necessary to come through here from Bitfix in just a moment forward. You have to wonder, is Ascend behind them to find the damage that might let them reap what they sow? Instead, it's Trix fully
Get off that
sending
mountain.
this forward here, finding major cracks, and
Oh
once
my
again,
God.
back on the line. It doesn't matter that you lay the dark field down, but yes, Ascend from behind. Ascend from behind finds the one knock that may level the playing field. Tricks his attention. It is Wayne. It's too late, and Rondon and crew are allowed to survive that extra second longer.
The fact that there are no knocks on Game of Thrones, they survive
wait,
the
no,
onslaught
Lufka
from
is
Trix
in.
and now find themselves in just a 3 versus 3. They emerge from behind the catwall, fully healed, and Game
Oh no,
of
Lufka was not alive.
Farm in game number 2.
That was a graphical glitch.
Coming out.
I was corrected
Success
100%.
all Eagle is part of that.
Alright, what's the scoreboard?
Well, it may
Who's leading? I don't give a shit about the highlights.
same time.
correctly the
Do it.
Trix is having just
Well, I mean, at the drop that point between who we'd be seeing as a winner in that game.
Damn. Okay, we see what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About 7 to 9 teams actually performing. You know, whether it be kill points, like we saw Vex Gaming go out in 9th, but they still got 8 kill points, dude. They tied with. They actually outdid 4th place on this game, match 2. Now let's see.
And yes, though with the 7 kills that you could tell Hardeki put together.
Yeah, Hardeki
History's
popped
got, like, a
the
big
fuck
line.
off, dude.
He said, out Vexed.
Where are they? Oh, they're in 8th place with the Hardeki plays. Damn, okay. And that's just game 2, man. Man, and he's already popping off like that? Oh, you top teams better be worried.
Any given, they don't.
If he awakes and gets like his dream loadout and just is vibing,
with both of these zones catered towards the north, where they
Hardeki's like
usually
gonna
start
go
in Harvester.
far.
We know for a fact that Chokes explicitly out and
Not to
into
mention
Fragment
Artico
can
and
be
Leogre
so
know how to
nasty.
play.
Okay,
Oh
for now,
my
we're just
god.
gonna turn into a chill pill. We can talk about that later.
What?
Nasty, but
What the fuck was that, Rain Day? Was that Rain Day?
know for a fact that Chokes explicitly out and into Fragment can be so nasty. But for now, we're just gonna turn into a chill pill. We can talk about that
What
later.
the
2R1C, these darlings have come to play, okay? Kella Gaming are already down 1 member. Juso, usually it is them who come out on top and find their success
That was
in
so
early.
high
It's
pitched.
Uchaco with this
The
massive,
mic just,
only
the
gun on
microphone
his
just
belt
let it
that says,
happen.
I don't care. We're taking it close, up and personal.
Kella Gaming have gotten so used to this not being contested that after losing the first, they are set so far behind. It is still winnable for them, especially with Purple on the other side. Hiarka does end up picking up, ultimately, what I thought was going to be a good trade. Not a good trade. Gets knocked, and now instantly Rez is going to go off as Kella do get wide swung and finished off. It was much closer than that had any right to be after Uchaco got the first knock.
But if you are 2R1C, this is a fantastic thing to come out on top of. A full POI that you can now invest in for the remnants of this game. And that's especially important, especially since this time around, no deja vu, Gia, no repeat. We're heading all the way back down towards the south here.
Totally different game, and I do wonder how it will impact teams that have had repeated success. I think teams like 2R1C that have had that rotation, they constantly get to jump back in on Game of Thrones, who have felt very comfortable along with V2, moving their way up to the train line. Now we'll have to take a slightly different approach. Well, they've got the opportunity to kit themselves out, specifically Game of Thrones, around this replicator. They're making the best use of it by grabbing some much-needed meds for later on. Sitting on blues right now, the road ahead is long.
Bat, everything that you need to fight in store here. I'll tell you what though, you look at that current crafting rotation up there in the top left, and mobile respawn is in play, and at any given point here, while we haven't seen it yet, I know for a fact, especially as we start to address what maybe not
Mobile
will be World's
respawn
Edge,
is
but
in play, but
Stormpoint
heat
teams
shields
might
are
be
not.
picking that one up as well, given the chaos
And I
that presents
understand
itself on that
why
map.
they are not. I
certainly
believe.
a possibility. I'd say even a likelihood. Game of Drones, however, their game plan is so
The end game would be
to
like
play
so
more
stupid
conservatively, to sit
if they had
inside
'em.
that ring and play from there. The journey through the Mirage à Trois will likely take them over by staging, perhaps a little bit of thermal, before we ultimately end up likely near that high ground, just outside of thermal to the northeastern side. Something that a lot of teams will be prioritizing. Looking at Lava Siphon, plenty of squads believing the zone will end there as well.
SMS here caught in a little bit of a fight towards Geyser right now. They've actually been met with what seems to be a Wattson lying in wait here, but with that Catalyst in play, obviously they can take control of any one of these effective Geyser buildings. Taking to the roof for now, they're gonna try to see if they can peek out, start finding the damage that counts for them, but not quite in the presence of any good sight lines here. You can already tell that J-Lings have pulled back, but no, they're on their way in.
With the Digi on this R99, Noises can feel a lot more confident pushing up into the smokes, an essential for any Bangalore player.
Wow, J-Lings picked up a
Geyser
whole
is not their
entirely
final destination.
different
Clearing
team.
out a squad is certainly
Holy
going to
shit.
be nice, with them already having control with this Wattson around the outside. We do have the opportunity to harass Morning Stars, but we'll use that time instead to relocate real quickly. J-Lings don't have to take a fight yet.
I find this so difficult to start in any real way here, because even if you try to assault on this opposing door, almost immediately will you see the recovery from Morning Stars to take it further west side of Geyser, and there's a building just ahead of that you'll never be able to get a full push into. And for, well, J-Lings, I feel like they've finally figured that one out, or at least for the time being, going to reconsider their options, because we did get a little bit of a sneak point on that second pull of the ring, and it is going to be showing just right on the edge of Siphon Hole.
We've got FUT hearing the shots down there and going, well, maybe we could pick up a few kills. Anybody rotating through this choke is going to get ratted on. No way out of that once you commit out of Geyser. So for one of either J-Lings or Morning Stars, we could very easily see them fall if you just take a moment and perhaps forget to scan on the Seer, believing that things will be safe. For the moment, J-Lings are fine. They've still got that rotation up to the north if they want to take it. You can tank zone 1 for a little while if you want, and there is, as we said before, no need to be upset, no need to fight. They've got plenty. My concern does start to, I'll say, show itself, though, when I think about how they're going to rotate into Lava Siphon, because the time spent out here isn't one where they're going to be in danger of going down, but when they rotate in late, that's going to be the real problem for J-Lings.
Yeah. We'll see how that shakes out. Meanwhile, on the interior here, Nightmare wanting to take away this particular edge of launch site. This building can sometimes work out to be that kind of final pull height high ground if the zone does cater towards southern end. And for Totem, they want to make it clear that this is their lay stake and claim here. Not on the Catalyst, instead their defensive choice of opportunity going to be playing off of the Caustic. Traps down and potentially damage back here. Nightmare, I don't know if they seem to care yet. They continue to smoke out and play the Digi.
Great abuse of that Bangalore smoke as well to force out not just the Seer ult, but Caustic Gas as well. Denze takes a bit of damage, aware that there is another squad looking at them, but you continue to force out cooldowns like that by just using this smoke to obscure vision, and Nightmare are going to slowly but surely push this squad out. Reply Totem struggling to hold on to the inside of this building right now. Do have Caustic to make things a little bit easier, and importantly, a Digi of their own on Jazaz. We've got one on the car as well. I think everybody knows that Bangalore is becoming meta.
And I can't help but notice with so many of these resources
you
already
like
being
honestly
expended
have
from
to
both
have a
sides,
Digi
this fight
threat.
doesn't work out in any true clean way here, which even if we do see it
Like
process
if you're on
in
high
just a
tier
moment,
play, you have to have
hey,
a
this
Digi
is
threat
high
because
real
there's
estate,
so
Dia.
many
There's always someone
fucking
watching. We know there's
Bangalores.
sight lines from Lava Siphon and
The start of
potentially
the
those
season.
who lie in the depths. Maybe
This
looking
is a
to
team I
make
haven't
their
seen.
move here.
Reply
For Reply
Totem,
though,
like
no
I
major
haven't seen a
damage,
lot
no major
about
knocks here.
Caustic Seer.
To our 1C
I've
suffering
seen a lot
in the
about
kill
Caustic,
feed, though,
but
as Vex
usually
starts to
Gibby's in there,
profit.
not Seer.
We saw a teaser of the fight between these two squads. 2R1C
guess
fully
Sears
recovered and actually
hardcore
picking up
meta right
members
now.
of Bitfix as we sit in No Name and sort of wonder how this fight will turn out. Their rotation incidental at most, as there's no objective around here. Just a nice path for both teams. Unfortunately,
Dude, he got
not as
shit
nice
on.
for Bitfix as they lose their second member and now are whittled down to just one member left. You have to imagine the 2R1C are disengaging from this Zeraphor.
Oh,
That is not a Zeraphor that's going to live very long.
Zeraphor.
An almost perfect triangle of bullets to end my man Zeraphor. Caught out, not white with his pants down. They were pulled up high as he tried to take for the hills there, but
He
couldn't
tried to
quite
take
find
for
himself
the hills
in, well,
there.
a place of luck as
Oh,
we
that's
see V2
just
on their
sad.
rotation.
Oh,
For
Foot
FUT,
Nightmare.
They this time are
Foot
getting their
Nightmare
own taste of
Esports.
the nightmare here. Stuck in
Two
the dreamscape,
underdog
tight in
teams.
between the darkness. They won't
Even though
face
Foot's
difficulties in the
probably a
face
better
of this
team
squad.
right
A
now.
double knock found and even some resets coming through here to potentially pick up that last remaining member. And Exhibit should slow things
Every
up
team
here,
got
but
a
from
lot
this
to work on.
distance,
It's still
Saber tries to finish
split
the job
2,
with that flat
early
line.
split 2. This is day
Instead,
2.
it will not be them. It's
Right? Day
SPS
2,
that finds Denze.
Being able to pick up those kills, though, a big
They have
turning
like,
point.
what,
2R1C
10,
go
12
down in the
days
kill
of
feed
play?
as
Or I
well.
think it's
Both
11
Nightmare
days
and
of play.
2R1C, victims of the classic
No.
Apex Legends difficulty, not being able to close
I
out
think
a
it's like
fight
a total of like
fast
21
enough,
play
attracting
days.
those third parties like V2 and
But
FUT,
each,
who
like-
now are the beneficiaries
each, like,
of
ALGS
the destruction that has come
Pro
before
League
them.
split
Well,
is like
FUT get
12.
to continue holding on to this height, not too worried about
12
what's going
weeks,
on at their backs.
6
It's just
games,
damage for the sake of
12
farming your
games.
Evo that
No.
they're throwing at
Yeah,
other
12
squads.
games for each
Plenty of
region, so that's what,
resources,
24
plenty
games.
of safety. FUT have it all.
And a
They do have
weekend.
to be careful though, Dia. There's so many of these teams that can swoop in and transition from that launch site. Thankfully, you've got Totem, who actually pulled all the way back round to play for this direct POI. The attention is split right now. You can see up there
And I
in
think
that
the
mini-map,
12th
they
week
actually
is like
form,
playoffs,
once again, a nice
the regional
triangle on your
playoffs.
screen as they're taking
And
3 full
then
positions
there's
to watch.
actually
Not
a
just
tournament
Totem, not
now.
just
There wasn't for
SPS,
like 2-3
but
years
everyone there,
because
they
of
start
COVID.
off with a knock against Totem,
But I'm
and,
glad it's
they
back.
could
I'm
easily
glad
look
it's
for more.
back.
This might be
Came
the go
back,
button.
baby, what up?
Now out here, Totem are not nearly as safe. We saw them putting up an impressive defense with the caustic on the low ground, but it is not the
Damn,
same
Kobe.
at this point. What an arm on Lippin, just deleting Thorfinn.
It's too good. It's too good to be true here. A perfect sky nade
Son
down.
of a
Why not?
bitch.
Find some extra
He didn't
damage
get
there.
down?
The flatline not
Well,
Mike
son
Quill,
bitch.
but it will potentially finish the job. There's a couple traps, but you're just leaving the breadcrumbs on the trail here for FUT to track you down. Now, I will say this is your best opportunity to potentially survive in the sight lines of Lava Siphon. FUT cannot push any further.
They don't need
If I'm
to
the owner
push.
of FUT, Leffen's getting a raise. That's that
Leffen's getting
those
a
were some
raise.
incredible shots, and hey, take a look. It's already resulted in another team going down. Totem, who escaped going down fully to FUT, have just run themselves out of gas. Too many fights, too little time to make them work. Rotations around the rest of the map, though, may very well claim some more squads, as Jayling's late rotate that we highlighted earlier has come and put them up against Gaiman Gladiators on the high ground.
Now, obviously, damage has already been found here, so Gaiman are on the escape right now, but I love the fact that they do utilize this catalyst in, well, the most obvious of ways. Deny the sight lines and provide that next rotation forward here, but as Jaylings usurp and find themselves onto this height, they're already enabling extra damage, and while they're not the ones to find the first knock, they do provide the second.
There's plenty of cover out here, both on the high ground and the low, something that Nags needs to make use of now, playing around with that safety. Jaylings will likely have to move themselves down into this geyser-esque area to stay alive and to play these few rocks. It's not a rotation that a lot of teams will take, but it's one that Game of Drones already hold ahead of them. Let's see how Jaylings deal with this as we jump into another WD Black listening.
Cracked him.
Nice.
One's that wide. You have DC,
Wait, in my
guys.
back, in my back, in my back.
You have DC. Step up with my.
They're swinging. Careful.
Okay, yeah, just hold on.
I'm gonna nade on your left. I have Valko, buddy. I have Valko.
No, we can't. We die.
He's going back. He's going back up.
Yeah, that's good. We can still kill this Valk team in front, okay? The cat team. They just wasted cat.
Careful, he might get this angle. I think he's gonna get this angle.
Ready to swing with knives here?
Okay.
Come on. Yeah, we're gonna run in here on the low ground, I think. I don't know where they are.
They're right in front of you, right in front of you.
Gen, by the way. I don't have Gen.
I'm smoking them. We have to wipe this, guys, otherwise we die. Bow. Bow cracked.
I'm curious.
You need to swing left. You need to swing left.
Hang on, I'm buying.
Assist can.
Good on me.
Crack one.
I'm dead. I might be reservoir here.
Oh, cat one. Can you fall back?
I'm reservoir, I think.
Bro.
I got assist. Dead.
Devastating.
Ooh.
That was such a devastating swing from Game of Thrones to finish off J-Lings. No prisoners taken, no quarter given. We see another squad bite the dust and start a fight, attempting to do the very same up on this high ground, have the cat wall in play, a little bit of visual obstruction for them. And have to get aggressive, likely onto this low ground right next door, just to make sure that this finishes before the squad can come back to bite them. V2 do go out, and we're going to see more passive play from those on high, as no more bang smokes, cat walls, nothing to keep you safe.
Fuck it, I'd yeet the frag grenade over there.
For Game of Thrones, though. Obviously, on that low ground, what was that final
Oh
push
well,
there from
shit.
V2?
There's no one over there. He sees that now. Oh, charge rifle to his chest, though.
As they do find themselves down in that geyser low. Now, obviously, for Game of Thrones, still looking for a place of recovery right now, and obviously being down there, never the best position you want to be in, as so much of this zone does have positions of height, both on the siphon side as well as what comes out of course, the launch side there. But as of right now, still in good proceedings. I'm curious about this, though. There's so many teams that have set themselves up deep into Siphon itself that are now, well, forced to rotate no matter what here. Aurora, SMS, outplayed, Vex, Deep, Ascend, who just barely have a position in zone, all forced to move.
Yeah, not a whole lot of time for this either. Vex are going to take to the sky. I'll tell you what's kind of funny to me right now, Zephyr. You remember earlier when we saw Game of Thrones and they were over by the crafter and we went, oh, you could make a mobile respawn beacon. Would have been nice. Would have been nice.
Sadly, doesn't come true here, but instead, this is something not quite expected, but absolutely necessary. Vex take to the skies here and find themselves right into the heart of Game of Thrones, where luckily for them, they've got that extra numbers advantage to play. So far, with Exhibit down and the wall, they're in a place of cover, but not quite any knocks, not quite any KP, nothing to give themselves their next move forward, and these are ticking.
It's a smart move by Game of Thrones to back off and give up as much to Vex as possible, making this fight unattractive. But I mean, when you see 25 health around this rock, it doesn't get too much better for you. Vex do go ahead and swing around, taking down Torch, fully eliminating Game of Thrones and taking these rocks for themselves. A very good position and a nice early skyward dive to make sure that it could happen uncontested for Vex. Means they now have their full energy to turn around and keep other squads from an effective third party. They've actually got ANC outplayed up on this height, and with the heals interrupted, Vex have got control. No shields on the other side. The only thing that Vex don't have here is height, is a sightline. Can they finish off this squad? Out goes the EMP just to buy you a little bit more time, but here comes Tyler swinging around on ANC, outplayed and taking out another squad.
It just never felt like they got to aggress in any meaningful way. They're giving Vex their opportunity to now walk into this great position. For Tyler, he's already sent himself up completely to the high ground. We see the remnants of this Gaiman and start a fight here on the interior of Carton. Vex understand that it is prime third-party material here. A big scan, no shields, and yes, some windows that they'll have to work with. But even with the you have nowhere to hide.
There's just nothing to do. Tyler walks up and says, I'll take a 1v3 till you guys start joining up with me, and it works. It should never work, and yet it does, Zephyr. Aurora, they go down as well, finally having made it into the top 6, but we've got Vexed just on top right now, in charge in the top 4.
We'll take.
See on my thing.
I'm looking.
Wasn't correct.
In the corner.
No. I'm dropping.
Last team. Other side. Under me. Close. Really close. I don't have ammo, but.
Dead. Behind us.
Close. Really close.
Dead. Behind us. C1. Dead. I'm reloading. Cracked him. I'm dropping him. This is my damage. 1 HP. One. Dead. What a fucking game that was. Good shit, boys. King God.
Oh my god, boys.
What a fucking game that was. Good shit, boys.
Shit.
What a game that was, Sepper. I love that even Vexed are incredulous as to what just occurred, because it was illegal what they did.
It's where we saw top days. Final game on World's Edge. 3 more to go, but 24 points behind all 6 games. The standings pick up starts there to get your.
I like is a 1 point.
Just some trying to. I mean, it's feel comfortable, and then part of this new game and what. Over to a
needing to contest
today. When we look at the like of teams say Ascend, right, who are just on the cusp of even potentially finishing out bottom 10 here. We know for a fact that they themselves are decisive enough to make decisions that count when it comes to a map like this, and so many other rosters share the same fate. But for now, seems like our Mirage à Trois has a bit of a fight.
V2 needing to contest for this up against Kella Gaming, who are again in the position where they've got to contest. This time, however, they do seem to be on the better end of it right now. Goddam's got a swing available, and already Nubicide is down. So numbers advantage favoring Kella for right now, if not the height. Micey on this low ground does end up being able to find some comfort behind these small little loot pills, but Kella are on a timer, and they need to push up to take this fight. Unfortunately, Goddam eats some shots in the back and has to disengage. How do you actually take this engagement, especially now that you've lost Juso? V2 pop up on the high ground and explode into death boxes as Kella take the first contest.
It's a good read from there and a controlled pacing there. They took the time to slow down, especially when you notice they were double cracked at a moment. That could have been a quick slide for V2 to potentially finish the job. But hey, thankfully, they don't go down in 20th. Instead, they're actually out in 19th. It's none other than the team I was just mentioning, Ascend, wiping out Bitfix Gaming and where they like to call home in Barometer.
Not gonna let anybody land with you, especially if you're Ascend. We've all seen, heard Kashera's comms. That is not a person that likes to split POIs, I'll tell you that much right now. And with the way that these two contests have gone, I can absolutely see them being repeated. Specifically, Kella and Ascend having the opportunity to really come out on top when it comes to being able to pick up points if you're able to do it consistently. Early rotates, however, were something that Sabs brought up in the mid game, and I'm noting that Vexed were trying to do that just now, taking their own rotation with the Valkyrie, trying to make their way through Antenna.
Whoa, I don't know if anyone else is seeing this, but look at that western side of zone. 5 squads already presenting themselves down by the IMC Armory, and where this next scan of zone will be could potentially be drawing out towards the western end. A very predictable finish, but almost guaranteeing that we might be seeing a fight here.
J-Lang has already sat in their element 6, cleaning up in the meanwhile. And for all that you try and early rotate, element 6 have got you beat. They take out 2R1C and cement themselves in millage. This is an incredible position for E6 to be, as they've got that catalyst, can play zones so much more effectively. And in a position like this, they don't have to move for at least 2 more ring closes.
If it does pull over here, yeah, it can be an effective place to play out of. Personally, though, if we are going to be playing for the western side here, I do like to set priority towards some of those height sightlines. Not quite the hillside that exists directly towards the northeast of Element 6's current position, but I love the rocks out there towards the west. That height that you see currently, none other than Jailings contesting, can be so good if our zone pulls this particular direction. And hey, they even got the Trident up there. Talk about more defensive action. Lay down that interceptor pylon. There's no way anybody takes this.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good cover up here, and Saps had also talked about how she thinks that Jailings are actually in a position where they could succeed, just haven't quite put the pieces together yet. A lot of that has to do with where they are positioning themselves on the map, and this being an excellent example of that. Passion going to be second to the rotate. If that is over by Mill, they'll have to take a detour and heal up with a little bit of cover, not wanting to really extend themselves any further and eat a lot of damage at the hands of Jailings, who certainly know what's going on here.
A bit of a later rotate here, but I know for a fact that the good real estate that exists within the mill should still be available for a team like Passion. It's not the best, given that it does look like we are going to be pulling back into the position that we see currently contested, but for them, it's a place that they will find safety within. Vex, though, this is a spot I wouldn't say I would be so supportive of underneath the bridge for now.
Ages really well. Love this position for zone teams. Is Vexed? I mean, I know that you said they were trying to play more zone. Didn't see it in World's Edge. Are we seeing it on Stormpoint? Is that what this Vexed roster is trying to show us here?
It's tough to say, but it's going to slow the pace of what has accelerated that roster to the top of the leaderboard right now. If they put themselves there early, it is almost guaranteed that they take little to no fights up until some of those final end games where the forced rotations finally come into play. We might see those drop off of height or those run into that area if this does continue to make its way back towards that bridge, which sometimes, yes, it does. For Vexed, though, if they go out early, say Ascend, SPS, someone comes through from Cenote Cave and it's not a clean fight, they're losing out on not just what usually should be their KP, but that heavy placement that they've worked with so far.
Yeah, there's a lot of risk inherent here. We did get a look at that next zone. It seems like Vex's position will survive until at least then, but Ascend trying to make sure that Totem do not. They've got this fight evidently in the bag as they take the wide swing in, and Totem bite the dust, but a third party incoming and not a whole lot of effective HP means that Ascend lose one first to that third party. Lufka should be able to heal up on this height, protecting himself from the Bang ultimate with meager cover, but it's SPS that get all the loot and specifically these next two kills that came with it.
It's just perfect timing there. We saw them waiting, prowling in Cenote to finish the job, and Ascend, maybe they have something else to say, but no, it's EQ finding the perfect slide of action as Lufka lands right in front of him there. A quick revive for SPS as now they get the full lion's share of these 6 death boxes to potentially work with out of Cenote. But once again, I readdress rotations south side from this particular angle into that next zone. Remember, it opens up wide. You could play off the ridge line here ahead of the choke of Cenote, but past that, those who are in the IMC Armory, Vexed in that bridge, and anyone in the houses across should have very nice fire.
Well, we're playing things silently out here in Cenote and farming up. Licite de France are absolutely not sending it onto the low ground as in checkpoint. They are slaying Game of Drones. Just lose everyone in less than 15 seconds that fight took. And an instant reset from Licite as they take up onto the height once more will mean that there are no third parties that can really take advantage of this very quick fight.
And for Licite de France, this is some of the best success that they've found all day. I remind people that this is a roster that should be better, right? This is a team that comes off of the back end of playoffs. You might not recognize them because the name has changed, but they used to be that Game Ward roster finishing up in the top 10 of the last EMEA split. And well, yes, this is one of the first iterations that we do get to see them compete here. Their first appearances on World's Edge leaves them with just 4 points overall.
And not something that you would have expected for what is among the top 40 best teams in the world as of a few months ago, but Apex Legends is changing. These new Legend classes have pushed everyone out of their comfort zone and into the point where we're rewarding adaptation in Apex more than anything. Something Aurora seem willing to do as their playstyle wasn't exactly working on World's Edge. They've swapped it up on Stormpoint and have continued to pick up this Ashe, the only team to be running this hyper-aggressive gap closer. And that, alongside the Fuse, is not a peaceful combo.
It ain't peaceful, but it leaves me questioning, Dia. Triple assault from this roster. You're losing out on a lot of perspective and some of those extra new passive abilities we talk about from the Revelry changes. You're telling me no zone scan, no potential scan of the players, no extra heals, nothing from a skirmisher. You just simply have the aggressive force that we come to know of Aurora, and at least today hasn't quite been working out, but may present itself. They've done a good job gatekeeping Cenote for now and might be able to pick up the remnants of those kills.
Vexed certainly in danger as well. Outside of having the big Watson defense that Vexed have, not a whole lot keeping them safe from the incredible amount of ordinances that can be tossed in a little bit later on. SPS are going to choose not to take a fight just yet, but do
Sorry, I was muted. I had to eat a bag of
Aurora
chips.
And Vexed as they take up a more defensible position in Cenote, prioritizing this building.
The
But
small bag of chips.
oh no, they didn't see it in time. Can they get inside? Yiku's not going to make it. Aurora, we're lying in wait.
They spend this entire time trying to find safety deep into the west to present themselves in what should be that successful rotation, and they end up right back in the hands of Aurora, who take those kills. Speaking of those there, though, Nightmare continuing to fight this one out, but a double knock drop down means it's up to Limek to finish the job. Lecite France should be following through here in just a moment, but for now, might be on a period of, yes, recovery.
And as the last member on the low ground, there's not too much you can do, especially a Seer in a 1 versus 3. This is likely going to be a live for as long as you can style move. Lecite France comfortable up here on the high ground, knowing they have full control of checkpoint and have earned it in skirmish after skirmish. That rotation in is something we'll keep our eyes on next. But Vexed have found Aurora, and this is not what I'd expected to go down. Aggressive squad taking the fight to aggressive squad, and Ranch is going to be taken down and very quickly looted up. Ashe Tether going to connect onto Not Unlucky, and I'm sure he's not used to it, it's not going to cause too much panic for the squad. It's a simple ordinance will keep the members of Aurora at bay.
I mean, we talk about the difference between Ashe, Bangalore, and Fuse there. I mean, great for potentially providing the assault, but when we're talking about trying to find that safety, I mean, there's not much to work with here. And for Aurora, they pay the price almost immediately with the thing being caught out. That's your rotational tool now. You no longer have that available. Yes, the phase can get you a short distance alongside Cleave there, but outside of that, you are stuck, and especially on Stormpoint where all these long-winded sightlines. I mean, you can see this one here, almost 200 meters plus that is being provided. I mean, you need that bang.
Vex just setting up a great defense right now. Something that you'll so often see in competitive play in the ALGS is how much these banners are valued, and denying the ability to pick up this res could very well be game-defining for Vexed, especially as they try and control Cenote. Nightmare not going to make it into the end game as they get taken down. The Vexed are starting to spread themselves, and I'll say, Zephyr, spread themselves a little thin. Tyler's quite far away from the rest of the squad. While I like that Vexed are gatekeeping this banner, I look forward to when it expires and they're all able to group up for my sanity.
One bad redeploy, and it could be it for them. For Morningstars, it's potentially one bad rotation that might make them bite the bullet here. They're able to put themselves back up on the height, but almost immediately does Sivan face hefty damage. Thankfully for them, start of fight are providing such good angles onto ANC Outplayed that they don't actually have to match up against this team that was holding height early. For Shex and Andy Jax immediately forced to back up, and Swinny waiting around the rocks there only means so many squads, of course, with Licite de France, that lie in wait.
I like the fence just to make sure that you can't take the portal as safely anymore, but Morning Stars far from out of the woods. They've still got to move up, take their position in zone, and that's up against the charge rifle from Andy Jax that is slaying right now. We may very well lose another squad if things continue like this, for as a duo, ANC Outplayed provides so much control, enough that they are able to play a part in eliminating a trio. Morning Stars go down before the duo of ANC Outplayed. How ridiculous is that, Zephyr?
It's astonishing in its own right, but I'll be honest, Dia, it may not be that much of a surprise. That's a difficult spot to hold there, and there's so many sides of that particular tree sideline that, I mean, so many teams can take advantage of, like Start a Fight and like ANC Outplayed. For them, though, defending against the onslaught, the gatekeeping of Licite de France is something that they might have to take part in, but they say they can't quite hold it. They have to give up, and instead, as they rotate down, it's a first knock onto Shex, and potentially one more lying in wait.
Jayling's picking up a likely kill off of that, but like you say, Licite de France terrorizing the lobby right now as they push ANC Outplayed off the high ground and to their deaths. Can they survive this next push, though? Right now, YOLO is somehow alive, living on a prayer at the moment, and Aimbot having to do much the same as he walks straight into the fences on the other side of the Dark Veil. Passion is the team that they are going up against, and only Passion can get you out of a spot like this. Aurora have bitten the dust entirely as FUT remove them and start a fight. Come in behind. This catwall is going to drop very soon. Who will be the first focus? Wicked Sick rolls up, and it's just as the curtain drops, deleting Aimbot and completely removing Licite de France.
Start a Fight continuing to find a pace to their aggression. Make it Samsung Morning Stars, make it Licite de France, and potentially now make it Passion. Already with a big read, Blast looks low, the pull back behind the curtains, but they can't quite get away before they face a knock of their own. The missile swarm there from Valkyrie providing the damage, and for Start a Fight, what is supposed to be this easy pickup of KP with their number advantage is now something that they are heavily punished for. Gaiman with that next knock.
And we said only Passion could let you survive. Somehow in Apex Legends, Passion is enough, especially for this squad, to outlast Start a Fight, to reverse their position where they had no wiggle room against the zone, and now to have one of the few spots where no one is their neighbor. It comes with a curse, though. 6 seconds left on this zone close. Almost no time to make a rotation work, and they've got to take this redeploy and hope to God that they can land somewhere worthwhile.
I'll tell you what, though, 7 squads remaining on a round 4 close. That potentially means there is available space, more than enough spots for Passion to work with here. Right into the underside of the rock. We know for a fact that this cave is, yes, playable for the end game, and there's not a single entity that provides their own stoppage here. Now, yeah, they're gonna have to deal with that high ground angle and potentially this squad right in front of them, but it is a moment longer instead of having to run through millage.
Jayling's still attempting to uproot Passion from this low ground, but at the moment, coexistence may very well be the best solution for both of these teams. As Passion consider their next moves, as the next zone reveals itself, let's jump into a listen-in with them to see how they approach it.
Wait, they're getting beat so hard! They're pushing them! Look! They're pushing them! We should run this, bro! We should run this!
Yeah, we can take it on, take it on, take it on.
Wall. Can you wall it so Hype doesn't shoot?
Can you wall it? Yes, wall it, and then take the control. Go, together.
Dead idea. Knock one.
Go!
On the right.
Take a pinch.
Knock one, we must knock one.
There's a lot of teams. I think we should go back. Behind. On us. Crack. Yeah, I need help.
Run away, Mas.
Play alive.
There's multiple down if you can run them, Mas.
I need you to get this extra. Stop top 4.
follow-up there, recognizing that it was their chance to delete the squad that had been bothering them for so long. But guess who else is in the end games ever? Guess who else has made the top 3? It's Vexed, baby, who from up on high, from below the bridge initially, have come to take the fight up against J-Lings. It's just them as Kella bite the dust, and the last 2 squads are going to be a battle of all-out firepower.
Oh no, and with the zone closing in and a knock already found here, we're talking about potential repeat winners on their first game of Stormpoint. Make the damage come through from afar. It doesn't matter. Vexed pick up their 2nd win of the day.
And it is just as was predicted in our halftime show. Savs called it. Vexed gets stronger on Stormpoint. Their change up in style, Zephyr, it caught me off guard. I didn't know whether they'd be able to.
Top with 13 points. Elements.
Our first game up.
Damn, Vexed. Look at that. Vexed are looking so strong.
On Stormpoint, they took a big downturn in the standings, and as we're already starting to note, rotations aren't necessarily something that
Kella Gaming.
Oh, what the hell?
Moment for Ascend right now. You know now can't go
Okay,
potentially for that
nothing's
revive
happening.
on Lufka. A block on the zip line, and oh, the seer scan just barely misses for Bitfix. Separated. They're not even nearby.
What are they? How are they not there? I'm looking at this fight going, surely everyone is right on top of you, but no. And it's a full reset for both squads. I do not imagine the Ascend are going to take kindly to this, however.
I think this
as
might
we
be
get
an
this
8-hour
reset,
stream.
Bitfix
I
have got to
don't
do
know.
their looting now, because if you are still in this POI,
With me skipping
by the
through
time
and
Ascend
shit
is
like
ready,
that,
you're going to
and the
fight whether you like it or
casters
not.
and the highlights,
This could be just
it's
a
not full time.
massively crucial mistake.
So I can't say
Potentially their game plan.
9,
We'll have to
10,
check in
12
later. For now,
hours.
it
I
seems
can't
like
say
Killa
that.
Gaming once again with
Say
their fight
probably
here
7, 8
against
hours.
V2. They found success in our last game, and with this
Maybe
drop on
possibly
Izdan, what
9.
looks to be running for the hills of Gale Station, potentially another.
2 members now taken down. V2 in shambles, but still technically alive. And Kella, fortunately enough, have other things to do. The rest of Fish Farms is still available to loot, and an
V2 is
early
out.
rotate will do them a lot of good. So getting back to it and farming up what they can before they move into the next zone will give V2 another chance at life, perhaps even an opportunity to pick up the res.
Sadly,
RIP, it will not.
Yeah, I was about to say, sadly, as we check in with this death box, not quite. Aurora right there on the cusp, that edge to pick up what is clearly an easy wipe after a lot of damage provided there from Kella. The question is, how stable are they? Do they want to pursue potentially into Fish Farms?
Jesus.
I would
Excuse
not
me.
assume so, and it's going to highly depend on where the zone presents itself. But my gosh, out here towards the west may be where it's at, because 2R1C outplayed J-Lings. They're all here to play.
when we suddenly cut to a shot of 4 squads holding buildings right next to each other in zone 1, you have to imagine that's where they're predicting that the zone is going to end. That or it's party time, and I don't see no Mirage à Trois. 2R1C have an excellent building. I will say, however, with a lot of sight lines on it. While this may very well be center zone, this is far from a riskless position.
Start a fight here. Also caught in the middle of all of this. They haven't found themselves a position in one of those buildings that we mentioned, but are instead in the choke. And notably, they've got Locky back on the coverage right now, making sure that no one comes through from checkpoint. But if I had to pick a team that potentially would go out first, it might be them. Speaking of Ascend, though, we've waited, we've bided our time here. This is the team we know have found themselves into a place of very successful resources, and we'll take it toe-to-toe against Bitfix again.
Yeah, we said they weren't going to take kindly to you encroaching on their POI, and yet they do it again. Can Bitfix fight back? They did get a lot of loot in the time that Ascend had to reset and then run down at them, but it doesn't look like that's going to matter too much, as already Kashera has found that next knock, and Ascend take control of this POI of their own.
looking to finish off the last two members here between Zephyr and Trix. They found one, and into the second floor, they'll just happily pick up the final flesh that guarantees their end. A defense of a POI, albeit delayed in action.
If I'm Bitfix, I am not landing Barometer again. That is not fun. It is not effective either in the grand scheme of things. Bitfix are not a team that has been doing poorly, and yet when contrasted with the way that Ascend have fought so easily with the best teams in Apex Legends for years, there's just no contest.
I have to say, for Ascend here, albeit we are in a similar situation where we haven't been able to catch their brightest moments today, I mean, you could see the point scoring right there in front of you. In fourth with 31, are clearly in a position to catch up at any given moment. And while they haven't been on their best foot regarding some of these end games, we're quite literally just one moment. And that's what I love. This is what separates the weakest and the strongest in the pack. You don't need to have highlights, stand out, massive 18, 20-point kill games to just come through with the wins that you need on the day of. You just have to put it up when it counts.
That's something that they're very good at doing, and that a lot of our top teams in EMEA have been able to replicate throughout their careers. Kella, just starting to build some of those very same careers, have actually done quite well on the day. A top 3 performance just last game is their first appearance on the professional stage, and I mean, Zephyr, they are doing really well. This IMC Armory is going to get them nice and looted up for their next rotation, something that'll be really important as they face off against, like we said, the best squads in their region, some of which are the best in the world, and yet Kella are not slouching.
And
now how the fuck? They must have been rotating a lot to upgrade them shields, because how the fuck you got red?
Nightmare, maybe the slouch has taken at least a bit of its shape and form here. This is a team that, once again, in a similar fashion to what we're seeing out of Aurora today, albeit not the top of the region, of course, but definitely had their pace found in our last iteration of the split here. And you can tell, haven't quite particularly addressed the meta in full. Obviously, Bangalore has a much wider sparing on Stormpoint, but no cat enabled, but thankfully the Seer that will enable those fights in the end game, but maybe could potentially look for something more. I will say, double red Evo on the purple, if they get into a 3v3, they are in their best set of, we'll say, state compared to how they ever had been prior to.
It's what you'd imagine, right? I remember when we were on Challenger Circuit during the time that Nightmare were fighting their way through, trying to make it to Pro League. Yeah, that was the squad. Every day we went into Challenger Circuit finals and went, well, let's see what High Society can do today. They actually had a decent showing in Pro League, and yet last split was not their, I'll say, ideal performance. It's put them behind a little bit, and they're struggling to find an identity at this moment in Apex Legends, where, as we said, everything is changing and the meta is continuing to shift. Hopefully this is their game, but we know they've got a nice brain on top of these big, beefy shoulders, so we'll see what they can sort of mad scientist up in the next couple weeks, and they will need to do it because teams are innovating and they're doing so constantly.
I like that, because we talked about Kella, and now we get to talk about SPS. These are teams that are new, fresh, who are coming through from the back end of Challenger Circuit, who are kind of finding their best in terms of their debut here. SPS even better than Kella right now, holding out buildings on the edge, at least for this current time being. Haven't quite found any necessary active motion to present that next best fight forward, but it does give us a nice read of that zone. We might be catering towards that open-ended finish west of Jurassic Park, Dia. You know the one.
They're just raw running up this hill right now. No consideration for who might be on the other side. The smoke's gonna have to be enough, and that is the reckless abandon that we've seen SPS approach fights with. It's what's won them a lot of separate engagements as well. It's just their willingness to, say, land in a suboptimal position and push your building. Not something that a lot of teams trust themselves to have the mechanical ability to do. Something that we're seeing even now play out on the high ground as Ascend bully Kella just a little bit and then pass on by retreating into Barometer and likely into the next zone. Kella are sure to be tanking a bit of zone damage as they make their own way in.
And this is a crucial moment for Kella, right? We talk about this next rotation, and Aurora's blocking what will be your take into Jurassic, which that will decide your endgame right here and right now, whether you take this path forward through Antenna or you're forced to wrap all the way back through Barometer. You're losing out on crucial height that will come into play in this endgame, and it's already starting 10, 15 minutes in advance.
Yeah, not a lot that you can do to overcome a squad like Aurora once they're in front of you as well. They know it and will be watching their backs and keeping tabs on your optimal rotation. You gotta hope that Kella do have the meds to withstand this. Unfortunately, there is a replicator right next door to them in Antenna to stall this out for as long as possible, to hope that they can get a better angle once Aurora run into, say, Ascend, who have rotated through Jurassic ahead of them.
Ascend coming around the entire cusp of the angle there will be able to gatekeep that exit out and even potentially Totem on that northern side, but that's not where our zone pulls. We've got a bit of the mix of height held by Element 6 and Game of Drones, but the majority of our rosters playing that early village that we discussed our happy dappy party fairly early on.
Will Ascend push in Jurassic. Vexed are set on the back foot by Nightmare. You said it yourself, Zephyr. If they are fighting, if they are getting aggressive, Nightmare are in their element. But whose is it going to be at the end here in an isolated 3v3? I don't know who I'm taking. Vexed at the high ground right now have their digis. Matafe still healing up, however, and Tyler has gone down. It's a trade for Denze as Vexed continue to pump out the damage, and Matafe from behind on this defensive legend slides out to take the 1v2, doesn't quite make it, and Vexed get put down by Nightmare.
And we talk about the sustainability of those resources coming in clutch. We tuned in with Vex there, and as much as I love and seen their performance today, sitting on the triple blues, already taking a bit of damage back from the zone, I went, oh no, Nightmare in response here. Even if they're on their not their best foot forward, Dia, they have a bit of that extra leniency to either make mistakes or make it count like they just did.
It's gone so well for them now, and this has to be their hottest game so far. Your goal as Nightmare is to keep that momentum going, transition it into more squads, more farming of KP over by Cascade. Do not let a squad pass you by. As Ascend, unfortunately, are going to have to. This next zone incoming soon means that they have to think about their own rotation, not just denying those of Aurora.
Well, Aurora out here on the edge. It's a tough place to be for now. Obviously, we'll have to present themselves even further towards that northern side. And I talked about this earlier. We talked about open-ended spaces within the zone. This particular section of Storm Point can be such a disgusting rotation to behold. And sometimes when it finishes here, yeah, you're able to play from that Ascend Aurora point of action and work with that height. But instead, you've got to move even further forward. Ascend, they're already on that, at least further apparent information coming through on that western side. Aurora trying to sneak through the very edge of the east.
I don't like the call from SPS that we just saw to try and take this low ground earlier, because as you highlight, there are two squads that right behind them are going to have to encroach on this territory. It may very well work out, but I am scared, and if you're Jailings, you should be as well, because they are out, having essentially a 0-point game in our 5th of the day. They've got one more opportunity to put points on the board. Aurora running up now, and Fuse is starting to do some serious work in here. Out's gonna come the ultimate. Can Aurora take the fight? Wrenches is overextended for a moment. Skynade out of clean, may connect, and does just for a little bit of damage as they get to take this gravity cannon, knowing that you've got a squad locked inside. This Fuse needing to do so much more work, so much more effective zoning, and with the Dark Veil out, Aurora are split. SPS go down. Their early rotation not paying off in the way that they had hoped, but Aurora haven't been able to take this fight fight either and are going to be in an even worse position out in the open as Swinny swings around the sides, trying to reverse the fight for them. Morning Stars go down, and we're into the top 15. Placement points have started being accumulated before this fight is over, and Element 6 are running straight into another team.
Caught with their back against the wall here, Aurora finds that first knock at the hands of their Rolling Thunder, and it's the Ash phase that actually allows them to present that much further forward. But immediately, as they make their way into this next zone, we talk about so many of these rosters who have been here. Gaimin, Rondon, and crew from Game of Thrones who have been holding this hideout are almost immediately able to lay in the damage. And I love this from Hardeki. Finish the job while you can. You know you have that advantage. You know you have these sight lines, and you know you can kick them to the bucket.
That's Aurora gone with nothing they could do behind the rock. And while the fight started well, we did see the shortcomings, as you talked about, of not being able to stabilize effectively, of not having the rotational tools afforded to you by other legends. Ascend, however, have made the best of their rotation, following up on the one that SCS started and cleaning up team after team. That is a squad that is in a position to succeed. Ascend may very well be able to take this game. Nightmare, though, we talked about them having to keep the momentum going, and they do, taking out FUT, but it's close.
A revitalization of Nightmare and where it finally counts from Vexed onto FUT. This is something I want to point out. Playing from the north side, they are quickly cleaning up what might become some of the most effective positions for this zone. We look at how Zone 5 caters even further back up into the choke, away from the buildings, and you have to acknowledge the little bit of height that you get off of our L building and the Grav cannon that might come into play here for Nightmare if they can continue to keep pace and tempo how we've seen.
I love that. I love what you've just brought up, Zephyr. That gravity cannon, actually really important for any squad that wants to survive into the later stages of this game. Second only, I believe, to the position that Passion currently hold. With the best in the lobby behind this building, you have so much safety, and it's so difficult to push Passion because other squads are also going to be looking at this height.
For Passion here, they might be eyes trained back towards that Cascades area where we know there's a hillside, but instead, La Cité France, I mean, we barely get to take a peek at them, almost immediately wiped out, and most notably, more at the hands of Ascend, who apparently have one of the best sightlines. That leaves me questioning, where is Ascend, and how could they potentially match up against what will be Nightmare here? Kashera with that first knock, and potentially more. They're now at a numbers disadvantage, and even with that push, though, while they find cracks, they take their own lumps here with a knock on the response.
Oh my God!
Wingman! A fadeaway wingman! Post kill, what is with you?
Ascend! The squad
is with
oh my God!
Cracks, they take their own lumps here with a knock on the response.
Oh my God!
Wingman! A fadeaway wingman!
That's pretty damn dope.
What is with you?
Ascend! The squad that wiped the entire southern side of the map says we want more and comes up to the north, shutting down Nightmare that were on a roll, that were just hitting their stride, and that is what makes a team like Ascend great. We've got this next zone to worry about. Game of Thrones trying desperately to stabilize. They need to stick this res onto Rondon, but Ascend look on all of this from the height, get to plan their approach, and I cannot wait to see what they do next.
I love this from Game of Drones, and hey, they even finish out Passion in their final moments there with a nice peek out the door from Torj, taking this one away. It looks like they might have gone for that redeploy, because last we checked in on them, they were on the opposite presenting height towards that south side, and then probably went for the deep pull into this building, knowing that it is, well, where the zone is going to be ending up polling. They get that soft, at least, recovery within the single corner's edge, but now should be able to expand with this catalyst in its entirety.
We've got to hope so. A little worried about the team as they do push out of what they know is certain safety on the inside of the building. You can expand as much as you want, but you got to be able to get back into these rooms that you've locked with Catalyst. Ascend uncontested walking up to this. Nobody else even looks at this squad, perhaps scared to, as you can't take a fight against Ascend now, but their journey is clear. They are looking for this next rotation up top. Let's see if they can do it, if they can weather the squad that's pushing them now as we jump into Elicited with Ascend.
There. One flash.
I don't see anything.
I'm gonna smoke them again. Okay, I'm getting shots on my walls. I can't. Yeah, you're right. Just play safe. Not another one.
I'm kidding.
They're died, post. No, they're still alive. No, still alive. We have the team on top. Guys, the team on top, please.
Behind, Catalyst one. Swap on me. Can we push top together?
Yeah, we have to. I need to full heal. Chill, 3v2. Chill.
I'm not shut down. I shut down
Don't let them swing.
I'm popping They're there, they're on the roof.
Guys, can you put some pressure here?
Bro, that team shall have died. No nades. I wasted all my nades.
Can we put some pressure on the top, yeah? Can we put some pressure? Are they playing on the roof or what? Yeah, they are.
They are on the roof, all roof. One was inside,
Guys, I'm gonna...
One close. I need to pop up.
Just chill.
Cover me.
100.
Chill.
It's pushing.
Play bottom, Lufka. Post. One dead.
I'm popping about. Can you cover me?
Yeah.
Go to crash.
One dead. I don't know what the other team, if they're all or what. Someone inside.
Stick together on the roof.
Any nades? No nades.
No nades. I'm putting cover on the roof.
Where's the other team?
Can I have DT? I lost my DT when I took a read.
I can. Give it. Take it.
I have 2 DTs if you guys need. Do you need cash? We were.
That is the other team, second squad, no?
Probably.
Yeah. I cracked one. It's 2 at least.
Be careful the climb behind. I'm watching the climb behind.
The city is under, probably. Just play space, boys. Just play space. Just play with the DJs and play space. Post. Fence the door, post.
Swinging, still swinging.
Where? Below, bolt. Lufka, yeah, Dari.
We have just the space, Lufka.
Just play from height.
It's solo here below.
I know, it's solo, but we have to post. Just your job is to refence this shit.
And my ulti now.
It's fine, we're still fine. Guys, just slide down late and post. Keep fencing. Don't stop fencing.
Where do we slide? On my pink?
Yeah. Just deeper.
They drop down.
Keep fencing.
About 44.
Drop down. Get the kills.
Behind the Watson. There's one inside the house.
I got Watson.
There's one below on me. Nice hit.
I died. 2v1.
It's Banka.
Oh,
no!
What? 2R1C! Excellent control of that end game. And up against Ascend as well. Were you losing your mind, Rain Day?
Oh man, I'm glad I was muted because you might have heard some things that you didn't need to hear live. I was freaking out, at least mentally for sure. That was an incredible fight and so cool to see it and hear it from the side of Ascend and Kashera trying to navigate that pesky squad, 2R1C, who would not go down. It was just a matter of a solo and the 2 inside, but it made it difficult enough, and maybe a mistake there, dropping full low ground, getting taken down by the zone, getting a little aggressive when the whole point of that was chill. But I gotta say, Zephyr, I thought Ascend had that in the bag, but again, it goes and bodes well for 2R1C and how they have performed today.
Absolutely. The last time we saw them perform in this likeness was, well, at the very start of our matches here in EMEA's Day 2. Obviously, to see them reappear once again is a treat, but just behind them as well, we kind of circle underneath top,
it out 18.17, trying surprising.
Yeah, Sin look monstrous.
George partner.
Once again, contested fix game. Ascend.
Motherfucker, really? Quit trying to contest Ascend. Shearer makes it very clear in his tweets and shit. Not like I follow, but that's what the casters are saying.
Once again, landing themselves right next to Bitfix Gaming and V2 over here once again contesting with Kella.
It feels like a tale as old as time, and surprisingly, it's only happened twice this game. At this point, though, damage found for Kella already right off the bat might be what they need to get this one going, but I can't imagine either of these teams have enough loot to go for a fight.
No, the height discrepancy is so difficult to overcome. There needs to be so much damage put down for you to feel comfortable making this push, but the Sentinel might be the thing that swings the tide of battle. A headshot on that is essentially a player down. So watch yourselves, because Kella are looking for these angles, and now they've got height and control of the Mirage à Trois. You cannot overextend here. Misi goes down, and now Kella, albeit still with height, are fighting a losing battle.
Wait, so it's not Ascend, it's B2 and Kella.
And we're gonna see them take this contest by storm.
You know, no idea
Kella's
in
done for the
response
day.
to how they set that one up, but it felt like they just popped out of nowhere to finish the job. A fantastic decision by V2, because for a second there, I was almost about to say, probably drop down, playing the rest of Fish Farms. They just want to take the best that they can for their last game on their way home. Instead, out from the cracks and crevices to find their success.
That was such a nice way to turn it around, and it's again one of those 3v3s that doesn't go on quite long enough for Aurora to come in for the third party. But you see that rotation from them, looking for it, hoping that they can get that next move on the third party. It will, however, bring them all the closer to zone that seems to be pulling us over towards a launch pad where several squads are already starting to pile in.
Yeah, we might get a bit of a mix there between Launchpad and potentially Lagoon. And Dia, I hate to ask, but I have to. Who lands Launchpad? What incredible squad potentially at the top of the leaderboard right now lands there?
That's Ascend, baby. That is... No, is it not Ascend? Ascend used to land Launchpad.
Ascend and Barometer.
Is it Vexed now?
Yes.
It's Vexed.
Oh, no. Yes, Vexed. My gosh, what are we doing? All right.
Casters don't even know.
That's why you don't ask me questions on broadcast.
That's why you don't ask the questions on broadcast.
Because I was thinking of the fact that they're
I mean, it's your job to know, buddy.
It's okay. Surprisingly, this time around, you bring it up, it hasn't happened. Right? This is one of the few moments that, surprisingly, while yes, Postkill and Lufka are still back on the Crafter, trying to get themselves sustained, they have actually pulled more towards the north side to maybe cater towards that rotation. I can only expect Bitfix to just hightail it out of there.
I don't even know if that's going to be in.
Oh, and if y'all are wondering what I'm doing on the side, since I don't have no camera up, because while doing this, hold on. Yeah, while doing this, I can't actually have my camera on stream, sadly. Or at least I haven't figured out how to do it. And I don't want my face on stream anyway, not right now. And yeah, I am playing, the hell is this thing called? Oh, I'm playing Bid Wars Pawn Empire. It's kind of like that TV show where they go out and buy storage units, Storage Wars or whatever the hell it's called. It's kind of like that. It's pretty fun. But that's all I'm doing on the side. Since y'all can't see me, I'm just playing a phone game while watching and listening. Let's get back to it.
And that was my big problem with them landing right next to Ascend in Barometer, is the fact that when you are landing next to a squad as aggressive as this, you have to be able to outfight them, and we haven't seen that yet. Speaking of outfighting, though, and we talked about them earlier, Vexed do have their pick of the litter in terms of positions over here, theoretically.
Dang.
But this is not a good spot.
I mean, height is good to play up on this particular overreach of Launchpad is effective, but I mean, obviously you could see how they were trying to take maybe a bit more space. Now, granted, maybe not expecting the expedient rotation of so many of these squads, and that's why, you know, even though they present themselves, they have to pull back so quickly because of all of that damage. It still is working for them, though, right? I do believe that this is going to slightly work its way away from that central position for Vexed here, but it sustains past your rounds 1, 2, 3 here. I mean, you are in the zone in comparison to, say, hey, Ascend, who are out there by Barometer. Any bad 3 with you, one bad rotation, do ya?
Certainly could happen to anyone. Aurora's been caught out by unfortunate circumstances more than they'd care to admit in today's games, but for the moment they've once again opted into this antenna move, and it's got them relatively safe for now, albeit they have got a squad coming up right behind them. But for things like a Fuse and an Ash, holding these small corridors that push into antenna should be relatively easy to defend.
Obviously for Aurora, we did see them last time cater towards this antenna area, and something that is nice about this particular spot within the zone is how it transitions to those that do pull out towards that launch pad area. Obviously, sight lines that will be a little bit dangerous when we talk about POI direct from launch pad, but that hillside, especially when it does work its way slightly back out west, is a little bit of height, a little bit of defensive action for those teams that happen to clean out their backside. Kind of similar to what we saw from Nightmare and Ascend north side of our last zone.
Element 6, their defense up here is going to be absolutely crucial. There are several end zones that will pull over towards them, and with things like the Crypto and Watson that they've pulled out, they've got a lot of defensive potential and a lot of sustain up here as well. It is going to be a game of patience, however, as holding on to the entirety of this high ground is actually quite difficult. There are places where you can Valk land up on the high ground and start a fight that really nobody ends up winning.
What I do like about it is they have the effective nature of that Crypto to constantly delay some of these more defensive teams and break down the fence line. Right there, a full send forward from Slayers to find a double knock drop onto Nags, and Noises make it one more to send J-Links home.
Talk about
for the
damn.
rest of the day.
What that card do, though? What that card do?
But to go down like that, you can only praise E6 and the way that they are able to navigate that last engagement. Aurora, though, we've been talking about them, we've been hyping them up and giving them gas despite their performances all day. But in the last game, they've got to prove worthy of it. They've got the most aggressive squad in the lobby, and yet are struggling to find entry damage. Need to find a way to close the gap on this team that we already saw them tick for flesh.
And it's so tough, you know. Entry frag, a bit of a rough place right now to find those access points. You have to be so, I mean, perfect. Perfect is the word. You have to be exceptional when you are counting all of your eggs in one basket like Aurora are right now, with the triple assault composition, the full send forward, the full wipe, and not a crack like that. You can't have it happen.
Now it's just up to Cleve and Maliwan. It's the suffering of taking that big chunk up front. The nice thing is that Aurora trade it back, and again, start a fight. They may be able to make this work. Ascend are starting to show up as well, however, and now it's time for Aurora to hunker down and play defensive instead of getting lasered in the back. Ranch just swings so wide. He is lucky to be alive, and Cleve may not be able to do it. Swings out with the Ash portal and somehow stays up.
In the face of Ascend directly, all 3 members there, Cleave is allowed to survive in pieces. Lufka, he's taken to the skies. He says, I'm out of here. We got V2 here to play as well. And Aurora, they get the revive, but they gotta continue to fight.
The Thermite does end up buying them a little bit of time, but they've got maybe 115 health on each member. Lucky that that Thermite doesn't land among them, and the ordinances just keep coming. You'd think they were playing against a fuse, not with one. For the moment, a little bit of respite as the door comes in, but the 99 from Ranches has to one clip, and it does not. Choky takes him down.
Shit, hold on, guys. I just spilled like some Coke. Son of a bitch. Ugh. And that's also why I'm not on stream, so if I spill Coke down like my shirt or something, I can just go shirtless. No camera. Yay.
And it's Cleave, the last member standing of Aurora, the squad that just had to win one fight and is not being given any space to do so.
I have to say, between the likes of all 3 of those squads that presented themselves there, I'm shocked, though, that Aurora are still alive. And V2 looking for reads, maybe to pick up that final member, but for right now, just to retain a happy home. Somehow, some way, maybe banners are recovered, maybe a revive in store. It looks like Aurora will continue to exist, and, well, for start a fight, not quite them.
Unfortunate for them. It does not feel good to be taken down as a sole Valkyrie in the sky, but when you're starting the journey at Flesh, you know where it's going. We hyped up Ascend earlier for pushing over onto this engagement, and now they are making their presence really felt up close. Double swing onto these stairs. No knock follow-throughs for Ascend, but they own the high ground for now. Kashera dropping down to try and find an angle. Does get the backup from post-kill to make it work. But they are on their last legs as 2R1C rock up and now may take the fight themselves. Kashera's not going to have the time to be rezzed. Lufka will be lucky to get out of this alive as he takes to the high ground, and 2R1C are looking for the 5 kills all present in this building.
And yet, for Ascend, they don't know it, but they have been the bane of their existence here on Stormpoint, taking away what should have been a classic win and now wiping out Kashera, your IGL, your rotational tool, as that Bangalore on Stormpoint here. The building is in play, but no further kills have come through, and Ascend, they want to get this one back up here. Mobile respawn is available, but they know they're there. Can they pull it off?
In here, right? They're doing it. Kashera's coming back into the game. Oh! Interrupt. Do they stick it again? Post kills down. The pushes come in. I think honestly, if you're Kashera, you're kind of lucky that you didn't end up getting rezzed there, because that would have just been another KP. Rough call to make for Ascend, but a great position for 2R1C, who now have the much better position on this ridgeline. Hiarka extending a bit too far for comfort. Does draw that smoke out to make sure that you've got adequate cover for your Watson. But holding this ridge line is going to be a battle of patience for 2R1C and managing their sight lines.
This is tough, though. We know for a fact that there are other squads that have presented themselves right behind 2R1C just a moment ago. I believe V2 still more than alive coming out of Antenna there, and they're giving away a lot of access and instead are facing Nox sniped through the bamboo. It's Artico from afar with the charge rifle. Now, granted, from afar, I mean afar here. 2R1C are going to be able to sustain, get themselves back and put together, but this just shows that this current position, you can't possibly think that this is where you need to be. This is where, well, they might just have to play.
It's about really avoiding the sight lines of other people for right now. A spot like this may be nice later on, but you have to get there first, and that's going to be the most difficult thing. Right now, a spot like this may be nice later on, but you have to get there first, and that's going to be the most difficult thing. Meanwhile, however, Aurora have made their re-entry. That's a knock for the duo, though they don't have the banner for Ranches. An opportunity has presented itself for Aurora to still take this fight that they started in Antenna so long ago, and to redeem themselves as one of the top teams in EMEA. Out goes the Ash Tether, and it does find purchase. Joki goes down, and in a 2 versus 1 now, we're getting Aurora cleaning house before needing to vacate Antenna.
It's about time that we've seen them find the kills that they originally desired here on the edge of Antenna. It's not quite the full wipe as of yet, but might be able to pick up Izadin in just a moment. Totem, though, lies in wait ahead, and even if they come out on top, they still have that full 3-piece to potentially contest against, and even Game of Drones right there out on the side.
Morning Stars taken down means that we're into the top 15. Placement points have started to be accumulated. This height taken by Totem should be enough to eliminate effectively Aurora from this game. And Game of Drones starting to make their way in as well. Got to be careful with a limited defensive capability around the edge of this ring. You do want to be, if you can, nestled up right close to Launchpad. And Game of Drones have only got a Dark Veil to get them there.
Surprisingly, finding your way out of that building is rough, but with that charged up Rampage, they'll see if they can chug where it counts. With the gun down, they're able to pull it out. Rondon with the first drop onto Maliwan, and we know this is his duo. Throw out the thermite, make them burn.
Nice finish onto Maliwan, and like you said, we knew that this duo was coming. Everyone was watching the exit from Antenna, but as it turns out, Totem are not the beneficiaries. They go down, and it's simply not avoidable for them. Out comes that cat wall, and Seer ult to follow this up. We've got an isolated 3v1 with full information given to you by a Seer. That's just going to be another KP for Game of Drones.
Surprisingly, though, it's not them who picks it up for Game of Drones. Instead, they're the ones that start to face Nox. 2R1C, who had moved too early. They're back, like you said, out from the bamboo, thick from the trees, and the shots ring. Haraka trying to take angles on the side of the box. Fence line down, creating even more space for 2R1C to play into and to finish wherever Game of Drones might have run off to.
I don't even know if it's their priority at this point. They have so much space and loot that they just got. You're not sitting in zone. That's not happening. It's zone 3. Zone 3 don't mess around, Zephyr.
Zone 3 don't mess around, and there's a reason we send Game of Drones home in 12th.
Yeah. Unfortunate finish for them, but genius move from 2R1C, and excellently timed given that, remember, they couldn't see any of that. They're not running Seer. They obviously weren't just randomly wide swinging. It was a great call on timing, and it's why I give a lot of credit to the IGLing of Uchako. 2R1C with a great start to the day. The exit, however, as we come out of the swamps, has claimed Le Site de France. Is unable to access this next ring, and if Noth wasn't careful, might have been him as well. FUT having to operate as a duo now. Lippin unrecoverable.
Just barely forced out of a situation where they walk into this as a 3-piece here. 2R1C on their own recovery potentially could be looking for that next win. Dia here, it would be huge. They're currently in 4th right now, but a solid sustaining might thrust them past at least 3rd and 2nd, and potentially to usurp Vex, but we know they're still around.
Love this position. 2R1C doing a great job in today's games of sort of doing that game.
Also, sorry for keeping my mic muted. If anyone's watching, don't trip. If you're watching and you expect me to be talking or something, I have my mic muted because I'm watching also, and I'm getting my smoker's cough out of the way early morning.
The drones thing that I talked to Rain Day about before this game, avoiding spots that people are going to be looking at. Nobody likes this position from 2R1C. Why would you get pushed here? Unless the squad is actively looking to hold an inferior spot. Wuchako, though, does extend a little bit forward, looking for more ground for the rest of the team. On the Bangalore, has plenty of safety with these smokes. It has access, most importantly, take a look at the top left, to the next ring.
No. It's tough, though. You can see, I love this right here. Element 6, Gaiman, in the perfect position to capitalize on when that rotation comes forward. We'll even throw FUT into the mix from their own sightlines on the very, very edge. A team, though, that I'm scared to watch and right on schedule, right to see. Vexed on their final drop down here. They're getting ahead of the crowd and potentially into zone right below in the trenches. Their first knock onto 7. Make it one more onto Limek. Denze, he's going to count this one out a bit longer, but almost immediately as they sustain those kills, will be left up to Tyler to survive.
That looked like such a good push. How did they lose control of this? Outplayed, picking up 2 kills now, and with Tyler on just a sliver of HP, needing to pop this Phoenix kit. The zone's gonna push in. You're not getting unlucky back into this game. You have to imagine. Gonna go for the res. This may actually work out. Zone's coming in. That's gonna be 1, 2 ticks of damage, and it's enough for Unlucky, who survives and now has Vexed as a duo in the top 8.
And this is a problem for so many other rosters right now. They have not seen that Vex name. The longer they stay alive, this is when those placements, Dia, truly begin to ramp. This climb, though, this might be their last potential fight here. A 3-piece right in front of them.
Just draws so much attention that as soon as Unlucky climbs over that wall, everybody knows what's going on, and Bitfix waste no time coming around and swinging that along with ANC Outplayed. Elsewhere on the map, 2R1C are starting to reveal their hand out on the side right now, farming up teams and helping take out Element 6. Top 5 for the 2R1C squad, who have less and less cover. Bitfix taken out by Outplayed. Top 5 and now 4.
I love this from 2R1C. Yeah, we're watching Wuchako, but look at the opposite angles. Jarovic and Arca on that opposite side, also trying to cater towards where that zone pole will go. It's not this particular leg, it's the opposite angle, but heck, why not? Fights are already taking place. Might as well go for the full swing. A full wipe onto Passion, and we're down to a straight 3v3. The question is, did 2R1C give up too much space on the opposite side here? They're all stuck on this one leg. They've got to work their way back.
Oh, Smoke is perfect too, giving the squad the opportunity to recover, taking out the drone as well. You've got one team left ahead of you, Outplayed on the other side, who don't have access to that drone for the next 40 seconds.
They've got a much more extended pull though. Outplayed will have their pick of the litter the minute that this particular rock cover is no longer available for 2R1C. And when I say they have to beam before they assault forward, it is absolutely necessary. Watch, 2R1C is going to get some entry crack or entry damage, and you will see an assault. You will see the smokes. You will see the push forward because it is necessary.
The Digi-threats are the difference here as well. Outplayed simply don't have them on everyone, but 2R1C knew this was part of their game plan from the beginning. Why are we getting in the Trident? Get out of the Trident! What is happening?
The drone comes through and it is broken. No EMP. A massive cooldown unavailable as Outplayed are slowly working their way forward, and they're the ones to face first knocks. Down to a 2v2 here. Sheck's looking lower and lower. Both of these teams barely flesh. 2R1C brought into a 2v1 as they lose a 1v1. It's up to 2R1C with their full health to pick up another win in our final match of the day.
A three-peat on the day for 2R1C.
I think they
won. Won half of our matches. I say to any doubters of this roster, think again. Their game plan is
Hold
on.
Come out winning their position.
Why he didn't?
Some of these teams, it was not up on Storm Point. Passion as well.
Damn, 12 kills. Damn. Damn, even V2 popped off with 9 kills. Alright. But now I gotta see.
Pair of wins. Get the.
Oh my
the
god.
W.
Vexed won still? Even though 2 rats, 1 controller, got 3 wins. Damn.
On today, 2R1C, despite winning 3 games, 2 points behind Vex, who certainly dominated Dia. Gotta have some exhales of relief for Vexed fans around the world there.
You really do. It got.
Talk about damn. Oh shit, wait. This is in there, right? Yep.
That we can keep track of them throughout the day, because there are so many storylines here that we don't want to miss any of them.
I'll tell you what, if you're rooting for someone, maybe it's time to pick sides here. We've had some embers fleeting in the background of potential contests, at least for our first iteration of World's Edge, over towards Overlook. Usually we're tripods.
We're going in.
We're looking to see if potentially we see the matchup with Sentinels as well, but no, they have opted for the weaker pull towards Landslide, and then the opposite end of this one, it does look like Dig in Oxygen might, not happen there either.
I can't help but appreciate the calls from these IGLs, though. When you are coming into match day in the ALGS, we've got a whole season, but it is time for some of those contests to kick off. Oxygen already taking shots at Drop In Gaming, having knocked Stomps right now. That's the IGL of a roster, an up-and-coming roster, now cut short. Oxygen have the better end of this deal, but to take down Stunny and JQ, they're gonna need a lot of firepower. It's gonna be up-close fighting.
Currently our only contest
oh
on
wow,
the map
Crook's
here,
not
and
on there? It's the Nile that was on Space Station. Holy shit.
Neck and neck in the same space, and we know that's as 50-50 as it gets. I'm surprised though, Dia. We had a lot to say about so many of these rosters, but we almost let Oxygen slip under the radar, and they're one of those squads who, well, we have high expectations for, especially after being one that found their way to playoffs, but to some others people out there might have fell a little bit short.
Yeah, they started their season, I mean, really well just last split, and under the IGL guidance of Hill, this roster is nothing short of incredible. They've got great fragging talent, but more than that, their game plans and the way that they play out these end game circles are so hyper aware of every other squad. The fact that they're contesting now isn't even usual for them. This isn't a team that fights a whole lot during the earlier mid game, and yet when forced into it, they're very clearly comfortable, especially when you've got yourself already a 2v3 going on. JQ's holding the long angle right now, but if you can get Stomp's banner and get out, I'm gonna count that as a win for Drop In Gaming, and it's not even looking like they can do that.
It's unlikely, and Drop In Gaming likely to start today right off the bat as a duo here for them.
Hold on.
Likely.
It's not even looking like they can do that. And get out, I'm gonna count that as a win
Oh,
for
so
Drop
they
In
do
Gaming.
count that as like someone's dead until you get the banner. And then you have to get the respawn, and then it'll go back up. I thought if you had the banner, the counter would go up.
It's not
Just
not
leave
even
it
looking like they can do that.
mysterious.
It's unlikely, and Drop In Gaming likely to start today.
But
right
he's
off the bat
dead.
as a
That's the
duo
first player
here.
dead.
For them, they have
On
the chance to
NA.
rotate out, but it's at the cost of so much of this POI, and I guess what little pickings they were able to find in the loot on their back-ended rotation. You can see Enemy and the rest of Oxygen taking to the height here are able to spy out the last remnants, but a bit of a distraction.
As Team Diverge start to rotate in, they've been navigating Dome recently and likely heard the shots just to walk in and check it out. We got the chance to talk to Sleepy Panda before the season really kicked off, and while they are moving up from Dome, they've got to deal with the fact that there's not super great loot there. And what that means is that so often fighting does become a part of their early game plan, to pick up a little bit more and use that edge POI for what it's actually giving you. Team Diverge are going to be playing this slow around the outside, but I'd like to see them push up to launch site if you can take that high ground away, especially with something like a Bangalore.
And especially since, as we take a look at our zone here in a moment, it is pulling down towards the south side of our map here. And for Diverge, while they haven't presented themselves an exact rotation yet, there's so many other squads that they need to keep in mind, because especially when you're going this deep towards launch site, it's almost a guarantee that it does begin to cater or continue to pull that direction. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of our squads, even before some of the major closings have taken place, already well within this POI.
And plenty sitting around the outside as well. X set up in the northwest, pulling a classic move and waiting for the ring to start closing in around them. Not typically an edge of ring squad, but the slow rotate in this case will give them plenty of time to push out teams that aren't necessarily feeling super comfortable in the early stages of the season, and maybe get you a little bit more KP to start going. FaZe are also rotating in from the west, and they might find themselves face to face with BBB over by Thermal.
Obviously, they do have a little bit of that extra height to their advantage here, but given how wide the rotations are available on that western end, BBB, even if they are in a bad situation, can easily find their way out. I do want to point out Complexity and Furia here, as well as one of the squads you brought up, Rise. These four, especially on a northern end, playing more of the edge-oriented play style that might rep some KP or might come back to punish them, given how zone-oriented things are slowly shifting in competitive Apex.
Now, in this first one, I am still expecting some teams to play in the red, to not really commit to pushing squads just yet, because you've got time to play around the outside of the ring and wait for mistakes to happen on the inside. But as the zone continues to close, and as evidently a lot of teams are prioritizing this closure to be further to the south, spots like Lava Siphon are also going to become really active. And if you are opting into a position like that to hold during the mid game, you'll have plenty of opportunity to pick up KP as teams continue to file in. Furia likely being one of them as they face off against Rise just ahead.
Obviously, we do just see scans come through, so Furia's location is picked up, and especially with this balloon being a screaming red flag, it's almost going to be immediately identified regarding where they present themselves here. But this Watson doesn't seem afraid at all, sending himself directly into No Name. It is clear, though, squad likely Complexity holding out on that choke.
Don't seem interested in really fighting. I mean, Furia, I'm sure, are comfortable with it, but the long-range poke isn't exactly committal, and Furia have got other plans, wanting to focus on picking up this scan and understanding where the ring is likely pulling. It is one of the nice things about picking up a legend like Seer, who's able to grab everyone else's location, is that you kind of get an idea of where the ring is going, even if you aren't running Catalyst.
And just to note, there wasn't quite Complexity. They found their way somewhere else. It's Rise swooping in from Fragment to cut across there. And we'll see how they respond. For now, though, tuning in, of course, with our friends SCN, it looks like. But maybe back to Rise. They make their way across the choke, and it seems they've been chased.
Doesn't look too fun. Caught between a rock and a hard place, perhaps, as Detox is taking some serious fire as well, but it's just the long range from Furia that is continuing to punish Rise, a team that a lot of people had a lot of hope for when it comes to that close range combat. They aren't being allowed to actually fight close range because they got Complexity on one side and Furia on the other.
I was questioning where this team ended up moments ago, and it's clear that they've presented themselves in a similar gatekeeping fashion. For Rise, they're going to take their self and turn tail towards that Lava Siphon area and maybe hopefully get themselves better acquainted with the land ahead here. Problem is, with only 64 seconds on the board, Detox might just be a lost cause.
Now, Awans and Retsi do still like to get quite aggressive, so as this fight kicks off between, say, Tripods and Complexity, there's always the opportunity to go in and third party that. Tripods, again, very mechanically talented, do tend to try and pick fights, and this looks like one that is sure to go their way. Nick Merck starting things off really well, finding Flesh, and in this RV, a push is just seconds away from happening as Cody heals up just behind. From the low ground, Tripods do have to deal with Monsoon, who's up on height, but one good beam could take care of all of that. In comes the wall. You've separated the fight into 2 and 1, but Tripods do need to figure out who they're actually pincering on. Jet gets some good damage down with the car. They've taken control of the RV, but Monsoon is still up there.
It's tough to try to eclipse that height is a problem that Tripods haven't solved, and here's the big equation that we're kind of missing out on, the fact that that Dark Veil comes out.
Whoa, is that gentrifying? Is that aka gentrifying? Yo. On Nick Merck's team? Of course he would have fucking heavy hitters on his team if that's really gentrifying from G2.
And they can't capitalize.
What in the hell?
That is a huge tool that is no longer available for this roster to work with, especially if they do want to start something off here. Now, granted, redeploy, always available. They can tend themselves far and away from what we see out of Complexity, but maybe they'll come right back round.
Okay. Hello, Xset, and welcome to the party. It's just like Rise from earlier. Complexity are going somewhere away from another squad. That's all they know. And suddenly, we've got the R99 right in your face. There's a reason it was in our packs this morning. And Xset gonna take control of that engagement, not wipe out the full squad just yet, but 2KP, they will not mind, and we are seeing an Xset that now with Complexity eliminated is very effective, nay, deadly on the edge.
Absolutely here, and it's to no surprise of anyone, one of the best performing rosters coming out of North America within that first split. We've been waiting to see how they would address this new meta, and while they're not catering directly towards that Catalyst, it seems like everyone just seems to have a thing for that Bangalore, maybe even potentially after watching the matches yesterday.
Target over there.
Bangalore really is providing a lot of value when you think about how much area she can deny with her ultimate, let alone things like the smokes that keep your team super safe. They've got double digis on their R99s, and while light ammo is going to be coming at a premium, teams should be falling rather quickly in front of Xset, especially once you get the drop on them by obscuring some of that vision. Turning around, perhaps, to try and farm up on some teams that are rotating in late. We'll see how it works out for them.
Tripods here opt to move even further south down into the Vault Choke for the time being. They picked up that 1 KP from helping finish off Monsoon, but it seems like almost immediately they're going to have to turn right round to Lava City and pull away, utilizing that Dark Veil, which once again has such a low cooldown that can make for expedient rotations. Still though, caught in the zone, taking shots, things are ticking here and resources are being expended.
Drop N Gaming do end up being fully taken down after losing their IGL off drop. It's the natural conclusion with Team Diverge picking up that final blow. You and I both saw that Crypto ult come out as well, and that's to highlight one of our squads that is favoring the Crypto. Meat Lovers have been playing this as sort of an edge style, while Inters have a very different read on the meta, being one of our squads to whip out the Caustic today.
Still something of that control-oriented focus, but obviously not in the hands of a Catalyst. Granted, all you need is that Seer to counter in response, but in terms of getting things set up, luckily, they're on World's Edge. But when we talk about zone, I don't think at least Caustic is catering that direction.
Oh no, it's another kill on Rise as well. This team just keeps hemorrhaging as they try and make their rotations in, but are getting caught, and just quite unfortunately, they even got their third back into the game, did Rise, picking up the banner and pulling off the res in Geyser before ultimately giving up just one more KP. We do still have two very spicy lads here. Awans and Retsi are very good at the game, but as a duo, it is so difficult to have an impact on how things play out.
Now, just moments ago, we did begin to see that kill feed spark alive with the remnants of Sentinels starting to find some of those initial knocks in part here against Team Inters. Flinzaris, this last remaining member, more than quickly picked off by BBB. The majority of those KP falling their direction.
FaZe did rock up here, though, and I mean literally, they are on the highest of high grounds in Lava Siphon. They picked up one knock onto, I believe it was Bo from Sentinels, and from this height have an excellent position to relocate themselves using, say, something like the redeploy that Tripods are making use of just now. Low ground in Lava Siphon is gonna be rough here. This is where Tripods so often fall short, but if they can stick this rotation, it'll be all right.
And they should be able to find themselves a happy home directly in the dead center of Lava Siphon while we say goodbye to our 17th squad in the hands of MLS. But something we haven't discussed just yet is the fact that, well, things are catering more towards that eastern angles of zone, especially when we talk about that hillside, that entrance in towards the edges of launch site. That can be incredibly difficult, especially if you're playing from the low ground or you don't host a building in launch site yourself.
Using the wall down here, Tripods are going for a bit of an unorthodox rotation, normally trying to get height in a separate way. They actually haven't got the wall off on the height and are being shot at from above. The Lanimals are ready to pounce, and Naughty, one of our top fraggers from yesterday, is already showing up. BBB go down, and Lanimals continue to push this lobby to the limit, finding just a bit of safety behind this RV. Tripods left with just Nick Mercs as he's got to commit through this dark veil. Finds another one right in front of him, but maybe this is the safety that he needs.
It might just be the small corner of blocking sight lines for the Lanimals. They're forced to rotate as well, and what lies in store is none other than Furia covering their own gatekeeping potential. But just as quickly as they arrive, do they face almost equivalent levels of damage? Sentinels are picking up the pace just as quickly and wipe out Tripods here, but you can tell FaZe walking to the pack might pinch this all.
This is where FaZe's IGLing is really going to come into play. 12 squads left. Can you afford to over-push this? And into the smokes, no less. Being charge rifled in the back, the call has to be to back off. And FaZe are going to do so, keeping themselves prioritizing, playing their life for now. Snipe down. Good call to shield bat. Well, he needs to pop over to the rest of FaZe and consider what their next rotation is going to be. You've got very little time to pull this off and no space for a redeploy.
Potentially off on that back end, but the sight lines, like you've maybe potentially mentioned from that launch site area, make it almost impossible for them to find a comfortable space to do so, especially when you also have Furia watching you. For the both of these two teams, though, Dia, this is what I talk about when we start to discuss that low ground. While yes, they may hold ridgeline height on the cliff here, the force drop is almost inevitable, and whether you try to push through on the buildings or go for that redeploy, it leaves a lot of questions in store. But we tune in with none other than our winners from playoffs, TSM. They've found their success wiping out SCN, but now they need to keep reps alive.
And unfortunately, it just doesn't look like it's going to happen. Even Verhulst is on a timer right now as the zone starts to close in, and TSM time out. There they go, 11th place in their first game. A better performance than some yesterday, but not what they'll be hoping for as champions. Well, Furia, one of our squads to watch, do hold one of the better positions in ring. They've navigated their way here through a Valk ultimate, and again are making use of this smoke just to make themselves an unattractive target to push. In a corner like that, though, this isn't going to be enough. Nades are everywhere, and a single knockdown shield from his Watson is the thing that's keeping them in this game. Meat Lovers and SCS bite the dust, and top 8 is slowly closing in.
For Furia here, they had the rotation in store, but they weren't expecting what was going to be the full force of all of our squads from launch site looking to take real estate. Oxygen, though, might have to deal with someone else. It's none other than FaZe from the backside of this zone here, down to double flesh, make it triple. No knocks found, and instead they find themselves eliminated, and Furia from behind come through to clean up in a third party.
Was that a 2v3, Zephyr? Was that a 2v3? Being able to pick up the last remnants of both squads. You've certainly got everyone's attention now. Furia have just played that incredibly. There are 6 squads left. I want to jump into a listen in with them, presented by WD Black.
I got a back. I'm queuing that for you.
I bang all 3.
You're fine. I have
yeah,
you.
we should try to push them off that. I bang off the go top right. Go top right.
Go. I'm going right. I'm going height.
Yeah.
Yep. Kill one. I died.
Lost in the.
Okay. We should.
Oh God, it was so close. It was so close. But LTC turn it around. Coming from the Challenger circuit, LTC have repelled one of the biggest squads in Pro League. Can they do it to another? Sentinels have just 1 member left. Keon whipping around with an all-star performance will be able to, as a duo, eliminate LTC. And that does seem to be the cry of us on the desk today, Zephyr. As a duo this, as a duo that, Xset now taken down to a duo, will have to put up one of the performances of a lifetime. With just 4 teams left, there is almost no space for mistakes.
And we talked about another roster here earlier today that was finding their success, but Xset continue to gatekeep them. Luminosity shot down from the skies at the hands of Nocturnal. But here's the big thing, Dia. There's only 1 full 3-man roster left.
I don't know if Team Diverge know. You have to imagine that they do. With 3 teams left, they can do the math. And I believe they've just found the last member of Sentinels. Keon is ratting it out for as long as he can. See if he can avoid being the center of attention, as Xset have to play their hand as well. An overextension from Team Diverge could lose them this game. Sentinels have just gone down, and we're gonna get our multi-view up to see how Xset approach this. Seer ult is down, and they've just got to get 1 clean beam before being able to turn this around. Shield swaps are available for both sides. Sleepy Panda on his trademarked Wraith is going to try and take to the high ground and see if he can zone out the rest of Xset.
I like this from Team Diverge. Almost immediately when that exhibit comes out, they already know they're at an advantage here, and they pull away. Waiting out the cooldown is more than fine, especially with the time that exists in response to this final zone pull here. Now that that major cooldown no longer available, Xset have little to work with other than the angles that they try to present.
5 seconds left on the zone close. 5 seconds left until you lose the meager cover that you're holding on to. I'm looking at you, Nocturnal. Head peaks still available around this ridgeline for both teams, but the smoke will buy you crucial time. Digi threat for Nocturnal isn't answered entirely on the other side, and he knocks Sleepy Panda. It's 2v2, and both Nocturnal and Fun are going to take a moment, take a bat before knocking GS Bird, and looking for the last one as a duo has been our anthem, Zephyr, and as a duo, Team Diverge may just take this 1v1. It's just Aj against the world right now. Xset still can take this.
Oh.
They've got this, swinging around the side, R99 in hand. They've got the high ground now. They've got the Digis, and Xset have the win as we play Ring Around the Rosie before finding our final knock to take Xset.
That is any taking 9 kills, putting them in a great.
It's the big Luminosity, Oxygen, and the rest.
And everybody is going to be looking at tripods as well. It's a roster that has a lot of momentum behind it, a lot of big names, and landing over by Overlook, I remind you, uncontested now for the 2nd game in a row. They're going to be looking for a little bit more than they did last game, because when you are landing uncontested, when you're getting a whole POI to yourself, there are no excuses for slow rotations, for not being able to find your way into a good spot in zone, and we know there's a lot of pressure on this roster. Another little bit of action though, as we do drop hot once again, Drop In Gaming right next door to Oxygen.
This time around here, we don't see them try to contest the exact same building that ended up at least leveling out Drop In Gaming for our first match of the day. For Oxygen, though, this slow approach and some of the early cracks that they've found here might be that potential go button that allows them to start this fight off right. I love the training, the angle on the door there from Hill to at least find some of that starting damage. They are beginning to choke here, especially as we're going to start to see Zenile arrive from this opposite angle, center position of POI.
Single scan, not going to be enough to start pushing in just yet, but with Oxygen actually being the ones to take control of that door with their catalyst, they did get themselves a nice position to start from. Hale gets fried a bit, and the same thing is applied to Enemy. So on the other end of this, Drop In Gaming certainly could be feeling quite confident, as Enemy is going to be able to play the rock on the opposite side of this door and support the team. You still need to actually find a way into this building, something that is a lot easier said than done.
This is getting a little bit dicey, though. This is taking quite a bit of time here, especially with our round one officially already starting to close out, and Drop In Gaming obviously paying a lot of respects to regroup and find what damage that might enable them in this fight. But all I can help but think is maybe a dome rotation, maybe something scary, but hopefully a knock.
Stunny barely able to avoid that. Did put out a lot of damage with the Spitfire earlier, but for now, it's back to those defensive positions. Stomp's taking a hit for a second and having to reset as Denial finally gets that confidence and goes for the first push, taking down JQ and just wiping the floor with Drop In Gaming. It was over in an instant, Zephyr.
It's much better than some of the early inklings of this fight, but it's almost identical to what we saw in our first match of the day there. And I want to give so much credit to Oxygen Esports. Notably, they get into a situation where they can confirm two, but are lost on that third there. And they have the perfect setup with that catalyst, but it isn't until they get the full 3-man roster stuck in one building that they finally go for the full split choke and wipe them out.
A lot of autonomy, and what is very difficult to push in. Once you are in that building, nobody's really getting you out. So a credit to them and the way that they played that engagement. MLS, meanwhile, do have a different game that they're playing, one that centers them more around the zone. They've been liberated to From Tree, rotate rather freely up here at Grandma's house, where you can hold down pretty well, especially with something like the Catalyst that we know MLS are running. Plenty of opportunity to farm up those Evos as well, as Luxford desperately needs.
Obviously, as we do start to take at least some impressions from these early rotations, we've got to check in with Sentinels, because just moments ago, they faced their first knock here. RKN already down. That's your big read. That's your informational legend. And almost immediately as they approach this house, they find themselves toe in face against another squad looking to potentially choke. But I'll tell you what, Dia, between two skirmishers, a Wraith, and a Valkyrie, there's not a lot of defensive utility potentially in store.
And they were landed on. Sentinels may very well be being chased by Team Inters. Rotation a little further out. May also mean that Inters don't want to continue that fight and are happy with what they've gotten, being able to set up on top of those buildings and then rotate to Overlook. But this is also a bit of a different style for them, is with the Caustic being in open ground, it isn't going to be the win condition for Team Inters. They're trying to get themselves to a better spot that they can really hold down later on.
It's tough to say exactly where the pull exactly is making its way over towards. Obviously, we are seeing a large investment towards that Geyser area, but I don't mind the current position of Inters if this does cater back towards these pillboxes. We have seen endings like this. Now, I do begin to start having problems, Dia, if this is a Geyser finish, especially for teams that present themselves in this choke. Things can get particularly messy as you try to rotate in and find yourself a building, sometimes particularly late.
Really appreciate that Complexity have opted into yet another choke point, and evidently yet another engagement. Jumping forward, Monsoon quickly thinks better of it after ticking for shields on the other side, but losing all of his in whatever choke, as we've seen Bite Complexity before. They've got to watch their backs, though, and with tripods looking to be the ones to push in here, I don't think you can rest too easy. This squad is very comfortable taking fights, even at low shields.
If we're talking about one of my favorite squads in these kinds of situations, it's usually the one that does pull all the way out towards the door here, given the fact that they tend to respond as those squads come in, whereas it's almost guaranteed that if Complexity stick around in central position there, a pinch will come through. Now, granted, tripods are going to have their own difficulties, especially with how they approach and address maybe these potential buildings to the south or to the north if our zone rotates that way. But for now, they've done a fantastic job of almost scaring Complexity away, and they didn't even have to drop the Dark Veil. Gent still has that in his back pocket to once again provide another defensive option if they try to threaten.
Holding on to that cooldown is going to be really important for them, but we're seeing cooldowns just blowing out here. Both teams, Lanimals and Xset, finally making their way down from Skyhook and doing so explosively. Lou's gonna pop his head back in, careful not to take an unfortunate angle against this roster, but Xset have to consider their options as pushing through this tunnel. Very difficult to do, and especially against Lanimals who are well looted up. Not a risk you want to take. Lan predict the rotation, however, and are going to try and cut Xset off at the pass.
I'm not quite sure if I heard that correctly, but that could have been potentially, yes, the redeploy that comes through here for Xset over the wall. They actually make their way deep back into the choke, directly into the face of Skyhook, where, albeit they're not going to get a healthy or further rotation, but it's survivable, Dia. They're no longer in a place where they are gate-kept by Lanimals, who were about to expend quite a bit on this roster right up against edge of zone. Now, granted, I'm not a big fan of Landslide, and they've still got distance to cover. But hey, they made it happen in game one. They can make it happen again.
Certainly can. Having to pick between the tunnels. We'll see which one they opt into, as a choke point is going to be what Xset have to go through again. Not a whole lot more trouble in their future, however, as Lanimals at least have been cleared out. The tripods in big danger, however, as Seer ult. That big defensive cooldown does have to be expended, and next we're looking at the Dark Veil Zephyr as the last cooldown that they've really got available to them. If you want to keep Complexity off your back, you cannot be giving up those big 30-30 headshots at this point. Peeking comes with a lot of danger for tripods.
I mean, all I'm going to say about it is it feels like deja vu. This is the second time around, but I think it's okay, right? You almost guarantee that they can't walk in, and while, yes, they will begin to pressure and response now that this is down, hey, Dark Veil's still up, and you have the opportunities to work with here. And the longer you wait this out, the more likely it is that Complexity has a friend that potentially introduces themselves from the north side here. They just have to keep holding on. But looking at that kill feed there, speaking of a team that was looking to hold on and maybe facing difficulties, Sentinels with a double drop knock.
Be real problematic up against the FaZe roster. A team that is on the rise, and Snip3down returning to Apex to continue to make a name for himself. Rough last split, but under the IGL guidance of Phony, has really gotten the chance to flourish in the first day. We spoke to Phony a little bit before the games, before the week really kicked off, and he was really happy with the way that the roster has been gelling. Knowing that Snip3down likes to get aggressive, Phony and Frex have been doing a really good job of propping up the eye for plays, the uncanny game sense that Snip3down can have, and supporting that when necessary, and keeping him safe when they absolutely need to. It's been a really good chemical swap up for the roster, and it's clearly keeping FaZe comfortable in game number 2.
The biggest storyline I want to watch that came out of Roster Mania is what ends up happening to that three-piece between Denial, Frex, of course, there, and Dropped as they make their way to 3 individual rosters. And honestly, all equivalent in what could be compared skill as we look at the rest of our split here. But let's take a look at our zone. And this one, yes, deep and dire into that geyser area. And while there might always be those chances to pull back, it's pretty much guaranteed that we'll be seeing the play in this POI directly. And you know what I always say about Geyser, Dia? You have to be there or be square, because at the end of the day, those who come in late, unless you are maybe that last squad to come through, are going to have such a tough time finding effective real estate when, as you can clearly see, the rest of the lobby has already picked it up.
Xset were ready to go onto that revive as well, but turning around, they find themselves, I think, more than they ever could have hoped for, taking down RKN and Lou. They're farming 2 different teams right now, and Luminosity Gaming are getting on the action as well, whipping out the Bocek out of the care package to really deal the finishing blow. For the moment, though, these teams that are playing around the edge are playing slow. Nobody's pushing up, getting in each other's face yet. Instead, it's a matter of picking up kills where you can and seeing what space is open. Oh my god, that Valkyrie just got dropped out of the sky. Zach was the one that did it to him, and Retzi is down. Rise, just like that, are gone.
Rise done. We get it from the perspective of Sykes here from across the lane. It's BBB showing up big here on their escape and edge out of Lava Siphon. We'll see if they can transition that one a little bit further forward to Geyser, but in that kill feed, I want to point out, Furia double drops down, enters, and somehow, even with a double knock, find a response and send Inters home.
No, it was really good job from Furia, but we've been here with Xset for a while, right? And we've seen a few team fights go off on either side of them. They haven't decided on a rotation yet, so let's jump in with a listen in with them to see what they're thinking.
They also have 2 charge rifles, so we could get
Yo,
absolutely.
let's do it. Come here, on me.
Okay, I'm doing right here.
On Sykes, yep. If we see, like, I have no smokes for this. This is fucked, actually.
I'm gonna die.
No, you're fine. Just come in.
Break off. I don't have diving boots on.
We don't need they'll just. I pulled jets. I might get looked at.
I died. You can res me with smoke.
Hold on. Give me comms. Give us comms. Batting.
I have purple knock. I'm okay.
I bang ulted us. Brennan, can you res him?
I'm ulting.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Yep.
Look northeast.
Yeah, I am.
You guys go back. Yep.
That's west. I'm looking after the Dark Star.
Oh, I didn't know that was there. One's above us. Team above in the kite. Yeah.
Okay, play to me. We're fine for the moment.
It's just a solo. Yeah, please shoot him if he peeks. Yeah, you're good. I'm going up top in a second.
Can you scan west? West!
Yeah, close west.
They ran over me.
They jumped down.
They're on low ground.
I'm selling. I'm going up.
They went low.
I'm up top right now.
Sykes, be careful.
Don't over peek. We still have southwest. Again.
Okay. Smoking it. Okay. I smoked it.
Tears almost cracked.
I'm just healing right now.
Guys here.
Nice.
See, now this is pretty cool. I don't think they've ever had this in an ALGS. They have all 3 of them on screen. That's badass.
Nice.
This team might wrap us. Be careful of North wrapping us.
Portal got us! I got kidnapped!
Wraith on me. Animal 100. I get for 70. They cannot res. I got the res.
100.
Killed one.
Above me. Play for the knock. Play for the kills. Like, on my body, right now. Got the armor swap. Just play for the kills. He's on the knockdown. Batting. He's dying also.
Right here on ping.
You can live shoot him.
He's gonna armor swap. He queued out. Heal.
Oh my.
I'm out of ammo completely. You got the first point.
Oh my god, Sykes! The performance of a lifetime! But it cannot keep the inevitable at bay with both MPS looking up and plenty of attention on you from the west. There is no way out, and ultimately another roster falls, but what a attempt at survival. Xset almost pulled that out, Zephyr.
It was so close there, and they even couldn't pick up that last remaining kill in the end, and instead had to fend against the world. And Sykes almost was starting to look like he could pull it off with that double crack here. Either way, we start to discuss the final moments of this lobby. 13 squads remaining, and a majority of them falling in that transition directly towards our Geyser POI. You can see how this one is going to be pulling more out there towards that eastern end, where we do get a little bit of the height back on that triple building towards the final leg here of this valley. For Oxygen Esports, you can tell they're just waiting. Zenial with that redeploy, where will they put themselves? It's very, very late.
Zenial has no health either. You take 2 ticks of the zone, and Oxygen Esports drop out of the sky and into the red, let alone where they're trying to land, which in final zones is so difficult. I was so scared as that gas started to close in, but now it's up to Oxygen to make the really difficult decision, and they're gonna drop right on top of the tree. Not quite in zone, but hopefully in a position where they get enough time to heal up, reset, and think of the next move. No portal here, no ability to cross open ground without taking damage. It's all zoning for the squad.
They need a refresh and something fast here. Meanwhile, on the interior of our choke, we've been waiting for these teams to find their way in for quite some time here. Meat Lovers, well, yes, they've dropped tech with this high ground advantage. Are starting to lay it out with the double ordinances. Make it 3, make it knocked, and Funk riding over him. A big wide swing from the other angle to find that next crack and potentially seal the deal. But he's got to be careful. It's from behind that they begin to take damage.
Funk waiting in the wings, now hoping that he can pull this out at the end. Does spot a rogue Valkyrie around the side, and will Furia bite the dust first? Complexity come in for the third party, taking out Meat Lovers, who were on the precipice of eliminating a squad. Now, we do have Complexity still in here. You'll remember that previously it was Tripods ahead of them. Now it's FaZe popping in to say hello. Remind you that your path out of this choke point is not going to be a pleasant one.
There's just barely an angle to work with here on the outskirts for FaZe, but it's almost guaranteed that this 3v3 is inevitable within the next 30 seconds here. Obviously waiting to see how they might expend the particular Wombo combo cooldowns available to finish off the job, but not quite taking the wide angles or peaks necessary to find some initial cracks. They want Complexity to come to them.
Phony. Oh, Phony dropped his shield and almost just went down to some really nicely placed shots. Defensive Dark Veil means that Frax is anchoring alone. He can't protect anyone but himself, and separated from the team. FaZe have no choice but to let him drop. Now playing in between the Dark Veils with the Seer ult, there's a chance that they get back into the game. Complexity aren't able to push either, but Monsoon is the one that picks up the Banner of Courage and takes it all the way into FaZe, getting knocked himself. It's a 1-up for FaZe. Just sniped down, and sniped down clutches it up.
It's the perfect moment of success for FaZe, but can they keep this one going? Can they replicate? Meanwhile, on the other angle, outside here, there's a big moment occurring. TSM, some of the best that we've seen from this roster, down from the big building, barely find themselves a crack to survive among the rest of these 3 other squads remaining. It's a moment where they need to find resets, especially before that Dark Veil comes down. Oh, but FaZe on one side, MLS on the other.
FaZe are staring right at TSM. There's no way out of here, but at the moment, you do have a meager bit of cover that will only be denied to you by the ring. Always a chance that MLS and FaZe are forced to fight first, as Luxford doesn't feel so comfortable sitting on the outside anymore, needing to group up with the rest of the squad. On the inside, of course, we've got even more, as these 3 teams, while they're in the best positions, still have to contend with Native Gaming on the inside.
Obviously,
is this not native? They actually might not be native.
SCS.
It's
coming
SCS.
through. Holding off that building right now between Senux and Crust. Obviously, in a more dominant, safe position, not kind of worrying about those angles like you're referring to there. Dia will have their time, and it's something that actually prevents both MLS and FaZe from extending further out here to try to wipe out TSM. Now, granted, they're going to be one of the first squads alongside FaZe to start to lose out on their cover here. So expect potential skirmishing no matter what.
FaZe no. Can they do anything about it? TSM's cover is going to age slightly better. Shubi's waiting for a crack in the armor, but that Dark Veil does allow for the 3v3. FaZe can actually extend out right now and contest TSM. Seer ult going to be down, and FaZe aren't playing inside it, not giving TSM the real chance to shoot back at them, but instead waiting for the move, waiting for the pressure they've exerted onto TSM to be worth it. Second Seer ult's going to be worth a lot, but we've got SCS pulling out theirs as well. A little bit of cover around the side, and now, honestly, MPS are fighting on their own. According to them, no one else is in the zone. As these walls drop, that's going to start to change. Hal got to pull off the bat soon, but FaZe are going on the push, and from above, they will deliver the death blow to TSM, your land champions. Now turning their attention to the rest of the lobby, suddenly SCS is out in the open, and MLS go, all right, well, you're gone, you're done, and FaZe know that it's their time to shine. Whipping around for the 2 versus 3. It is going to be a FaZe win for our second game of the day.
We asked yesterday, is this a fluke or is this the true resurgence of this new FaZe roster? They showed that they can play among the best.
FaZe is looking very strong, because I know Snipe Down, I think, was playing Rocket League. He was playing some game, and he didn't like how the developers weren't giving the game attention, or the Pro League attention, I guess, or the competitive scene attention. So he just... And he regretted going to that Pro League and leaving Apex, ALGS, so that's why Snipe Down's back. And he's happy to be back. You could see it in their play. They are very dominant, and they play all the time together.
Same here as we start to see Group
Or they have
C
in the
as
past.
well.
No,
Gentlemen,
please, I've rated
Oh.
See?
Top on the other angle.
Oh,
there,
Luminosity
SCS and
is here.
MLS
Good,
share
good.
A similar story, but in regards to them, don't quite have as clean of the 3v3, and as a result, it's just a 2v3 pickup.
Talk about a bounce. 20. XZ right behind MLS, trailing by 6 points and 9 respectively of second and first place. Then Oxygen Esports and Furia in the top 5. TSM making a mention, moving up on there. We're clear. 3.
Wow. Ends of being able to
All
survive.
right.
Edge of drop in gaming, losing out on Stunny. This contest doesn't seem to be built into their favor yet. Oxygen, now knowing that they have that superior numbers advantage, could go 3-0 on this.
Hell's looking for it right now. Pushing into high ground is going to be a little bit difficult, but once you have 3 people, a numbers advantage, shift this solidly
What
into
the hell?
control of Oxygen.
We didn't see the gun
Denial from
for
way
a second.
Too far away.
The
with
hell
an
was that?
R99 is farming. We talked about this earlier, where we said the R99 is surprisingly good at mid to long range, and Denial certainly makes that true. Though he doesn't pick up the knock, he does keep his team in control of launch site.
Well, either way, Drop in Gaming are more successful this time around, albeit they lose the fight. I mean, they're not down in 20th, and that's something that's going to count even as they walk forward potentially as a duo, unable to readdress that banner on Stunny here. For Oxygen, they don't even want to go for the chase. They know there's a team awaiting them at Tree that can potentially clean things up here in a moment.
MLS looking like the remainder of Drop-In Gaming were able to avoid that for now, moving their way over to Lava Siphon. The TSM have recently vacated in favor of the Ring, a ring that seems to be pulling us over towards staging and the Mirage à Trois to see how this game ends up. A lot of verticality in POIs like this, however, and a lot of range as well available to these teams. For Lanimals, it's going to be a close range fight pretty quick as Abralele gets suddenly dropped from FaZe, and now they are on the warpath.
Previous roster iterations here. FaZe already with the start to this fight. They've shoved Lanimals away and lay stake and claim here over their pickings of what will likely be where this pull starts to present itself in a bit of our Geyser Village west of staging, potentially that POI itself. Something I wanted to point out is how fast they put themselves here, especially given the fact that they have early zone reads coming through from Fissure in this game with that beacon on their belt. Now, granted, with all these resources resources down. I'm still curious to see whether they will actually present directly towards Lanimals here. They're at a superior advantage. They just need to clean things up.
Lanimals have the opportunity to escape if they need to. Bangalore, Wraith, both very slippery. I'm wondering whether they try and just stick around and say, well, FaZe are on the high ground and sort of gamble with the likelihood that they get pushed, since FaZe may as well hold on to height for a while. We'll see what the options for both these squads are. Plenty of flexibility here. FaZe seeming to opt into favoring zone more than anything, especially since they've got a, well, really nice gift popping right by.
Something that I'm curious to see here is, especially after they kind of finish up what will be Mirage Etoile, is where they put themselves with some of these new zones, especially when we do get world updates like we can see there with our party bus flying through. I'm curious if they have a read of the poll going that far west, or if they're going to put themselves maybe towards Triangle, some of those other buildings, or staging direct as we start to talk our end game. Meanwhile, though,
that's
Team Diverge,
disgusting, Sleepy Panda. That's disgusting.
Their start that usually exists out there towards the dome, and while they find some minor damage back, it's not quite a drop, and it's just easy rotations ahead.
Didn't feel that minor, but it is. Team Diverge definitely putting the fear of God in me. Those balloons are not looking so safe for SCS. Instead, a redeploy is going to be a lot more comfortable. It'll take them a lot further over towards Dorito Building. That is absolutely a playable area. We've got plenty of squads like to land over by staging, and if you are pulling on over to the west, Dorito Building is really a spot that you can't go wrong with.
For FaZe here, they found themselves providing some of the starting damage against none other than TSM. From underneath, they already are finding their own responses as Kenny is dropping Hal as well, leaving just one member. And you can tell Snipedown wants to finish the job. They're already trying to see if he can suss out one good sight line to finish the job.
Hemlock, really nice in the new season. One of the additions to the care package recently that does feel exceptional when you're able to get your hands on that weapon. And FaZe not only having height but access to that should mean that their firepower in the mid game becomes all the more powerful. Now, since they are more or less holding on for the late game, how they're looking at other squads' performance is going to become really important. Teams like the Lanimals underneath, these skirmishes can kind of go on uncontested. But when ultimately FaZe decides to move, that's where the rest of the lobby should be looking.
Speaking of the rest of the lobby, I'm surprised they're unable to look here. It's reps underneath with the presence of so many Seers. I'm surprised no one has quite spied out this one yet. It's only gonna last for so long, or so that we can hope here. Something that I'm curious to see is, especially if this makes its way west, hard west, is that this is a lot of prime real estate for a bunch of teams, and these are a lot of squads that exist here lacking the numbers that truly count. If you want to push yourself into one of these buildings, you are more than capable to do so and are going to be at an inherent advantage. If any one of our squads can sniff that out before they make the move, that will be crucial.
SCS MLS, the push onto the high ground into the ferrofluid is deadly, but Madness does get knocked before SCS just did a little too much damage. You don't mess around with ferrofluid, Zephyr. There's a reason.
It's a big recovery there now, though, from the upper end, as Madness will expend some of those resources, and maybe they'll get to loot out here. I want to point out that when we do talk about the ridge that they are currently under, they're defensive in terms of that catalyst, but they don't quite have the height. A height that is currently held than none other than BBB. They start in Thermal Station and had quite a quick rotation to present here and are covering not only that zipline, but this entire valley where they might be able to call the shots and third party at any given moment.
Playing a crucial part in eliminating both Rise and Xset from last game. BBB cannot be underestimated at this point. Designful, rocking our nice new heirloom skin as well, is looking stylish at the moment. Up on height, this is another excellent position to hold, however, and very flexible when it comes to the late game. Something to note is that in a position like this, BBB are also one of our squads choosing not to run the Valkyrie and have more limited rotational options that are more or less just, can Wraith walk there or not?
Well, thankfully, it is a zone that caters to them ever so slightly better than, say, some of the deeper rotations they've made. So the Wraith does tend to work out just that little bit. But instead of utilizing it for that rotational ability, it's that potential kidnap. It doesn't come through, and instead, it's a full knock onto Designful.
Luxford goes, what just happened? What? This man just appeared in front of me. And then he disappeared just as quickly. BBB, fortunately, aren't getting ported on after that, as it is a little bit too much gumption that you'd have after that play. But MLS don't seem to be having too good of a time. The shortest Dark Veil in history will not keep the squad alive for long, but it will keep them up for longer than Sentinels at the moment. Luxford having to put on a defensive performance up on high ground to keep Team Diverge away.
Ooh, the building across just here trying to take this one away, breaking down the door. They're able to wipe it through with that Arc Star, and from double angles, they might face one knock in response, but from behind, Sleepy Panda will find the final eliminations necessary to bring MLS down, and almost immediately are they going to be extending this portal to present themselves in better real estate, to get a more defensive building here. But no, sticking the revive first.
So Sleepy Panda special, this Wraith, and it was something that he really made his name on in the Tier 2 scene before we ever saw him pop into the Pro League. And there's a reason why we've, I want to say, continued to keep up with this legend, especially given her recent buffs. Sleepy Panda did a really good job there, setting up the portal, giving his team options and not one place that they could be pushed, splitting it between the two in case BBB decided to commit. They've managed to res Bird not once, but twice, given that. And now, we'll see who else is able to make it into ring and tangle with them. Luminosity, one of our squad that we highlighted at the start of the day, now in a fight for their lives. They do need to get in through this zone, and it's not looking too easy for them. Oxygen waiting for them on the other side. An enemy, where'd he go?
I'll tell you what, a double exhibit down spells out exactly where he went, Dia. Luminosity with the full send forward to drop Hill as well. Why don't we make it a three-piece and find it with the 30-30 from mid-hip fire range.
That's
Luminosity,
dirty.
notably though, the most important factor here, cleaned this one up quickly and efficiently. We knew BBB were just ahead of them in this choke. I was worried, Dia. If this had went any other way, they were potentially in dire straits here. But I love this. Jaguares immediately ultimate accelerant out, getting that exhibit back into play, especially for when this zone will begin to choke inevitably.
Yeah, one of the most powerful abilities that you can have online at any given time, both offensive and defensive. And speaking of offensive abilities, Yanya still holding on to that singularity with the Horizon. This is, for a lot of people, the reason why you would still be playing Horizon in Season 16 is to be able to use that in fights. And the fact that Luminosity didn't even feel the need to play with the cooldown in that past engagement, it says a lot about their confidence effort.
We'll see how it might come into play here for Complexity. They're looking for success and where they haven't truly been able to find it. Stuck in the chokes from last game. This time around, they want to go directly for zone, opting to play in this building where we saw Sentinels fall just moments before. And it's immediate setup from Monsu, defensive action, and it's something that is going to guarantee that they last past some of these late rotating entities out from the east and north that they've just surpassed.
Looks like it'll continue pulling with them in the dead center. Team Diverge, of course, are going to be aware of this, but also knowing that they've got BBB at their backs, can't afford to extend too far and harass Complexity for this move in to be their neighbors. Xset, meanwhile, after winning our first game, are going to be taking a bit of a chill pill around the edge of the zone, but still looking optimistically. Zero goes down. We got the thermite connecting, and wow, suddenly intel is just melting before our eyes. Where are they all going, Zephyr? The car and the Prowler both farming it up on the inside, and Xset have yet to suffer a knock, even in the face of an immense amount of caustic gas.
I just think it is crazy there that Inters just take it. They bite the dust and they don't even do anything to prevent Xset from getting things to come out on top. For Tripods here, trying to push forward in a similar pace of action with a nice crack to start this fight here. Missing out on the damage, but Nick Mercs swooped in over from the side. It's AWANS from Rise. They need to get a knock in tow as it will take to a 2v2, but from this height angle, Gent, while he finds the crack, will face Nox inevitably.
Indeed, still batting around the outside, not quite with the rest of the team there. Now has to make up for lost time and pop in before the heels go off. Unfortunately, he is angled out, and the Tripods go down to Rise, who have picked up, honestly, their best 3v3 of the season so far. If they can continue this momentum, sky is the limit, but Rise have struggled historically with continuing to chain these together. Meanwhile, Furia pick up Meat Lovers, setting them behind as one of our, let's say, more consistent squads that are still growing in. This time, unfortunately, not able to make it out.
Thankfully for Meat Lovers, before they went out there, we did see them at least find some of the kills out there towards our Geyser Village. For Fury, though, love the fact that they're playing edge. Maybe not as deep as the likes of course, here, what we see from Xset. Retzi going down in response. The Rampage, a chugging from mid-range. Fun with that charge rifle will make even shorter work of AWANS, but now as they start to breach these open angles, gotta be a little bit careful, but they still find the three-piece that is Rise.
And it's from a distance as well, never committing, never risking anything. Xset put themselves in a position off by Lava Fisher to just gain and gain and gain. The KP just piling in for them now. 6 kills already for the squad and making top 10. Xset are looking really good right now and continuing to accumulate momentum on a crucial day for this team. Now that they've got this ring pulling over to the south of them, how Xset rotate in will be very telling. We see Valk Ultimates, late Valk Ultimates especially, claim the lives of many a squad.
Later,
Will
bro.
Xset avoid that? Or
Thanks
if they
for
do
stopping
Valk
by,
Ult,
brother.
How will they do so differently to keep
I'll be
themselves in
gaming
the
later
driver's seat?
if you can
It's
stop
really
by
tough
then.
here. They might be starting to suss out if they can potentially play out through this eastern angle where they might be ending right up toe-to-toe against Furia here, but they've got to make a decision, Dia, because when we look directly ahead of them back towards the Mirage Trois, we know for a fact that that is a deep dive of Valley, and it's a place that FaZe has been keeping under lock and key for quite some time now. Directly in the train line, I mean, this is out in the open. I'm shocked that this progression of rotation is almost allowed.
Gotta appreciate Fun for continuing to lay in the damage. It ain't the focus right now. 13 seconds left, but it's only gonna do him good as 120 left until this next Evo, and having that extra HP could be a determining factor for them. Looks like Valkult is the call, as there's really nothing else that they can do.
Oh well, I'll
from
be
this position
eating.
with this
I'll
time
be
left on
eating
the clock.
before
Let's see
playing,
where
so
Xset end up.
that
If
gives
they
you
can
probably
survive
about
where so many
what?
others fall short.
Now here's my question. I talked about the
2
remnants
hours,
of this
3
low
hours,
ground
man.
being weak, stuck as
I'll
duos
see you
or
around,
singles
man.
from below. If Xset can maybe find themselves a spot, it would be perfect, but the split that comes through guarantees that Sykes goes down. We know that BBB was above. We know there's so many squads such as LTC as well, but for now, Furia sending it directly on top of FaZe.
Right above them as well, they find one member on the roof and say, you don't get away with that alone. This roof is ours, and it'll last Furia for a good long time. Xset not going to make it as they get pushed up on by Native Gaming and taken out. BBB still chilling on their rock down to the south, but Furia really the only ones where they can look over at that height. What will they do with this power position? Can Furia control the game? We'll find out as we jump into a listen-in with them.
I have 3 nades, bro. Their Cheryl's
Okay,
gone.
yeah. Let's go. This is
Oh, did nade there?
Nade that off. Yep. I'm looking at backside right now.
Going nades.
I queued one.
Got nades. They're swinging point, I think.
Almost farmed one.
I'm batting,
Naded
careful.
it, naded it. Careful, careful, careful.
I'm with you,
I'm about to
Pam.
peek with a digi.
Careful, Watson. I'm gonna
I got them top.
I've got nades on them. I'm popping my kit.
top. I got hard burned. I'm batting.
Q and 10. This is really hard, by the way. Q and 5.
We're in
7.
again. They have to push us somehow. Get back on top, I think.
Yeah. I don't want to stay down.
Val cracked. I'm batting. I'm Okay, I'm gonna go back up.
Yep. We're gonna shot
from
from
batting.
Yep.
You gotta watch him. I'm batting.
You're good.
I don't have a spot for 20. They have to walk out.
It's here,
I'm multi selling. I'm not
Yep.
gonna get it though. I'll be close.
I'm watching this backside climb up. I'm watching backside climb up.
I'm at 75% of my ult.
It's updated. Careful, it's gonna land here.
Good on me. Yep. Look across maybe, there's nothing. We can always jump off if it gets really
Are you
bad.
gonna have zero ult soon or no?
I'm at 82. They wall. There's like two teams left.
A terrible wall.
I hit all three of them with that. They're all three right there.
Can we just...
We're gonna have to
We need to farm them on the outside. We need to farm them. I'm here. You can jump across right here.
Are we in right here?
Right here on that little lip. To the right.
We're in on top as well, though. Are we just playing to
Are
kill
we?
them? I missed you.
Okay.
Destroy those. It's worth it.
Swing me! I cracked one!
I'm
I
peeking.
died, bro.
Knock one. Got her. I'm dead.
Good thought from Furia. Great execution from FaZe. They were able to claim the last corner, that one safe spot that Furia had pointed out on the Mirage Etoile, looking down at 4 other squads with BBB right up here with them. They know exactly what's going on. Only one other team on height. It's time to harass, but there's not much that BBB can really do until we climb down onto this next zone. They've got to play this slow, and this may not really have been the game where they come out in complete control. These buildings, super valuable in end zones like this.
I'll tell you what BBB do have, though. They have the best transition towards this pole than any other squad out there. Obviously, when we get deep towards those buildings, it's going to get chaotic. But from this height here, down on the ramp's edge of the western side, there are no teams. They're the only squad to control the entire west side of zone and will be able, once they lose out on this particular height, to slowly walk it forward, down still in a place of height, at an advantage against any other squad, maybe even take it to the rocks or stand on top of the buildings themselves as they work forward.
Try and jump down, like you said, on those buildings. They eat a lot of punish at the hands of BBB, and they're getting wide swung on as well. BBB just watching it all go down. Finally get their view obstructed by that catalyst wall, and have the opportunity to rotate down a little bit further. Again, keeping in control in a lobby like this, where BBB are going to have to play for more or less equal footing with other squads. It's the mark of a great team to be able to keep your cool, and Complexity certainly doing that as they wide swing on FaZe, taking them out, and now taking another fight off in the open. Cody gets that shield swap, somehow walks away alive, but LTC expire in the middle of the courtyard.
Surprisingly there, Cody against all odds, and the revive coming through. This would be the go button if I was SCN to make my way out, and it might instead be the go button for BBB on the opposite angle from below. Designful looking to start the end now here, and oh my gosh, SCN stuck potentially inside that building, are just barely going to have angles on the outskirts, and why not try to send for the kidnap? Block the door instead.
Really
you make it impossible.
It's just making sure that exit cannot be taken. There's a Wraith on the inside, so being able to jump into the void could still save Native Gaming, but BBB have such a laser precision read on what Native want to do that they're stuck waiting for the lobby to resolve around them. Complexity go down, we're into our top 2, and Kenny just sends himself through the portal with no options left. I'd call it a heal up, but it's not even close. BBB don't have to tank zone. They can just watch as Native Gaming are forced to come one by one to the chopping block and go down. BBB take the win, the last win on World's Edge.
I'll tell you
Damn,
what,
Triple
Dia,
B.
I was excited to
I don't
talk
know why
about
their
this
name's Triple B.
team fill the best
But they popped off.
Because these players will
give them able to
their fun and identify the
to do
Oh, fuck.
that.
Just give me the scores.
You've had
Well then, fuck me.
Currently, when it comes to pick rates,
Okay.
the best of play is still that Catalyst.
I just
Seer,
wanted the scores,
Valkyrie.
but
yes, Bangalore
we're getting
starting to
into
arrive,
game
but
4,
then there's picks like Watson and
first
Horizon that begin
Storm
to
Point
mix
game.
themselves in.
And remember that in the morning, we didn't have Digis in the crafter, so a big part of your game plan, if you are running a Bangalore, is going to be scouring the map looking for them, something that IMC armories and those Assault Legends can really help with, picking up extra attachments for your weapons. So things like Bangalore actually sort of covering for themselves in that way. Now, our first map on Storm Point is going to come likely with some contests. We've seen a few already in our first match day, and it seems like we've got another going on over by Cenote between Complexity and Tripods, while TSM are fighting BBB by Wall.
This is 2 that we knew were guaranteed to occur before we made our way onto the map here today. And for TSM, they've already started theirs with success. You do not take TSM to Wall 9 times out of 10. This is a roster that comes out on top in any kind of contest. There's a reason they both control this position and Lava Siphon when we talk about World's Edge here. Now, obviously,
And a big reason.
No, go ahead.
Big reason why TSM shifted back to this POI was because they felt they could take 50-50s on it, more confident that it wasn't a 50-50. It was a 70-30 when TSM were landing here. And with shots like that, you can certainly understand why Hal's got the confidence to jump on forward and along with reps take down Chaotic Mudge, but it's traded back as BBB do bite the dust, and they were our first squad on Storm Point to do so.
You just don't challenge TSM off drop. That is not a thing you do. Meanwhile, it looks like our other contest is starting to heat up as well here. Tripods versus Complexity have already played to the benefit of Tripods, and while they are looking low on a bit of those resources there, Mercs with his own drop will even this up to a 2v2.
Well, that's the reason you pick up Luda. Luda has got a laser on him, and unfortunately, not really going to be able to do too much against that is Mercs. However, with the trade back, there is still the opportunity for either team to take this. Without a Seer, it'll be difficult for Tripods. They don't have that ult incoming just yet, but oh, I was hoping he would get out, and yet he does not. Luda slays once more, this time sending him to the gray screen, waiting for the rest of the team to see what they can do. Deed's the only one who can really challenge that height, and it's simply not safe to do so.
At this current point, it is still a balanced fight. Both banners picked up the cards on their belt to potentially get these two members back into it with a big beam on Luda there. That's definitely something that Tripods could potentially work with, but you made good points about the height here, these angles that they're covering. Now, whoa, a big Dark Veil is officially dropped down in response here by Tripods. And I'm curious, with those sight lines blocked, what do you do?
At the moment, we're waiting for that Seer ult to come off cooldown for the side of Complexity, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't say it, Zephyr. This contest is taking a while, and while I don't think anybody's going to be walking over to the edge of Circle to try and pick off these two squads in Cenote, it doesn't bode well for either of these teams' rotations later on. Sticking around here is only hurting both squads. Gent's got a sneaky angle right now. See if he can find something off of this, and Deeds is going on the Mondo flank. See if he can find something out here. However, in this spot, I can't help but feel like the squad with the Seer should always come out on top, as they'll have full information on any push.
Oh, I like to bet against the Seer. It makes me happier, okay? Either way there for Tripods, we'll look to see if we can potentially find their success. Obviously, the reason they pull back as far as they do here is to get that double angle on height so that they're not playing the low end, but I mean, we're talking about the exchange of resources in terms of health at this point, down to that final syringe for Gent. It's time to get a move on or potentially finish this one out, because there's no level of survivability that you'll be granted.
Who's going to be the first to craft? That's my big question. And what that flesh damage enough actually is in come the missiles. I'm not seeing the knock just yet, but that would have been big for tripods.
Tick,
As
tick,
Deeds
tick.
does have access to that verticality. Let's see how it goes. It is going to be tripods that end up being the first ones to cave here, trying to go for the crafter. Deeds eats the nade, and he shots from above as well, but he trades it out, and Complexity go down.
Complexity are down there, and surprisingly, against it all, on the interior of the building, Gent is allowed to find some syringes on a corpse there, successfully now going for the full recovery. Of course, you got to stick that med kit first before going for the revive there. Another craft coming through will guarantee that they do get the reset here, but this is time, right? This is a ton of time, I will say, wasted here. At this point, when it comes to these further rotations, they have delayed so much of what could be a position in mill or further that would guarantee that they see those end zones in a much more dominant fashion. It will now be a guaranteed uphill battle here from this further moment for tripods, even though they win that fight.
Certainly will. Xset having put themselves in a position, no wasted time here, right in the dead center of their predicted end zone, should be playing with utmost confidence. They've got the catalyst to make these little valleys all the more difficult to push, and the protection of knowing that in the buildings just off to their north, there should already be squads holding those up. Their biggest threat is going to come, at least for the moment, from the south in a place like Cenote Cave. Let's see. We're dropping in very few meds, but it is arguably the safest place to res your teammates because nobody's pushing out here.
Well, it looks like at a certain point there, Deeds full fell as well there. So with that, Revive will now be back in full force and will begin to kind of craft up in their final moments. But with round one on its full close, the next closest location is Cascades. That is so rough for this roster. And yeah, you might be able to maybe head east, craft up a barometer, but this is as punishing as it gets. I have never seen the first zone be this much of a nuisance.
At this point, gravity cannons are your friend. You've got one just off to the north of Cenote Cave that'll take you over to Prowler Island. From Prowler Island over there, and then suddenly you're in zone. With 4 medkits, tripods should be able to do it, but they're not the only ones that are approaching the ring late. They've got company from the south, and a team like Dig may very well be able to walk through into Cascade Falls or gatekeep at Command Center. The world is their oyster, and for so many of these teams, they've just discovered that it is not, because we are moving on over. We predicted a northern zone. Well, turns out we're going a little more northeast.
Yeah, some teams and some squads caught with their pants down there over on that cliffside wall where, yes, this does tend to pull out towards when you see it go that deep towards the edge. Instead, High Point and Thunderwatch much more available for supreme end game positioning here. And while there's going to be a massive collapse in store for those from that kind of south or even northwest position, I can't help but look towards this kind of Stormcatcher-esque luminosity area where there's much more freedom in store.
Yeah, one of the better positions to manage the rest of the lobby from. FaZe, the only team that is rotating through this area as of yet, and knowing that they've got a team on height, there's probably not a whole lot of options for them. With the recent scan, it's not just going to be them that get revealed. FaZe are going to know that there's now a potential sandwich coming in, and I'd be surprised if anybody's pushing Luminosity now. It is just so difficult to move your way up height and make this work.
I'll tell you what, though, there's options, right? FaZe don't particularly know this, but this entire area from Stormcatcher up towards Thunderwatch, because of the wrong read, even though they might not have the best of takes out there towards the east, they are guaranteed at least a nice rotation from south side here in a moment. As, well, it looks like they catch Detox out. I didn't even hear a shot in response, and I'm not quite sure what happened.
That was really unfortunate for Detox, and unfortunately, I suppose, caught trying to scan the ring or make his way out from having picked up that scan.
Maybe.
Either way, missing a member now, as one of our skirmishing squads that was expected to do well on Stormpoint is going to hinder their performance in a pretty big way. Lanimals, another one of those teams, however, that we had our eyes on, and they are looking a lot more comfortable making their way out. No one really around them for now, and ultimately should be able to grab a clutch rotation in towards command center and hopefully approach this ring from that south, from that low ground.
The thing that I'm most interested in seeing now, though, is the transition of all of those early predicting teams from the north side. Of course, Land, FaZe, they're going to have so much freedom here completely out in the open. What about those who are trying to go for just as an expedient of a move from farther away, or potentially are being choked out by, well, all these agreements made early on for that real estate?
Is going to be difficult, especially if you are arriving late. Those coming from Stormcatcher, like FaZe, like Rise, and soon like Lan, are going to have to take the few spots that are left to them that they are allowed to have control of. FaZe certainly needing to dip and dive just to get a little bit closer to finally find some cover behind these rocks, but it exposes them to any angles from teams that are also coming up the low ground. So keep your eyes out behind them to see whether FaZe are able to play effectively on the defense, or whether they get caught off guard.
Now, we know a lot of teams like to share Thunderwatch across both sides of it, as well as the low ground as well. Rise here want to take care of things, but remember, we just saw the elimination of Detox, and while FaZe may not know this, they're at a supreme advantage in terms of just direct numbers here. If they can sniff that out at any given point and maybe get an off angle or something to get that first crack going, they should come out on top, and with Seer broken, this might be it.
This just shouldn't be allowed to happen. FaZe should never be able to take this high ground, but an over-aggressive push from Rise allows this to happen. A wall of FaZe's own now means that they have access to positions they never dreamed of before, and most importantly, Zephyr, some of the few that are still in zone. Phony goes down, but A1's following suit leaves them still in a 2 versus 3 in the favor of FaZe. Rise unable to fight anymore. Unfortunately, give up their spot, give up their height, and give FaZe a lifeline.
For how long, though? Obviously, we talk about rotations coming through and playing for the area that the zone presents itself in. For FaZe, it is a successful 3v3, and they are able to recover. You can see that Catalyst defense coming into play here, but it's clear there is another squad coming through from east side, as what looks to be potentially other rosters beginning to falter as well. Panners with big knocks on Sykes there in that kill feed.
We did tease Lanimals coming up from the south earlier. This may very well be them. Luminosity also have plenty of space with which to push up. And FaZe aren't planning on letting anyone take the fight to them. They take the fight to you. Lanimals end up losing 2 as Snipedown takes the wide swing. And there's a reason why we let Snipedown play aggressively.
Already here, spying out what I believe is that last member on the back end of the building, dropping down the double ordnance there. Will continue to try to tick out that gold knockdown from afar. Kill feed, mind you, maybe one of the most heated moments potentially of all time. Tripods just wiped out TSM.
That's going to be several Twitch clips. There is so much content coming out of that wipe, and I am sure both squads absolutely fuming. But Tripods very happy with what they've just accomplished, moving their way up from wall. TSM were caught trying to take a long rotation, and it's one they won't get away with, but it's also one that Tripods don't have that much time to execute. 10 seconds left on this ring close, and they have to run straight up this hill. No breaks, no time to heal.
Oh my gosh, FaZe here continuing their source of action. We take one moment to blink and already back towards Thunderwatch. They are on their next further fight, eliminating Luminosity out here. And we talk about why are they able to do this? Why is the freedom allowed? So many of these late rotating squads playing from north angles gives the clarity and access towards wider sweeps, more direct aggression, and the confidence to take what we see out of FaZe right now. Their ramping kills are going to be absolutely huge this game, even though that next pull will force them to move up. They already dropped Claim. SCN suffering as well. Okay. Add more to the mix. Why don't we?
Nah, that's just classic FaZe right now. They're feeling themselves. They're like, who's pushing us next? Come on. I know you want to.
You know, I play in the practice range as well because they're making most of these squads look like bots. No damage found. FaZe picking them up across the board here.
Tripods.
Fury eliminated tripods from the low ground, trying to assess their own height here. A crack found it. It is up to the namesake himself, Mercs, to finish the job. The minute he peeks the corner, it is none other than Tech and the meat lovers who send them home.
Can I get you some extra meat tripods? Shut down as they tried to move up. But Team Diverge, hearing that, are having none of it. There will be no coexistence. We will not share space with other teams from the PLQ. Team Diverge want to be the squad that emerges from Tier 2 and takes the cake. Meat lovers go down, and so much of this western side of the map has just been completely eliminated. Team Diverge, the last squad standing.
I'll tell you what, for our first match of Storm Point here, it has been messy towards the west, but finally, I feel like we are in a period of respite. Meanwhile, though, FaZe on this rotation and more squads ahead. Let's take a listen in on what might be their next successful fight.
You're good, play slow.
I have to bet. I can't. Phony's way ahead. Phony's way ahead.
You're good. I'm fine.
Okay,
Team nice looking.
Yep.
I need to back up. I'm
making sure they're not climbing. I'm
backing up because Team High is gonna look at you, Snipe. Be careful. Back up. Back up, boys. Back up.
Listen, we might have to Valko.
We just need a Valko. We're gonna have to Valko 100%.
I have wall.
Okay, that's good. That's fine. Listen, we're gonna look to play this respawn, and we're gonna wall up left, and we're just gonna clear left.
Almost killed a guy right here, by the way. Yeah. Snipe, get over here. We need your okay. I think we have to drop like a.
Just listen to my Valko. Yes. Come.
Where am I going? I don't know where I'm going.
Right here. On the right. I'll let you know. I'll let you know. Just Valko as late as possible.
Just tell me when.
All right.
They're above us.
Go.
Yeah, I'm done.
180, 140 on that guy.
You're good. I'm gonna get the kill.
Kill him.
Just try and get the finish.
I got him.
I'm dead.
Nice. I got the kill. What the fuck is that team doing?
Even in the midst of chaos, Zephyr, FaZe do keep it together. That was not a fun Valkylt to take, but as they dropped the calls, I'm gonna get the KP. We're gonna get these few additional points. It's what contributes to the consistency of the FaZe roster, and dropping out in 9th, not what they'd imagined, but still an interesting start for FaZe here on Storm Point. Not the worst one, that's for sure. Now Team Enters, they've lost a member as well.
This is a tough zone to play in the end. Notably to the opposite side of that wall, it's usually the height that comes away from Command Center. Out in front of this, completely in the open, it is the remnants of these little exposures, the rocks, the fence line, the Prowler's Nest, that will be the only thing so much of these teams have to work with. Surprisingly, SCS are the one presenting squad that tend to keep themselves in what I will say is a defensive position. These houses, as nice as they have been for the rest of this game, will be an absolute disaster to rotate out from.
Gonna be really tough. Those squads, if you are running Wraith, I'm looking at you, Team Diverge. You'll have the opportunity to make this move that much cleaner than the squads around you. But taking a look at who's already in zone, interesting to note that we've got Drop In Gaming in one of the better spots. A squad that did not have a good time on World's Edge, Zephyr, has perfectly moved themselves into position for this final zone on Storm Point.
It's a good spot for them, but is it something they can defend given the fact that they're pinched directly in the dead center? I'm telling you right now, if you're any team that's going to be playing ahead here, you beg and wish for that Dark Veil to be an effective cooldown for you in the end, to give yourself that little bit of cubby, that space that allows you to survive for that one tick longer. Xset already on top. They're managing the teams in the building, but they're also going to have to worry about LTC potentially from above and everyone else rotating, taking their time. They want to see if they can catch an angle, catch a break on the shields before they move.
Ooh, not as long of a Dark Veil as Nock would have hoped for. It provides meager cover, but what is this Valkyrie, my friends? Sentinels are not going to get away with that. Bo does not get to play Apex Legends today, and Xset pick up that first kill before the rest of the fight explodes. Sykes plays it safe for now, looking for this third party, sits out of bounds for a few seconds before jumping back in. Is he going to be able to make this work? He's gone completely unnoticed for the moment and may very well survive.
He might, but he's gonna have to bide his time. For Team Diverge out here on the angles, they're the next team to potentially be focused on the choke here. Sleepy Panda down. It is from behind. It is from behind that the damage is laid in. Team Diverge, they're not looking much better as finally some of our squads do begin to eclipse the rocks on the edge. And it's LTC from this height that are making their way forward to finish off Drop in Gaming. But SCS, we talked about it. We discussed the angles that they held. They're in such a good spot right now.
And LTC now as a duo, the last one standing against a roster full of members that have been in Pro League since as long as many can remember. There is no chance. And for those squads coming up from the Challenger circuit, SCS say today is not your day.
A fantastic representation for this squad. We've been looking for the recovery here because play from this you'll take the
typically the squad that it takes North Pad will rotate through that IM
angle covering the house line was so effective in the end. They were the ones who were able to
typically the squad that it takes North Pad
We're going to game 5.
rotate through that IMC armory is sort of a natural move for them. Now that you've got BBB stuck in the middle here, it's denying SZN loot. It's really hampering their rotation and game plan. And if you aren't rotating through and actually trying to kill BBB, which is a risk in and of itself, you're entering the mid game in a much less powerful position than normally North Pad will actually allow you.
It's a shocking
FaZe
moment
is
to
still
behold,
in the
but it's
lead
at
by
the
9
decision
points.
Of not wanting to take it up against one of the best.
Or,
there,
sorry,
TSM now
I
with the full
think it's 11.
POI in line. Obviously, when we take a look at this particular zone here, I get a
It's
little
11
bit of a
points,
feeling
I
of,
think. It's either
not
9 or
just that
11.
Stormcatcher, but maybe more towards that western side, especially Cascades and anything that exists directly above it.
Sentinels have already made their rotation through High Point completely vacant, so it is that typical move that we'll see from the Sentinels roster, the thing that really put them on the radar just
I'll be right
last
back, stream.
split of the
I got
super
to
early
get a
rotate,
drink.
sometimes suboptimal shields that now puts them hopefully dead in the center of zone. In the meantime, SZN have finished looting up here, and we'll see what they do next. We talked about their rotation maybe being hampered. Are they going to try
Might
and
fix
take
me a
this
cup of
fight?
soup
Is it
so
too
I can
late?
just play
We'll find
after
out
this.
as BBB surely lie ahead of them.
Now, thankfully for SCN, even if they don't get into this fight and they want to start prepping for this next zone ahead, there's a lot of space that they will have first dibs on. I'm curious to see if some of the height that exists directly outside of the choke that comes from Command Center will be in play. But as of right now, with this freedom on the Trident, I mean, doesn't seem like anybody's here yet. They're good to go. They get first dibs.
Center of the map just totally empty right now, and since they've got the next zone scan as well, should be easy pickings as to what they want to play next. The building ahead of them actually looking really nice if they want to try and control some high ground and make use of the marksman weapons that they picked up early in the game. Try and farm up some of those evos and maybe pick off some attachments as well. It depends on whether SCN are feeling more confident with their zone or more edge play style. If they want to take some fights, there's no reason why you don't go down to the south, where evidently we've already got folks.
I like this. Keeping this high ground angle from this position above will guarantee that if there is a squad that presents themselves, SCN have easy rotations to finish the job. But just as I say that, They turn right round and head back up towards that original building. Potentially a call to give them the stability that should be end game play. For Team Diverge, it's a thankful situation for them. One less squad to worry about who could have potentially punished you.
Everybody pushing into the dead center of the map. Team Diverge's position, not particularly an enviable one, but neither is MLS's, as FaZe take them
Very
down. The
nice.
third party incoming as Crypto Ult does pile in, but I heard you appreciate it, and I gotta say, so do I, Zephyr. This wall is perfection.
This is good. This is maybe one of the few spots on the map where you quite literally have a perfect sized rotation with a wall that exists almost perfectly in that straight vertical there to give you coverage. For FaZe, it's just a moment to reset. We don't even know if the full squad is as close as they were. For them, though, it's all they needed. Back on the outside here, snipe down on the rest of this crew, regrouping up, but not quite catering towards any further position. Obviously, when we talk about these stairways, they are good. They do exist for a long term when we talk about Stormcatcher endings, but I much prefer direct height or the buildings themselves.
I can understand it for sure, especially when you are sitting in a position like this. There is a lot of RNG that can affect your game with other squads just deciding to push you. You're not going to see anybody in these rooms through a Valkyrie ult, and you go in a little late, you likely have to face off against FaZe, which might not go their way. However, as a group, FaZe have been performing super well so far, and it's likely giving them a lot of confidence to be able to take these positions and say, you know what, if a team does push us, we're ready, just like we were over by Thunderwatch just last game.
Team Diverge here with what looks to be much more freedom than what we saw in the early game, slowly starting to work their way back. They still have the opportunity for Spider's Choke, but can send themselves all the way down towards Waterfall for that next rotation forward. Something that is synonymous no matter the way they place out is it is going to be a low ground push. Now granted, building in play and potentially with Zipline, they can make some expedient rotations, but remember, this is not a squad on the Valkyrie, right? We talk about where your Wraith can walk, the distance that they can cover directly. This is something that might become Diverge's problem, even though they just come off of one of the best games of our entire match.
I've got to agree here, and especially when you're dealing with verticality like this, it may not be as bad as it is over by High Point or Lightning Rod, but Wraith walking is pretty darn telegraphed. We'll see what they can make do with over there as Oxygen set themselves up, hopefully looking to hold down this height, much like we saw earlier today from teams like E6. Oxygen do have a great wave to play this out, and with something like a Valkyrie as well, plenty of safety if they need to relocate a little bit later on. They can play this pseudo edge guarding style.
Yeah, and given the fact that most teams going into the zone are likely to be catering more towards that north side, it doesn't come with the caveat of it being Lagoon, which can be just a little bit more difficult to tackle. Meanwhile, for Xset, just ahead of FaZe where they presented themselves in that stairway, they themselves are covering the height we just discussed here, with Lagoon in their sightlines all the way down to the site, and also what could be Diverge if they rotate through Spider's Choke.
Yeah, pretty common place for the zone to end as well. Xset have set up here early on, and well, I'm not sure what their zone read is and where they're thinking that things will end up. I'm inclined to say that they're trying to position around the edge of the map and farm up from there. This charge rifle putting in overtime right now, taking the first knock out of Team Inter's, something that is looking unrecoverable right now. The rest of the team doesn't even seem interested in getting Jet back into the game.
And this is a fight that Xset could very easily take, not given the fact that, they have this high ground position, but it's more than likely primarily secluded, and teams that are on height aren't going to be willing to just drop down just to potentially clean this one up there. Now, granted, it does look like we do have a third squad in the mix, and it's none other than Luminosity as we see those double exhibits down, so that's going to prevent Xset from moving forward, but it does allow Luminosity to pick up some of the kills provided.
Finally, Jet does get full thirsted, but Luminosity, they're answering right back with plenty of damage. They haven't got a great angle onto Xset since Sykes holds that fence line up top, but you get one shield crack, especially on Sykes, and all of a sudden things start to open up. Smoking to make this a little bit more difficult, but Luminosity with the Digis, fear not.
It's tough to say. Obviously, putting yourself on the east lift would be at least a good decision. It's only a little bit worse than that west lift on the opposite side of Stormcatcher there, but for now, I mean, they don't have to. Right? This is a team that understands that you still have to worry about late rotating squads coming through south side, so putting yourself all the way up there isn't your primary objective, especially when you've already gotten the read on inters only moments before.
Plenty of space, plenty of time in a lobby like this, and Luminosity, I think much like FaZe, are taking the more passive approach to this game. Everyone's setting themselves up and saying, we'll let the game come to us since we believe that we can defend our position. Luminosity have enough space, Xset do, FaZe feel comfortable, and LTC in their building just off to the northwest. They have been there since the game began, Zephyr. As soon as the map closed on our first drop, LTC were there, and they are still chilling, waiting for other teams to push up, waiting to punish an overzealous squad.
And it's a fantastic spot, especially if the zone finishes there, which it can easily, and we have seen it do before. I look towards this north side, though, where we have Lanimals, Furia, TSM, and BBB, who just made their way in from zone. It's guaranteed that northern positions are lost out here, and while I prefer Furia's angle a little bit better if they can transition off of that kind of Thunder Watch-esque height, from Command Center, this is a rough excursion to take, whether you're any one of these three squads, and potentially Complexity if they come up through the same direction.
That it is. Taking a look over at the eastern side of the map, Sentinels and Rise right next to each other. This next ring close is going to say a lot about Sentinels' ability to predict ring in this season of Apex Legends, and about what Rise are trying to do here. Are they also trying to predict and play a little bit more of a zone style to give themselves a better chance at making it through into the end game? We'll see what ends up happening, as for the moment, zone close is yet to reveal the next bit of data to us.
Might be a minor mistake underway here. We're gonna have to take some time, pull it back to the desk for the time being, potentially restart that one.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening, and production's going to update us, but with the map and with the scene set as it is, you and I were talking about this, Zephyr, we're seeing a lot of teams sort of hunker down, and a big part of that is because, as you've illustrated, Zone can pull over to LTC, and in this particular case, things like Valkyrie are getting quite a lot of value.
It's going to be interesting to see whether this one caters directly towards Stormcatcher, where we have a lot of teams in the presence of directly that POI, the buildings that you started to discuss with Sentinels and Rise out there towards the east, and then of course LTC.
I don't know who won, but
God spots, or what we do see sometimes happen, where we get to see that zone-esque split, where things pull off of Stormcatcher, and the height is still very, very effective.
The stream
but
knows
necessary
what
enforced drop
Or
occurs,
what happened.
and then that's when we start to bring in
I'll
and
go back
discuss
and watch
teams
it
like
in a little
Xset,
bit.
Luminosity, even though at a weakness from that low ground will be in those endgame fights.
Now, fuck it.
Now, I wanted to take a second to sort of bring in this third perspective, because it's just us sitting here talking, but I know that Rain has been watching so far. So, Rain Day, welcome back. Welcome back to the big show here. What are you seeing so far?
Guys, I'm gonna be completely honest. We have a little break when you guys go and you cast. That was the time I was not watching. I came back to help you guys fill this space. And I'm just gonna let you know it is what it is. Us casters, we're humans too. We take a little time off when we can, but I do want to kind of set the tone while we're waiting for us to get back into game as well. I think this is a good chance for us to talk a little bit about meta, or at least focus on some of the things that you guys want to kind of parrot or highlight here heading into the last two games. I mean, we saw tremendous moments from Dark Zero. We know that's the case, but what we also saw with these winning teams was a lot of utilization of a clear, distinct meta that they believe is working.
I'm eating pizza.
NA bracket, and I'm not just going to TSM. There's been a lot of teams who have switched and have tried different things. They've gone for Valkyrie, Seer, and they've gone for Catalyst. Some people have decided against the Valkyrie. They've gone for Bang, Seer, and Catalyst. I want to get both of your perspectives here. What has worked better so far for you? Because you're giving up things with different legends. And you're also talking about different class passives too. And I have a strong opinion on what's better, the assault class or the skirmisher class in terms of a passive, but I want to hear from you, Dia, in terms of if there's a trio you're preferring in terms of composition.
I mean, I've got to say that, I mean, first of all, difficult decision. I really like assault characters, and I think Bangalore's providing a lot of value right now.
Yeah.
And it's not even just because she's an assault character. It's because she's an assault character that also can deny so much space in ways that others really can't. You see people play things like Revenant and Fuse, and those are very good and they're very niche, but you see something like Bangalore, and she can take up areas in the map. She can play defensively. She can cover with her ultimate and smokes. Plenty of opportunity for your team to rotate. So a lot of value from this side of the table for Bangalore's. I don't know how you're feeling though, Zephyr.
Okay, I just have to follow up on that because I don't care. I'm not here to pick something else. I'm just going to reiterate with Bangalore because I think it's important. And especially it leaves so many questions on the minds of practically everybody right now because we're still in the midst of a Seer meta. So a scan-based legend, but we're seeing the strength of Bangalore. Somewhere there's a little bit of a disconnect and we have to figure out why. Where is that value coming from? And Dia begins to highlight it, and I love to talk about this, and it's something I've defended multiple times. Bang is such a good initiator in not only creating space, but creating space at a distance. And that's what makes her so good. When we talk about these transition points and these long rotations that become necessary, Seer is available for those end games. Don't get me wrong, and that's where this starts to become a problem. But when we're talking early to mid game and even some of those fleeting transitions to our final zones, Bangalore, whether it be creating extra angles by blocking off others with a smoke or just covering the butts of your team by giving you that nice little slippery slope, can be so good even before you get into that 30 to 50 meter range where Seer begins to get a little bit effective.
I like that point. I mean, both of you bring up the Bangalore value. I'm leaning completely towards that, not just for the fact that Bangalore brings a lot, and I credit this to Shiv. I think people took exception to Bangalore being a competitive meta in the competitive legend in the ALGS. Shiv really pioneered that with his squad, and placing third place in split playoffs about a year ago really opened people's eyes as to the value. Now it's almost a guarantee, especially with Stormpoint in the mix. But you're talking about presence, and it's not just the presence of the smoke on you, it's the smoke from afar. A lot of our viewers know this already, but it's nice to see also the assault class passive, giving you those 4 optics, smart loot optics as well, understanding what weapons you're running. Tiff mentioned it the other day. I think 23 weapons take a digi threat, and that's such a crucial element of something you need with the Bangalore. You're getting it easier because of that passive too, plus the extra ammo. It's nothing to, you know, kind of turn your nose at. I think there's something very valuable about Bangalore, even more so this season. Excited to see that as well. I don't know about Aurora's comp. They had Ash and Fuse. I don't even know if we have time to get into that, guys, because I'm just saying, it didn't work today, but there's a theory craft going on. We're going to leave that to Reddit. We're going to leave that to the Twitter. The finals of showing.
Now, given the fact that one
TSM who are forced to do so, I could take a look back deeper, but for now, tripods and complexity. This is a tale as old as time, and once again, it's reoccurring.
Now they've got opportunity to redo this once again, like we saw highlighted in the intermission with the tweets that we're featuring in our breaks. Tripods playing the mental game here, saying, hey, complexity, you want to stick around here? You're going to lose time. You're going to lose weapons. You're going to lose rotations. And we are going to do it all day long, constantly opting in to trying to claim our POI. So we'll see how Complexity react. For the moment, Skullpiercer on the 30-30. Pretty nice way to rack up hit KP real quick, especially when the shields are low. But no purchase found for Monsoon. Means that we're waiting once again.
Does that mean the players lost their kill points? I'd be pissed.
And poke at each other from a distance. Tripods may very well choose to move away, or at least, you know, I'm not on tripods. It's what I would do, but I'm not them.
You're no Nick Mercs here to command this roster, but even if you were, it doesn't seem like they're going to walk away anytime soon. Dia, you can see Gent continuing to extend further and further. It's only the remnants of Deeds who continues to loot out that north side of Cenote before what might be their regroup to continue this fight out, or potentially something else. LTC, though, they're finding success where it counts here. Back in an area we'll find similar towards northern sides. Rambo down from Sentinels already right off the bat. And with this high ground position from McLovin, I mean, it's a perfect recipe for success.
I got the chance to talk to Not Daniel just before their games coming into today, and a big thing that he had brought up about the squad was the pure amount of passion that they've got in their comms. LTC are a team that truly want to succeed at the top level. They VOD review, they do their homework on teams like Exet, TSM, and Ascend that they specifically called out as being big inspirations for them, not only in their rotations, but in the way that they communicate with each other. It takes a special kind of squad to take a chunk out of Sentinels, to send them on the run, and now LTC get to sit safe inside the IMC, while Sentinels on the outside fall apart.
TSM are more than happy to take advantage of that one. And granted, that final kill doesn't work out their way. Designful picking it up from that opposite end. But for them, this is hopefully a game of resurgence. We talk about north side pulls, and I'm going to bring up something I've been waiting to bring up for a long time, Dia. Those buildings directly out towards the west, I'm coining it here and now on the ALGS broadcast. I like to call them hot dog buildings. We got the two buns on the outside and my deformed hot dog in the middle. So many of these rosters, when we see this zone carry its way up towards this northwest, will sometimes begin to present themselves directly within that particular space. TSM haven't done so yet because they may have the sniffage on BBB for now, but I wouldn't be surprised if they may work their way back into it if they believe this zone is going to cater its way this deep.
Hell, one of the most aggressive Catalysts I have ever seen. Walking all the way across that open ground as Catalyst. Yeah, you've got a decent amount of safety, but I don't know. TSM feeling a little antsy in this game. They do actually take one of the buns of the hot dog for themselves, and I will acknowledge, Zephyr, I'll call it a hot dog, as long as we do acknowledge, as you did, that it is horridly misshapen. We need to get you to, like, a good barbecue.
I'm from Texas, man. I understand a good barbecue, okay?
I don't think you do.
Don't come at me with that. All right? That is sacrilegious, okay?
I'm scared for you. I don't know. We'll see. I'll come down. We'll try a little bit of it ourselves, but I see any hot dogs that look like that, and I am out. I am on the first flight back to Canada.
I'll tell you what here. It's a position that hopefully everyone will be taking flight to find their way into. For Lanimals right now, I almost thought they were going to go for a redeploy, but instead, they're just going to be catching some right in front of themselves here. Might be sending it forward, but gotta pay the respects. A squad below, and with beams like that, that is the go-ahead. MLS are down 1.
There's a reason why we consider Albralele one of the greats, and it's absolutely shots like that. A big opening knock, and with the first member of MLS down, we'll see if Lanimals can actually find a little bit more purchase in this lobby. That is such a bad way to go.
Yeah, amazing presence by Albralele there to find that angle and get that knock in the seconds necessary to do so. Now, granted, MLS very likely to put themselves back up on that height. I'm surprised that we see the full Lanimals roster drop down. Could have maybe even potentially picked up some more KP. Either way, it doesn't matter. They're the ones that come out even in their minor bits of success. For Furia here, this is a team that started off today, I'll say a little bit stronger, but have been looking for their footing when we talk about Stormpoint.
That they have, and from up here, you do have access to one of the most powerful Valkyrie ults in the game. So if you're looking for footing, if you're looking for those god spots that you talked about just before we got into our games on Stormpoint, Zephyr, I have to say, the rotation over from the command center outpost by the gravity cannon is second to none, and it can put you dead center of almost any zone in the map. But for this one in particular, we're getting crowded, and we are going straight towards a lot of open ground. We've got most squads already with the best positions that you're going to get, and the rest of them playing way outside, sometimes deep in the zone, as Tripods and Team Inters both rotating through over by Mill. Complexity still making their way in.
Shocked to see them taking their time this long here, especially for a squad like Inters, who definitely has a little bit more of a catered rotation coming through from Mill. But we get that nice next zone that comes through here, and sadly, we are going to be pulling away from the northwest, and this one more directly towards a very familiar ending on the outskirts of Cascade.
Furia should have been able to pick up that scan, knowing that their rotation in was clear for that Valkyrie. Just as Saucer talked about in the halftime, you want to make sure we know where everyone is, and then we are landing somewhere safe. It may not be the best position, but it does technically carry them into the next zone and allow Furia to potentially gatekeep squads that would try and rotate around through wall. A team like perhaps BBB that doesn't want to push through everyone else. The Lanimals, who last we saw taken chunks out of MLS, have set themselves up just a few feet away from where we last saw them claim their prize, and ready to go. They are looking for their next engagement. Just takes one more knock like that from Aberlately or not even Lou to open things up, and that's the most terrifying part about Lanimals. It's that any of them can go off at any moment.
TSM here on the opposite sides of zone into a differing sight of chokes here. Have been playing out this particular angle, and with that exhibit down shows me that maybe they're not in the best of situations here. Waiting the time out, crouching through the scans here. Finally, they're going to be able to peek the edges of the boxes, but even from behind, you see that charge rifle, which is nothing more but then a just violent nuisance.
Instant cat wall, gonna make sure that you don't get pushed around this angle, and plenty of space bought by TSM in the meanwhile to poke over at this, as now they don't have to worry about the charge rifles that would otherwise be going straight into their backs. With a bang ult coming in over top of them though, there's very little safe space to play, and Hal manages to find a position where they no longer have to worry about those missiles. Down to cooldown. TSM have expended just a little bit to make sure that they stay active in this zone. Verhulst, stop, please. That's not cool.
I'm more than happy to see it, especially if it's holding back squads that allows reps to find knocks on Bird ahead here. Now, granted, I don't know if they get resets, but XSET on the other side of this are making sure that Sleepy Panda is finding his end as well. TSM, they pull back. They understand that they are in what will be a gatekeeping position. They have to deal with the north side here first before they make any moves ahead. Remember, I mean, without a Valk, without a Wraith, playing through with that Horizon once again, it is a limited space you're allowed to cover when you need to move forward, especially without a Dark Veil.
And I like that TSM are playing here and playing aggressively as well. They're in the rotation path of a lot of squads that'll hopefully let them use the Valkyrie in ways that they haven't before. Aggressively, to finish off those kills, to start those fights that Luminosity have definitely found themselves in. That's the first knock onto FaZe. Snipe down falls first, but on the high ground, Luminosity do get forced back. In comes the Skynade. We'll see if it finds Purchase, and it does not. Letting Luminosity slowly climb their way back up, but at the behest of FaZe, who instantly get beamed. Phony dropped as well. Luminosity with just one member left. Don't even have to touch him, as in come the Meat Lovers to finish off FaZe.
I don't think they were expecting the climb like that from Yanya, but for the Meat Lovers, now they want to seal the deal. A portal's expended here, but they'll find their knocks where they count. From behind, though, Nizel will pick up some damage here. A 1v2 situation, and from behind the knockdown shield, they'll send Luminosity home.
A very well executed third party, but Meat Lovers are far from safe. Haven't even gotten the banner just yet, and they're allowing Complexity to push them back. And yet, Complexity not interested in taking that space either. Prioritizing the zone may very well give Meat Lovers an entryway back into this and a chance to respawn their fallen comrade.
It'll be tough here. We talk about potentially mobile respawns or maybe even some of the remnants. It is very particularly late, though, Dia. Meanwhile, south of Cascades, Tripods, we talk about late. A rotating squad coming in here, just barely starting to eclipse the next portion of that zone. I think I like this, to put yourself potentially past what will be a height you have to play into. Hopefully there's a building in store for this team to potentially defend with that catalyst.
Yeah, looking for anything that you can play right now. Big building is actually going to be one of the safer ones, as you can effectively share this building for a few moments. And even so, Tripods don't find themselves with anyone next door. For Furia, however, the predicted rotation that we called out earlier from BBB has really come into effect. They didn't want to push through TSM, and now they have to go through Furia. Not an enviable position as one of the other best team fighting squads in North America. One of those teams that we had highlighted at the beginning of the day who should be thriving in the new meta now get their chance to shine. Watson takes a nice bit of damage, does pop back, but Panders continues to fry, picking up plenty of damage on a rogue Wraith before they pop back into the void. Furia stabilize out here, throw up a wall, and plan their next move, but the fight is coming.
It might be a fight there, but it's definitely got to be potentially just something that they need to say whatever to. The zone might just take care of it. No more portal in store here for BBB means it's just directly through the choke. And Furia, well, they've got height, yeah. They've got height in spades down in the deeps here. BBB on the slow rotation. While they won't be rotating towards where we just saw Furia, it's right ahead of a squad we just saw.
And they're not getting punished for this because Furia have chosen to Valk ult instead, not prioritizing the KP, instead looking for a position in zone, which should be very few and far between, Zephyr. Even a spot like this, very risky. Panders 25 HP, may not even make it to the ground, and as they touch down, instant smoke from Watson to allow the rest of the team to heal up, giving us that Bangalore value that we talked about in between resets.
I'm surprised to see that Panders is allowed this kind of reset. You'd have to wonder or think if anybody is playing up on that height, just on the outskirts of where you see that respawn beacon, they would be in the prime angle to lay in the damage. Meanwhile, though, SCS are literally right here, foots away from Furia, hugging the outskirts of their building.
An excellent position and a team that we already know can navigate dangerous endgame fights. Do have to play their cards close to their chest here. Pushing out onto Furia likely results in a trade of at least one kill. And with so many squads in the area, that's a risk that many teams simply will not afford or expect to take. Furia aren't too interested in fighting this out either, preferring to share space, preferring to collaborate with SCS and keep them both alive.
I don't know about that. At the end of the day here, SCS, maybe they're just looking for one good opportunity, one good peek through the crack to lay in the damage there. You see it in full.
Both alive.
I don't know about that. At the end of the day here, SCS, maybe they're just looking for one good opportunity, one good peek through the crack to lay in the damage there. You see it in full view from the outside of that wall there. It doesn't bring anyone from Furia down, but it is so punishing, and it just goes to show how dangerous this position for Furia truly is. Now, granted, they might survive some of these northern rotations as we see Team Diverge, who are just coming from the same area, fall. But I can't imagine endgame will be looking good for this team unless they take some fights.
We get to jump back in with Xset, however, who on this low ground in the middle of the open have gone unpunished. Picked up a few kills, played their game silently but confidently, and are waiting for the rest of the lobby to come to them into these positions where there's just simply not a lot of cover to play around. Xset have got plenty of range here and ultimately are finding some decent damage, as Rise unfortunately will not be making it into our top 10. Inters neither, both taken down.
For Xset here, they've gotten themselves at least some extra spacing to work with. You can already see Fun starting to set up what will be their next position, but they need to make sure, especially as they look towards some of those buildings on the opposite side of the Cascade wall, as they provide damage, but no, turn right round back towards where we saw TSM. They know for a fact with this north rotation, they might be able to put some damage down.
There goes the catalyst wall. See if any ordinances can find purchase through this. It's not looking likely. There's so much extra space. A little bit of damage does tickle TSM on the other side of this, but the challenge here is to let TSM find effective cover on the other side. They appear to have done so with a few rocks out in the open, and they're right towards this zone. The big problem is that TSM are unable to clear their backs. Everyone who's going to be challenging this squad is coming out of Cascade and are currently safe in buildings. We'll have to see how TSM navigate this, because with no catalyst wall available just yet, they're going to have to deal with so many teams coming from Cascade that it would take out even the best of the world.
And right there, the scan coming through, it immediately shows that TSM are very much not safe here. Clearly spied out, and what I can only assume is Xset from across, and what I can only worry about might be LTC and so many, like you said, of these other Cascade squads. For Furia, we talked about the spot surviving, but this is where you truly get to see how punishing it is. Double drops down for SCS. They're more than feeling confident to start peeking on the outside, knowing that they have good numbers advantage and need to start making it happen.
Fury are just in shambles below them as well. SCS notably still not dropping, not taking the risk of a third party, but using this pressure that they've got inherently. Until Fury bite the dust, there are two squads here, and nobody's going to just walk up on that willy-nilly. We do have Rez going off just below them, and SCS, if anything, now would be their time to drop. Here they go, looking for the punish on that pickup. And with a full thirst Zera, they weren't able to get the follow-up knock.
Either way, while Furia may run for the hills there, SCS needs to start planning what this next rotation holds in store for them. They lose out on not just this current building, the one ahead, and straight out into the open where just maybe, if they come in late enough, they can play through with height.
Xset.
Meanwhile, for TSM on the opposite side, Xset's pushing.
They're just forcing TSM out into the open. Verholst has a good instinct with the Horizon ultimate, but there are too many angles open on TSM. Taking to the sky, he's going to use it in the opposite direction, exposing all of TSM to the fire from Xset, unchallenged as they come from behind. That's going to be TSM taken down to, I believe, just a solo as Tripods and Meat Lovers go down simultaneously. Verholst is still finding knocks. He is still going on, but Xset on the opposite side of the cat wall, take no prisoners, pop over and wipe down TSM. Rotating out, the job is done. Xset have eliminated their biggest threat.
For them right now, it's setting up into a position they can defend from, but for Oxygen, it's looking towards Land, who's coming through from Cascades. A double knock found almost just generally secures that. It is all said and done here for Oxygen. They themselves, with their own Cascade wall, are able to create the space that blocks off that Xset sight lines. But when we talk about end games here, they are coming from the low. Xset from above will be so dangerous.
Only 3 teams left. We'll see what Oxygen can do. They're navigating off the low ground, but they have the zone coming directly to them. Able to play effectively on the defense. Could turn this game around for them and put them right up near the top of the leaderboards, closer than they already were. But Xset have already demonstrated an incredible amount of aggression this game. That is going to be the biggest problem for our Oxygen roster.
Oxygen trying to create angles there. You can see Zenile is left on the backside, and it's almost immediately that we see it capitalized on by Xset. Crust, of course, finished off, brings it back down to a straight 3v3. Like you said, Sykes trying to take that mid-range high ground, is able to find a bit of damage, but they are still fighting around. Look at the flank, though.
Almost finds necessary damage there. Enemy goes for the wide swing, picks up some good damage on Nocturnal, and now Oxygen full send it forward. They've got high ground, but it's a trade of a 1-4-1. Oxygen no longer in the driver's seat as Sykes trades another 50 flesh left on Oxygen, and Xset, just in the nick of time, find themselves a win. It was close, but this is one of the best teams in the world, and you cannot challenge Xset.
I love the fact that we discussed this roster before we approached Game 5. It almost felt like we were biding our time to see them pick up another win here in the remnants of Stormpoint.
All right, I'll be right back. I gotta go wash my hands, throw my plate away, and I'll be back.
Proud of myself. Thank you. My parents are proud. My grandparents are proud. You know, everybody's proud. My whole circle, they're very proud.
That's good. Me too.
You know, and you guys are proud of me, I'm sure, right?
Yes, of course. We celebrate your victories.
Okay, good. I'm just checking. Otherwise, you know, we would have had to figure out Game 6. I might have stepped in there. No, you guys are casting. It's been phenomenal. One more game, and we get to see how this unfolds. And we're setting up for a showstopper. 2 heavyweight fights. You know, Holyfield, Tyson. You got Ali in here. It's literally Xset FaZe going back to back, showcasing exactly how big their firepower is in this lobby. But Xset putting on a clinic. I would never bet against Fun FPS in a situation like this, Dia. And clearly, they got the job done. Despite, you know, I think Oxygen Esports having a moment, they could have turned that around. They had high ground for a bit. I think actually Enemy got a little too overly aggressive there, sliding down, giving up his angle and going down first. But I don't know what your guys' takeaway was from that final moment. Either way, Oxygen Esports also putting themselves in a decent position heading into Game 6 to get some points here.
That they certainly did. I really liked how Oxygen survived that, and while Xset approached the final circle with this real calculation, they said TSM's our biggest threat, there go TSM. We're going to play the outside, nobody's going to touch us. Oxygen had to fight through chaos, and emerging from Cascade as a full roster, the last squad standing, that's almost as impressive as winning the whole thing.
And you're right, Xset. The moment coming up as we take a look at what happened in this game. Zephyr, I want you to walk me through the beginning, but also touch on the end there where Xset and TSM, they had to go through TSM. They did so well. We saw the Horizon ultimate not quite work out for Verholz. Was it a miscommunication? Was it trying to make the best out of a bad situation? We don't know. We weren't listening to the comms, but either way, it was Xset who played spoiler to TSM's hopes there.
Absolutely, and it's that early setup towards that northern side where we could see right here between TSM where they were having to gatekeep BBB early on. Just behind them, albeit we never really showcased it, Xset were set up on the opposite side of that choke, covering so many of these excellent angles to cover north side and start cleaning up one roster after another. And while yes, TSM were inevitably able to sneak their way through and slip into a position, Xset, who had laid stake and claim from the very get-go, had the dominant factors that allowed them to win.
And that's just taking advantage of a well-laid plan and a coordinated team. Xset are firing on all cylinders. TSM changing legends, trying to figure it out, still introducing the Horizon. I think this is definitely 2 teams maybe at different stages of their understanding of the meta, or maybe just their commitment to certain team compositions. I certainly feel there's no slowing down Xset whatsoever. SCS, they were in the mix, but again, this was that flank that would happen. Land, they had a moment too. You thought, could they be involved? All these teams end up dropping. It goes into a final 2. This is where Enemy goes down. I thought he might have overcommitted. It ends up being a really big showcase though from Fun. Talk about anchoring the squad in this fight. Turns the corner, pops out with the R99 as the premier SMG, not even close. 46,000, I believe you had said, Zephyr, compared to 26, 43,000 compared to 26 overall in terms of these games so far. And that just shows you how dominant it has been. And in the hands of Fun, it's put Xset in an even better position. First place, I'm sure, in this game. First place overall, I'm pretty sure as well. TSM 5th, Lanimals 4th, SCS 3rd, Oxygen Esports taking that 2nd place as you saw. Shout out to Meat Lovers though, getting 7 kills in that moment, grabbing 10 points, and a nice game from Tripods. Nothing too special, but 7 points is nothing to laugh at either. On the back half, Zephyr though, some teams coming in needing some desperation here in Game 6.
Yeah, especially as we look towards teams that are
people still. Let's take it over.
Is that these points, the 65 points, 52, at the end of the day, nobody's going to remember these numbers. What they're going to matter is what place you finished in. So Bump was so set. So if that Cenote is not the place to be unless your name is Tripods or Complexity.
Last
and honestly,
game.
I don't
Let's
think
do
either of them are
this.
having fun with this contest either.
No, not at all there. It's something that prevented them from getting their expedient rotations in.
Somehow I finished this shit in like 7 hours. It'll actually probably be 8, right?
Potentially a moment. For now, though, Tripods already
Oh
finding
yeah,
some of
just
this
hit
initial
8.
starting damage. You can see Gent moments ago beginning to find just a
So in
bridge
8 hours
from
I did this
afar
shit.
here.
Wow.
Obviously from the outside with the G7 Scout in hand, Deeds just barely trying to find the shots before the rotations come through, but the forced regrouping of Tripods necessary.
Now, Zephyr, we have talked about this so much because it's happened every game and said, this isn't good for Tripods, this isn't good for Complexity. So why do squads do it? We go into these things and we're aware that there are contests that can happen. There are 50-50s off drop, and I mean, I want to talk about what the positives of this are, even if they're not immediately evident.
Well, we'll hold the thought on that potentially for now. Big crack and the flesh found here for Luda, and potentially more damage to follow suit. Cody and the rest already taking themselves immediately outside to see if they can get them before the building comes back. Monsoon dropped down to 30 health before he can make any impressions yet there. Double Orange is stuck in on the inside of this building.
Okay, Luda.
Gent, what's going on?
Didn't think there was an angle there, I suppose. That is unlucky, but it's more or less the end of this contest. You pick up a knock like that with no answer, it's going to be pretty hard to come back.
For Complexity here, obviously, while they do have to readdress the remnants of that Tripods roster, hopefully they might either be taking for the hills or looking to spread themselves out against the at least other angles here that exist in Cenote. Last time around, or even prior to that, in our first game of Stormpoint, at least we were in a situation where it was a 2v2 exchange. This time around, it is confidently in the favor of Complexity.
That certainly is. Tripods are still, making their presence known, but I've got no doubt, Zephyr, that they are on the way out. You've effectively lost this contest, and as we talked about just before we got into this game, every point matters here, so you don't want to give up any more than you need to. Seer ult will buy you plenty of space defensively, but surely we're not recommitting to this.
And trying to sneak their way through, utilizing that, and Merc's on the side here, even though he's got him lit up across the board. Doesn't quite find the cracks or damage. Back up to the second floor with the massive big on the 55 there. 44 on the scan on the back end. Will continue to put damage down where it counts, but no knocks yet. Nothing to give them the numbers advantage. Just more time here for Complexity to reset.
If Tripods win this, it would be the fight of the day, the fight of the week. And coming around the side, Nick Mercs is relentless with this Mastiff, but he's starting to be toyed with. Cody drops down and no mercy takes out the Tripods with the rest of Complexity. It was a long fight. It was a scary fight for both teams, but Complexity do manage to take that advantage and turn it into so much more.
It's a bit of a shame for Tripods, a rough day for them. Just on that position alone with 0 points, we'll finish out with 18 and something that exists below, at least right now, 16th place overall. You talk about those overall standings that truly count towards North America as a whole. It's going to be something that, thankfully, the reason why the rest of ARC seasons exists.
JQ? That bamboo is not appropriate cover. There we go.
You're right.
JQ, unfortunately, not able to make himself as tiny as he would have liked.
Man, that's fucked up.
Confidently.
Bamboo, not good cover.
Jump up and take this fight by storm. Seer ult will make sure that they finish this off in relatively clean fashion, as full information is going to be the friend of any aggressive roster.
SCN here, though, aren't on this low ground, not quite able to eclipse full positioning, but that rotation down basically guarantees that they're going to be able to pick up the rest of those kills there. For Drop-In Gaming, they give away that kind of spot, and it's almost guaranteed that you find your way out. For SCN, maybe eclipsing, putting themselves in that same position would be good here, but you can see Klein is still holding Portal on the outskirts of Command Center, and the rest of the squad, yeah, well, likely regrouping here now.
I really like that. It was a cool play from Season to go for that fight and then instantly double on back. And it seems like they've found themselves right in the face of another fight. If my eyes do not deceive me, that's an EMP. And if my thoughts do not deceive me, that means it's Meat Lovers who again are picking a fight right around the outskirts of, as you said, Command Center. SCN putting up an appropriate defense here, however, even from the low ground, are out-trading in terms of the damage that they're able to throw back and forth. So I don't expect this to continue for too much longer.
MLS, in the meanwhile, though, will be our next squad to fall, and that one's a little bit sadder. It's a better day for MLS, especially when we start to compare it to our first beginnings of North America on our match day 1 here, but going out in 8th, especially when we started to discuss those kind of middle of the pack rosters. That's already one that is done, Dia, and I know there's about 10 or 12 more that can easily shake things up here.
Clayton should be safe. Into the void he goes, and a little bit more cover gotten on the other side of this is going to be more difficult to nade out and to harass, perhaps even see or cancel. Bullet L going to be able to cover the rest of this, but pushing up onto height may not be something that SCN feel comfortable doing just yet. A lot of their cooldowns not really applying in this situation. Things like the Catalyst Wall and the Wraith Portal not giving them a bunch of value, but nonetheless, they're going to try and take this engagement, every kill point really mattering to this squad.
An exhibit down here on the backside of Luminosity, making their way deep into the antenna area, coming off of what could have been the remnants of a starting fight or something that was hopefully to push squads away. Central position, but meanwhile, Launchpad, Oxygen have actually moved out past, away from antenna, and present themselves directly in front of Rise.
Both walls that were used for the both disengage and engage respectively are now effectively just nothing walls. Nobody's really playing around them anymore, but they've closed the gap and let Rise get a little bit better of an angle. Retsy's got to be careful, however, as height over in this launch pad is very, very dangerous. Those small little diagonals that you can hold serve as effective head peaks at different ranges, and Rise, I think, quite wisely aren't going to push this. As much as I want to see Rise succeed, and as happy as I am to see a squad try and take fights, especially after a great Pro League qual run, this isn't the time, and this isn't the roster to push.
No. For Oxygen Gaming, they at least are going to be able to pull back here, get some of those meds with the Replicator, and maybe get themselves into a better position. Coming through from the eastern side is still an available option if you don't want to take the fight directly within Launchpad, but recovery is necessary, and spending more time here in this POI will be a bit of a waste, especially as our zone looks to be pulling more towards that Stormcatcher area once again.
There goes the full data. And it may just be that with the amount of distance that, as you illustrate, they're going to have to cover, that Oxygen need to use that redeploy, and the more ultimate accelerants they can get now, the better to be able to make use of it again is likely, especially when you're going uphill with Valkyrie. Where you are forced to land isn't necessarily where you want to end up. You understand, however, why they're playing in the zone, and it is a game of trying to conserve as many points as they can. We're still in top 17. Placement points haven't started to roll in yet. And for a squad in 4th, they're barely hanging on to that position. 36 points. They're tied with a lot of the lobby.
That is rough, especially when you bring that up. 4th place, something I didn't expect. Obviously, Oxygen more than capable, but given the fact how close everything is, it never quite feels like it. For Team Inters, I'm happy to see them out and away from Mill. They're not a squad that is wasting their time in zone, much like what we have seen from them in the past. And RE45 available, that's a massive pickup for any one of these 3 members.
Yeah, if you can, you give it to your fragger, the person who's going to be getting up close and personal most often. Flinzar actually a very good option, and as he's able to make use of the digi threat that comes with this, and through the smokes no less, put out an incredible amount of damage. The fact that Team Inters are taking this Trident so far into the zone, however, without being punished, a bit of a surprise to me, Zephyr.
I mean, most teams have probably already catered themselves towards the north side of the zone, especially if it's working its way towards that Stormcatcher area. Once we start getting towards Lagoon and further, that's where we might see some problems advance. Meanwhile, for Luminosity, they actually head back in from Antenna to pull up Shore's Edge against Oxygen. Took all their time and now are going to be able to capitalize.
Now they will. Luminosity slow playing this around the outside. Do get plenty off of Oxygen, but the death boxes still are the priority. As you remember all those med kits that Oxygen were crafting, and now they do belong to us, say Luminosity, and this is going to give them a lot of sustain outside of the zone, rotating slow into Team Inters right ahead of them.
Team Inters even taking their time, get that handy dandy scan. We talked to Saucer about this new ability, of course, for all of our recon legends, and it's something that Inters hopefully may be able to take advantage of, albeit 20th place, maybe not the best example of it, but being able to see what lies in wait as an open spot, especially as you're going to climb up this hill, could be the best impetus for this team to find their way into a good position. They clearly know where it is. You can see the pings coming out towards that stairwell just by Stormcatcher.
I like that we're seeing the Bangalore thing that we talked about a while ago really starting to come into effect as well. You're able to smoke out effectively so much just by smoking the enemy team and making sure that they can't shoot you for a few seconds. Team Inters make great use of that time, but still ultimately are positioned on low ground, so in comes the Rolling Thunder to deny that little bit more space. Their rotation may very well take them through this choke point where they'll still have to go up a hill, but at the very least won't be harassed as they're being right now.
Ooh.
Oh.
And these upper angles are just so difficult to eclipse. We talk about teams that set themselves up early, even though we aren't watching it. Inters stuck out in zone. Rise are still in the prime position to capitalize. They'll send their way through that Dark Veil, and even with a squad just across from them in that choke there, they do not care. Now, no Digi's down, but they've got a better response for it. An Exhibit in play behind the boxes to give them what they need.
Now Luminosity are right ahead of them, and Rise were never a team known for taking kindly to their KP being stolen. However, Nazul is even less kind as he trades right back with the R99. Furia go down in the meantime, and Rise have got to be aware of the caliber of squad dropping from the lobby. If they can stay alive, if they can keep Retzi topped up, there is a chance that they take this away, but they're going to have to get A1s back into the game, and that means surviving right now. As the wall drops, Retzi going to be exposed on the way back. No cover available to him. As Luminosity Gaming, you gotta hope that they've disengaged.
A1's banner has been picked up here, and it's still, I would say, maybe in the early remnants of the game to potentially pull something off, but if you pull back up towards that south side of Stormcatcher, I don't think the game will work out any better. But granted, out here towards the west, I can't imagine a good rotation lies in wait. But let's look at the other side of zone. We haven't gotten our clutches on it yet. This north side out from Thunderwatch. LTC going to be this squad, keeping their sight lines in check.
Not in a very proactive position, using a lot of the defensive cooldowns that they've got so far, and with a wall just ahead of them, the threat is imminent for LTC. They don't have sight lines, and you're waiting on that Seer ult from BBB, who likewise want to be able to take this fight and clear out their backs. It is a slow play, as BBB do not want to expose themselves to unnecessary risk here. But Designful takes quite a bit of damage, even eating some flesh now, and ultimately isn't going to be able to commit to the push onto the low ground.
It does look like it's a three-piece across the board here that these teams are going to have to deal with. And with that Dark Veil down, it's guaranteed that the south side that BBB wasn't having to deal with are now in play. Designful there, and Chaotic
LTC.
Much already beginning to take angles and find the end of LTC as a duo in a 2v3 situation. Didn't even get to catch it. Why? Zach Mazer, he don't need to be there. Trust these boys, get the job done.
doing other things. I mean, there are squads to keep at bay here. There are red Evos to get, Zephyr. I mean, come on. Like, the man has priorities.
That's crazy. That is crazy,
It is. And it does speak to the positioning that LTC took, I will say. I mean, in a spot like that, they're backed into a corner. There's a wall right in front of them for over half that fight. It's not like they've got a whole lot of say in what happens to them.
No, not at all here, but they do have some say potentially in these end game zones. Pulling away from Stormcatcher directly out into the open. You have to look towards BBB and Sentinels as we start to discuss these end games. Team Diverge does host a position directly in the middle here, but it's going to be dicey whether they can pull themselves together. For TSM, we have to see them find success here and now. A drop onto Dottie, make it one more with Lou, and send Lanimals home.
Verhost, please. That is why they call the man Big E. Taking down Lanimals in a style like that. TSM have moved themselves up several places in the lobby with the 3 KP and now top 12 position. The rotation, however, may still claim them early. And the problem with being a world champion after the playoffs is that TSM can never shoot high enough. If they win first place here, people expected it. If they get anything but first, are they really world champions? Those are the expectations that TSM have, and they're trying their best to live up to them right now. We'll see how far they can go.
Scary, scary words. I'll say that here and now, but thankfully for them, we talk about winning that fight has such a crucial impact on them going into the zone. While they may not be in height like BBB or Sentinels, you can already see from Verhulst's position that they are ready to go from the south side of the zone, and when those teams are forced to drop from Stormcatcher, albeit it's not a lot of cover, they're going to be one of the first entities to potentially take advantage of some of those knocks from across the way.
There's a lot of pressure on TSM, and as they rotate in, let's jump into a listen-in with them to see how they deal with it.
They're walking down a tree!
Crack, right there.
Nice.
I just Stormcatcher.
I got Kraber, I'm batting!
Kraber dead.
Nice.
Everyone on the right's dead. Everyone on the never mind.
That's a down guy, that's a down guy! I have to get to Evan, or how?
Cannon team. Knock one cannon.
Shoot the cannon, he's in the corner. Gold knock! Behind! Bro, how? We got ooved. Where did they come from? They ooved us.
Stormcatcher.
From above, what a play. Giving no quarter. TSM, can I get you some extra meat? Because the meat lovers show up from the sky. That was a really unfortunate end for TSM, and not one that they really could have seen coming. But now we jump in to see who's got that God spot that you mentioned, Zephyr. The high ground that so often determines our Storm Point games belongs to our other Titan of the lobby, Xset, and FaZe, they just went down.
There's no way that FaZe will ever be able to make up the points that count to usurp Xset. This, from this moment on, Dia, is a victory lap for this team after the rest of a successful day here. And the fact that they find some major way against all of this to present themselves in high ground angles is incredible when we just watch the chaos unfold from the explosion from that Stormcatcher.
Now we've talked to death about the way that Xset like to play and about the commitment that they bring to the table, but look at who they are in an endgame lobby with. BBB, who are fighting for their redemption arcs. Team Diverge on the low ground, who just want to make that top 10, who have some of their first debuts in Pro League. Sentinels, who are struggling to come back to dominance, and the meat lovers, who have got that deadly game plan with the crypto. We'll see what they can do as SCS go down, and we are devolving into fights. Out goes the EMP, and BBB have got no shield. They've got a box to play, and it is not looking like enough.
Not enough at all here. The meat lovers coming through from the low ground almost immediately present the damage where it counts, but it is at the expense of almost their entire life there, picked off from the opposite angles. It's none other than Xset that can continue to clean up across this lobby.
Decision making is on point for this team. They're slow playing it. They're letting everyone else fight, but the KP is not there for Xset. It's something that they are liking to rack up, especially in the end game, but it means they've got to be a little more active. Pan around the corner, and what are we doing?
What?
Xset looking around like, what just happened? Who's that?
Well, it doesn't matter. Already gone here. Now back down to our final two. Sentinels versus Xset. Ring around the rosy, pocket full of Posey. A fence line to defend. But I see 3 red and versus 3 purple. It's the minor advantages in similar moments like this that will count against it all.
But this is the win that matters for Sentinels. Again, the old guard, and in more ways than one. They've got a lot to prove, for they have struggled in the past 2 days, and Xset are simply controlling so much ground. Look at this fence line. Fun does get fried. 50 HP almost gets dropped, but somebody steps too close to Rambo, and Sykes goes down. It's Sentinels in a 2v1. It's Sentinels that may very well be taking their first win of the ALGS Split 2.
I have to say, for Sentinels, like you said, it's a win that was absolutely crucial to still show us that this team can perform among the rest. They've had some rough excursions to boot here from both that last split, but also playoffs as well. Against just that teams that compete from others.
And end up spelling you. It is
exists within North America.
Alright. Shit. And that is all. Alright, guys. I think I'm going to wrap up my stream right here. At the ending of the split. There's going to be more games coming on Saturday and Sunday. But that's who won in Split 2, day 2. Xset won. But yeah, I will be back probably in the next hour or two. I'm just going to go see what I'm going to do, see if I have anything to do. Yeah. This has been fun though. We definitely have to come back and do this again. Just watching the splits on a watch party. Did it for 8 hours, had a couple good viewers, had a couple shitty viewers. Got a subscriber. Thanks, Barry, for coming out. Yeah. We'll do this again. Till next time, guys, in about an hour or two.